Section 1 of the Sailor's Wordbook, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. S to SAN. S. A bent iron, called a crooked catch or pot hook in anchors, etc. Sabander, the familiar of Shah Bandar, an Eastern title for captain or governor of a port. Sabatines, steel coverings for the feet, sometimes slippers or clogs. Sabre, a sword with a broad and rather heavy blade, thick at the back and curved towards the point, intended for cutting more than for thrusting. Sabretache, a flat leathern case or pocket suspended at the left side of a cavalry officer's sword belt. Saccade, the sudden jerk of the sails in light winds and a heavy swell. Sacoleva, or sacolege, a Levantine small craft of great sheer, carrying a sail with an enormous sprit, so called. To sack, from the Anglo-Saxon sack, to pillage a place which has been taken by storm. Sacks of coals, the seaman's name for the black Magellanic clouds or patches of deep blue sky in the Milky Way near the South Pole. Saddle hill, a high land visible from the coast, having a centre less elevated than its ends, somewhat like a riding saddle. Saddles, chocks of notched wood embracing spars to support others attached to them. Thus we have a saddle crutch for the main or driver boom on the taffrail, another on the bowsprit to support the heel of the jib boom. Safe conduct, a security passport granted to an enemy for his safe entry and passage through the realm. Safeguard, protection given to secure a people from oppression in time of trouble. Safety keel, a construction of keel for further security, by Oliver Lang. Safety pin, to secure the head of the capstan bar. Safety valve, a conical valve on the top of the steam chest, communicating with the boiler of a steam engine and opening outwardly. It is so adapted and loaded that when the steam in the boiler exceeds its proper pressure, it raises the valve and escapes by a pipe called the waste steam pipe. To sag, to bend or give way from heavy weight, to press down towards the middle, the opposite of hogging. In Macbeth the word is figuratively applied. Quote, "The mind I sway by, and the heart I bear, shall never sag with doubt, nor shake with fear." End quote. Sagging to leeward, to drift off bodily to leeward, the movement by which a ship makes a considerable lee way. Sagitta, one of the ancient northern constellations. Sagittari, the name in our records for some small vessels with oars and sails used in the 12th century. Sagittarius, the 9th sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 21st of November. Sagum, an ancient military cloak. Saik, a sort of Greek ketch which has no topgallant nor mizzen sails, but still spreads much canvas. Sail. The terms applicable to the parts of a sail comprise seaming the cloths together, cutting the gores, tabling and sewing on the reef, belly, lining, and buntlin bands, roping and marling on the clews and foot rope. The square sails comprise courses, topsails, topgallant sails, royals, skysails on each mast. The fore and aft are jibs, staysails, trysails, boom mainsails and foresails, gaff topsails, to which may be added the studding sails and the flying kites. Also, a distant ship is called a sail. Sail burton, a purchase extending from topmast head to deck, for sending sails aloft ready for bending. It usually consists of 2 single blocks, having thimbles and a hook, a leading block on the slings, through which the fall leads to bear the topsail clear of the top rim. Sail ho! The exclamation used when a strange ship is first discerned at sea, either from the deck or from the masthead. Sail hook, a small hook used for holding the seams of a sail while in the act of sewing. Sailing, the movement of a vessel by means of her sails along the surface of the water. Sailing, or the sailings, is a term applied to the different ways in which the path of a ship at sea and the variations of its geographical position are represented on paper, all which are explained under the various heads of great circle sailing, Mercator's sailing, middle latitude sailing, oblique sailing, parallel sailing, plain sailing. Order of sailing. The general disposition of a fleet of ships when proceeding on a voyage or an expedition. It is generally found most convenient for fleets of ships of war to be formed in 3 parallel lines or columns, but squadrons of less than 10 sail of the line are placed in 2 lines. Sailing captain, an officer in some navies whose duties are similar to those of our masters in the Royal Navy. Sailing directions, works supplied by the Admiralty to Her Majesty's ships, which advise the navigator as to the pilotage of coasts and islands throughout the world. Sailing ice, a number of loose pieces floating at a sufficient distance from each other for a ship to be able to pick her way among them, otherwise termed open ice. When she forces her way, pushing the ice aside, it is termed boring. Sailing large, with a quartering wind, see large. Sailing orders, written instructions for the performance of any proposed duty. Sail loft, a large apartment in dockyards where the sails are cut out and made. Sail loosers, men specially appointed to loose the sails when getting under way or loosing them to dry. Sail maker, a qualified person who, with his mates, is employed on board ship in making, repairing, or altering the sails, whence he usually derives the familiar sobriquet of sails. Sail netting, the fore topmast staysail, main topmast staysail, and main staysail are generally stowed in the nettings. Sailor, a man trained in managing a ship either at sea or in harbour. A thorough sailor is the same with mariner and seaman, but as every one of the crew is dubbed a sailor, there's much difference in the absolute meaning of the term. See mariner and seaman. Sailor's home, a house built by subscription for the accommodation of seamen on moderate terms, and to rescue them from swindlers, crimps, etc. Sailors' homes are a great boon also to shipwrecked mariners. Homes for married seamen and their families are now contemplated, and it is hoped that the Admiralty will set the example by building them for the Royal Navy and letting them at moderate rents. Sailor's pleasure, a rather hyperbolic phrase for a sailor's overhauling his ditty bag at a leisure moment and restowing his little hoard. To loose sails, to unfurl them and let them hang loose to dry, or the movement preparatory to making sail. To make sail, to spread the sails to the wind in order to begin the action of sailing or to increase a ship's speed. To shorten sail, to take in part of or all the sails, either by reefing or furling, or both. To strike sail, to lower the upper sails, a gracious mode of salute on passing a foreigner at sea, especially a superior. St. Cuthbert's duck, the Anas mollissima, the eider, or great black and white duck of the Farne Islands. St. Elmo's light, see compasa. St. Swithin. The old notion is that if it should rain on this Bishop's Day, the 15th of July, not one of 40 days following will be without a shower. Saker, a very old gun, 8 or 9 feet long, and of about 5 pounds caliber, immortalized in Hudibras. Quote, the cannon, blunderbuss, and saker, he was the inventor of, and maker. End quote. The name is thought to have been derived from the French oath sacre. Salade, an Anglo-Norman term for a light helmet or headpiece. Saladin, the first coat of arms, so called because the Crusaders assumed it in imitation of the Saracens, whose chief at that time was the redoubtable Saladin. To salam, to salute a superior, a very common term borrowed from India. Overdoing it does not please Jack, for he dislikes to see his commander, quote, salamming like a captured Frenchman, end quote. Salamander, the heated iron formerly used for firing guns, especially in salutes, as it ensures regularity. Sale of commissions, the regulated disposal of full pay, unattached, retired, and half-pay commissions in the army. Sale of effects, see effects, of dead men sold by auction at the mast. Salient angle, one of which the point projects outwards. Salinas or saline, salt ponds, natural or artificial near the sea-coast. Salinometer, a brine gauge for indicating the density of brine in the boilers of marine steam engines to show when it is necessary to blow off. Sally, a sudden expedition out of a besieged place against the besiegers or some part of their works, also called a sortie. To sally, to move a body by jerks or rushes, a sudden heave or set. Thus, when a vessel grounds by the bow or stern, and the hawsers are severely taut, the sally is practised. This is done by collecting all hands at the point aground, and then by a simultaneous rush, reaching the part afloat. Sally port, an opening cut in the glacis of a place to afford free egress to the troops in case of a sortie. Also a large port on each quarter of a fire ship, out of which the officers and crew make their escape into the boats as soon as the train is fired. Also a place at Portsmouth exclusively set apart for the use of men-of-war's boats. Also the entering port of a three-decker. Salmagundi, a savory sea dish made of slices of cured fish and onions. Salmon, the well-known fish, salmo salar. It is partly oceanic and partly fluviatile, ascending rivers in the breeding season. Salmon ladder, a short trough placed suitably in any fall where the water is tolerably deep, leaving a narrow trough at intervals for the fish to pass through with barriers to break the force of the water. Saloon, a name for the main cabin of a steamer or passenger ship. Salt or old salt, a weather-beaten sailor, one of the old seamen who not only have known but have felt what war was. Salt box, a case for keeping a temporary supply of cartridges for the immediate use of the great guns. It is under the charge of the cabin door sentry. Salt eel, a rope's end cut from the piece for starting the homo delinquens. Salt junk, navy salt beef, sea junk. Saltpeter, the neutral salt, also called niter, which sea. Salt pits, reservoirs to contain sea water for the purpose of making salt. Salute, a discharge of cannon or small arms, display of flags or cheering of men in deference by the ships of one nation to those of another, or by ships of the same nation to a superior or an equal. Also the proper compliment paid by troops on similar occasions, whether with the sword, musket, or hand. Salvage, originally meant the thing or goods saved from wreck, fire, or enemies. It now signifies an allowance made to those by whose means the ship or goods have been saved. These cases, when fairly made out, are received with the most liberal encouragement. Goods of British subjects, retaken from the enemy, are restored to the owners, paying for salvage 1/8 of the value to ships of war, 1/6 to privateers. When a ship is in danger of being stranded, justices of the peace are to command the constables to assemble as many persons as are necessary to preserve it, and on its being thus preserved, the persons assisting therein shall in 30 days after be paid a reasonable reward for the salvage. Otherwise the ship or goods shall remain in the custody of the officers of the customs as a security for the same. Salvage loss, a term in marine insurance implying that the underwriters are liable to pay the amount insured on the property lost in the ship, but taking credit for what is saved. Salvager, one employed on the sea-coast to look to the rights of salvage, wreck, or waif. Salvo, a discharge from several pieces simultaneously, as a salute. Salvor, the person claiming and receiving salvage for having saved a ship and cargo, or any part thereof, from impending peril, or recovered after actual loss. Samakin, a Turkish coasting trader. Sambuco, a pinnace, common among the Arabs on the east coast of Africa, as at Mombaz, Melinda, etc. The name is remarkable, as Athenaeus describes the musical instrument sambuca as resembling a ship with a ladder placed over it. Sampan or sampan, a neatly adjusted kind of hatch boat used by the Chinese for passengers and also as a dwelling for Tartar families with a comfortable cabin. Samphire, Chrysanthemum maritimum, a plant found on seashores and salt marshes, which forms an excellent anti-scorbutic pickle. Sam's Chu, a Chinese spirit distilled from rice. It is fiery, fetid, and very injurious to European health. Samson's Post, a movable pillar which rests on its upper shoulder against a beam with the lower tenons into the deck and standing at an angle of 15 degrees forward. To this post, at 4 feet above the deck, a leading or snatch block is hooked, and any fore and aft purchase is led by it across the deck to one similar, so that from the starboard bow to the starboard aft Samson post, across to the port post and forward, the whole crew can apply their force for catting and fishing the anchor, or hoisting in or out boats, top tackle falls, etc., are usually so treated. Sandal, a long, narrow Barbary boat of from 15 to 50 tons, open and fitted with 2 masts. Sandbags, small square cushions made of canvas and painted for boats' ballast, also bags containing about a cubical foot of earth or sand, used for raising a parapet in haste and making temporary loopholes for musketry, also to repair any part beaten down or damaged by the enemy's fire. Sand and coral bank, an accumulation of sand and fragments of coral above the surface of the sea, without any vegetation. When it becomes verdant, it is called a quay. Which sea? Sand drifts, hillocks of shifting sands as on the deserts of Sahara, etc. Sanderling, a small wading bird, Calidris arenaria. Sand hills, mounds of sand thrown up on the seashore by winds and eddies. They are mostly destitute of verdure. Sandhopper, a small creature, Talitra, resembling a shrimp, which abounds on some beaches. Sandlaunce, Amadites tobianus, a small eel-like fish which buries itself in the sand. Sandpiper, a name given to any species of small wading birds found on the seashore and banks of lakes and rivers, feeding on insects, crustaceans, and worms. Sand shot, those cast in molds of sand when economy is of more importance than form or hardness. The small balls used in case, grape, etc. are thus produced. Sand strake, a name sometimes given to the garboard strake. Sand warped, left by the tide on a shoal, also striking on a shoal at half flood. Sangaree, a well-known beverage in both the Indies, composed of port or Madeira, water, lime juice, sugar, and nutmeg, with an occasional corrective of spirits. The name is derived from its being blood red, also arak punch. Sangiak, a Turkish governor. The name is also applied to the banner which he is authorized to display, and has been mistaken for Saint Jacques. End of section 1. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 2 of The Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SAP to SC. SAP. That peculiar method by which a besieger's zigzag approaches are continuously advanced in spite of the musketry of the defenders. Gabions are successively placed in position, filled and covered with earth, by men working from behind the last completed portion of the trench, the head of which is protected by a moving defense called a sap roller. Its progress is necessarily slow and arduous. There is also the flying sap, used at greater distances and by night, when a line of gabions is planted and filled by a line of men working simultaneously, and the double sap, used when zigzags are no longer efficient, consisting of two contiguous single saps, back to back, carried direct towards the place with frequent returns, which form traverses against enfilade. The half double sap has its reverse side less complete than the last. Saraband, a forecastle dance, borrowed from the Moors of Africa. Saracen, a term applied in the Middle Ages indiscriminately to all pagans and Mohammedans. Sardine, Engraulus melita, a fish closely allied to the anchovy, found in the Mediterranean and Atlantic. Sargasso, Fucus natans, or gulfweed, the seaweed always to be found floating in large quantities in that part of the Atlantic south of the Azores, which is not subject to currents, and which is called the Sargasso Sea. Sarkellos, an unlawful net or engine for destroying fish. Inquisition Justitia, anno 1254. Saros, see Cycle of Eclipses. Sarrazin, a rough portcullis. Sar, an early name for a long gun, but of smaller dimensions than a bombard. Sash, a useful mark of distinction, worn by infantry and marine officers. It is made of crimson silk and intended as a waistband, but latterly thrown over the left shoulder and across the body. Also now worn by the naval equerries to the Queen. Sergeants of infantry wear it of the same colour in cotton. Sasse, a kind of weir with floodgate or navigable sluice. Satellites, secondary planets or moons which revolve about some of the primary planets. The moon is a satellite to the Earth. Saturn, one of the ancient superior planets remarkable for the luminous rings with which his globe is surrounded, and for his being accompanied by no fewer than 8 moons. Saucer or spindle of the capstan, a socket of iron let into a wooden stock or standard called the step, resting upon and bolted to the beams. Its use is to receive the spindle or foot on which the capstan rests and turns round. Saucer-headed bolts, those with very flat heads. Saucisson or saucisse, a word formerly used for the powder hose, a linen tube containing the train of powder to a mine or fire ship, the slow match being attached to the extremity to afford time for the parties to reach positions of safety. Saucissons, faggots, differing from fascines only in that they are longer and made of stouter branches of trees or underwood. Sauvetet, see splinter netting. Savannah, Spanish savanna, a name given to the wonderfully fertile natural meadows of tropical America. The vast plains clear of wood and covered in general with waving herbage in the interior of North America are called prairies, which see. Save all or water sail, a small sail sometimes set under the foot of a lower studding sail. Sawbill, a name for the goosander, Mergus merganser. Sawbones, a sobriquet for the surgeon and his assistants. Sawfish, a species of shark, Pristis antiquorum, with the bones of the face produced into a long flat rostrum, with a row of pointed teeth placed along each edge. Say nay, a Lancashire name for a lamprey. Saith, a coalfish in its 3rd year. Scafling, a northern term for an eel. Scala, ports and landing places in the Levant, so named from the old custom of placing a ladder to a boat to land from. Gangboards are now used for that purpose. Scaldings, notice to get out of the way. It is used when a man with a load wishes to pass, and would lead those in his way to think that he was carrying hot water. Scale, an old word for commercial emporium, derived from scala. Also, the graduated divisions by which the proportions of a chart or plan are regulated. Also, the common measures of the shear draft, etc. See Gunter's line. Scalene triangle, that which has all 3 sides unequal. Scaling, the act of cleaning the inside of a ship's cannon by the explosion of a reduced quantity of powder, also attacking a place by getting over its defenses. Scaling ladders, those made in lengths which may be carried easily and quickly fitted together to any length required. Scampa via, a fast-rowing warboat of Naples and Sicily. In 1814 to 15, they ranged to 150 feet, pulled by 40 sweeps or oars, each man having his bunk under his sweep. They were rigged with one huge lateen at 1/3 from the stem, no forward bulwark or stem above deck. A long brass 6-pounder gun worked before the mast, only 2 feet above water. The jib, set on a gaff-like boom, veered abeam when firing the gun. Abaft a lateen mizzen with topsail, etc. Scant, a term applied to the wind when it heads a ship off, so that she will barely lay her course when the yards are very sharp up. Scantling, the dimensions of a timber when reduced to its standard size. Scar, in hydrography, applies to a cliff whence are derived the names Scarborough, Scarnos, etc. Also to rocks bare only at low water, as on the coasts of Lancashire, also beds of gravel or stone in estuaries. Scarborough warning, letting anything go by the run without due notice. Heywood, in his account of Stafford's surprise of Scarborough Castle in 1557, says, quote, "This term, Scarborough warning, grew, some say, by hasty hanging for rank robbery there. Who that was met, but suspected in that way, straight he was trussed, whate'er he were." End quote. Scarfed, an old term for decorated with flags. Scarp, a precipitous steep as either the escarp or counterscarp of a fort, but a bank or the face of a hill may also be scarped. Scarf, or scarfing, is the junction of wood or metal by sloping off the edges and maintaining the same thickness throughout the joint. The stem and stern posts are scarfed to the keel. Scarfs of the keel, the joints when a keel is made of several pieces. See scarf. Scarag, Manx or Erse for a skate or rayfish. Scat, a West of England term for a passing shower. Scaur, see scar. Scaw, a promontory or isthmus. Scawberk, an archaism for scabbard. Skeithman, an old statute term signifying pirate. Sending, from ascend, the contrary motion to pitching. See send. Scenography, representation of ships or forts in some kind of perspective. Skedar, the Lucida of the ancient constellation Cassiopeia and one of the nautical stars. Schemer, one who has charge of the hold of a North Sea ship. Schnapps, an ardent spirit like Schiedam Hollands, impregnated with narcotic ingredients, a destructive drink in common use along the shores of the northern seas. Shock, a commercial measure of 60 cask staves. See ring. School, a term applied to a shoal of any of the cetacean animals. Schooner, strictly a small craft with 2 masts and no tops, but the name is also applied to fore and aft vessels of various classes. There are 2 topsail schooners, both fore and aft, main topsail schooners with 2 square topsails, 4 topsail schooners with 1 square topsail, ballahu schooners, whose foremast rakes forward, and we also have 3-masted vessels called schooners. Shoot, a water bailiff in many northern European ports, who superintends the police for seamen. Scrivan, an old term for a ship's clerk. Scholl, see school. Schuit, a Dutch vessel, galliot-rigged, used in the river trade of Holland. Scimitar, an eastern sabre with a broad, very recurved blade. Scobs, the scoria made at the armourer's forge. Sconce, a petty fort, also the head, whence Shakespeare's Panin making Dromio talk of having his sconce ensconced. Also the Anglo-Saxon for a dangerous candle holder, made to let into the sides or posts in a ship's hold. Also sconce of the magazine, a close, safe lantern. Scuten, an old word to express the burring which forms on vessels' bottoms when foul. Scoop, a long spoon-shaped piece of wood to throw water when washing a ship's sides in the morning. Scooping is the same as bailing a boat. Scope, the riding scope of a vessel's cable should be at least 3 times the depth of water under her, but it must vary with the amount of wind and nature of the bottom. Score, 20. Commercially, in the case of certain articles, 6 score went to the 100, a usage thus regulated. quote, 5 scores, 100 of men, money, and pins, 6 scores, 100 of all other things, end quote. Also an angular piece cut out of a solid, also an account or reckoning. Score of a block, or of a dead-eye, the groove round which the rope passes. Scorpio, the 8th sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 22nd of October, Alpha Scorpii, Antares, a nautical star. Scot or shot, Anglo-Saxon, sciat, a share of anything, a contribution in fair proportion. Scotchman, a piece of stiff hide or batten of wood placed over the backstay's foreswifter of the shrouds, etc., so as to secure the standing rigging from being chafed, perhaps so called from the scotch or notch where the seizing is passed. Scotch mist, mizzle or small soaking rain. Scotch prize, a mistake, worse than no prize, or one liable to hamper the captors with heavy law expenses. Scotia, carved mouldings and grooves. To scour a beach, to pour a quick flanking fire along it in order to dislodge an enemy. Scourer or scouring stick, spring searcher, an implement to clean the interior of musket barrels. Scourge, a name of the boatswain's cat. To scour the seas, to infest the ocean as a pirate. Scouse, a dish made of pounded biscuit and salt beef cut into small pieces, boiled up with seasoning. See lobscouse. Scouts, small vessels of war for a special service. See scouts. Also intelligent men sent in advance to discover the enemy and give an account of his force. Scow, a large flat-bottomed boat used either as a lighter or for ferrying. Scowbanker, a manager of a scow, also a contemptuous term for a lubberly fellow. Scouring, the cleansing and clearing a harbour by backwater or otherwise, also an old term for tropical flux or dysentery. Scrabble, a badly written log. This term is used by the translators of the Bible at David's feigned madness when he scrabbled on the doors of the gate. Scraper, the puffinet, Colymbus grilla, see Greenland dove. Scraper, from the Anglo-Saxon scriepa, a small triangular iron instrument having 2 or 3 sharp edges. It is used to scrape the ship's side or decks after caulking, or to clean the topmasts, etc. This is usually followed by a varnish of turpentine or a mixture of tar and oil to protect the wood from the weather. Also metaphorically a cocked hat, whether shipped fore and aft or worn athwart ships. Scratch race, a boat race where the crews are drawn by lot. Scrawl, the young of the dog crab, or a poor sort of crab itself. Screen berth, pieces of canvas temporarily hung round a berth for warmth and privacy. See berth. Screw dock, see gridiron. Screw gammoning for the bowsprit. A chain or plate fastened by a screw to secure a vessel's bowsprit to the stemhead, allowing for the tricing up of the bowsprit when required. Screw propeller, a valuable substitute for the cumbersome paddle wheels as a motive power for steam vessels. The Archimedean screw plying under water and hidden by the counter communicates motion in the direction of its axis to a vessel by working against the resisting medium of water. See twin screw. Screws, powerful machines for lifting large bodies. See bed, barrel, and jack screws. Screw well, a hollow trunk over the screw of a steamer for allowing the propeller to be disconnected and lifted when required. Scrimp, scant, a word used in the north as a scrimp wind, a very light breeze. Scrivano, a clerk or writer, a name adopted in our early ships from the Portuguese or Spanish. Scrollhead, a slightly curved piece of timber bolted to the knees of the head in place of a figure, finished off by a volute turning outwards, contrary to the fiddlehead. Scrovies, an old name given to the worthless men picked up by crimps and sent on board as A.B.s. Scruff, the matter adhering to the bottoms of foul vessels. Scud, the low misty cloud. It appears to fly faster than others because it is very near the earth's surface. When scud is abundant, showers may be expected. To scud, to run before a gale under canvas enough to keep the vessel ahead of the sea, as for instance a close-reefed main topsail and foresail. Without canvas she's said to scud under bare poles, and is very likely to be pooped. When a vessel makes a sudden and precipitate flight, she is said to scud away. Scud like a muddian, be off in a hurry. Scudo, a coin of Italy, varying in value in the different provinces. Scuffle, a confused and disorderly contention. Quote, then friends and foes to battle they goes, but what they all fights about nobody knows. End quote. Scull, a short oar of such length that a pair of them, one on each side, are conveniently managed by a single rower sitting in the middle of the boat. Also a light metal helmet worn in our early fleet. To scull, to row a boat with a pair of sculls. Also to propel a boat by a particular method of managing a single oar over the boat's stern and reversing the blade each time. It is in fact a half stroke of the screw rapidly reversed and closely resembles the propelling power of the horizontal tail of the whale. Sculptures, the carved decorations of the head, stern and quarter of an old ship of war. Also the copper plates which adorned the former books of voyages and travels. Scum of the sea, the refuge seen on the line of tidal change, the drift sent off by the ebbing tide, or in the neighborhood of the rains, the fresh water running on the surface of the salt and carrying with it a line of foam bearing numerous sickly gelatinous marine animals and physalia, commonly called Portuguese men of war, affected by the fresh water and other small things often met with on the surface sea. Scum of the sky, the atmospheric vapors. Scupper hose, a canvas leathern pipe or tube nailed round the outside of the scuppers of the lower decks, which prevents the water from discolouring the ship's sides. Scupper leather, a flap valve nailed over a scupper hole, serving to keep water from getting in, yet letting it out. Scupper nails, short nails with very broad flat heads used to nail the flaps of the scuppers, so as to retain the hose under them. They are also used for battening tarpaulins and other general purposes. Scupper plugs are used to close the scuppers inboard. Scuppers, round apertures cut through the waterways and sides of a ship at proper distances and lined with metal, in order to carry the water off the deck into the sea. Scupper chutes, metal or wooden tubes which carry the water from the decks of frigates to the sea level. Scurry, perhaps from the Anglo-Saxon scur, a heavy shower, a sudden squall. It now means a hurried movement. It's more especially applied to seals or penguins taking to the water in fright. Scuttle, a small hole or port cut either in the deck or side of a ship, generally for ventilation. That in the deck is a small hatchway. To scuttle, to cut or bore holes through part of a ship when she's stranded or overset and continues to float, in order to save any part of her contents. Also a trick too often practiced by boring holes below water to sink a ship, where fictitious cargo is embarked and the vessel insured beyond her value. See barratry. Scuttle or scuttled butt, a cask having a square piece sawn out of its bilge and lashed in a convenient place to hold water for present use. Scuttle hatch, a lid or hatch for covering and closing the scuttles when necessary. End of section 2, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 3 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SEA. Sea. Strictly speaking, sea is the next large division of water after ocean, but in its special sense signifies only any large portion of the great mass of waters almost surrounded by land, as the Black, the White, the Baltic, the China, and the Mediterranean seas, and in a general sense in contradistinction to land. By sailors the word is also variously applied. Thus they say, "We shipped a heavy sea." "There's a great sea on in the offing." "The sea sets to the southward," etc. Hence a ship is said to head the sea when her course is opposed to the direction of the waves. A long sea implies a uniform motion of long waves, the result of a steady continuance of the wind from nearly the same quarter. A short sea is a confused motion of the waves when they run irregularly so as frequently to break over a vessel, caused by sudden changes of wind. The law claims for the crown wherever the sea flows to, and where the Admiralty has jurisdiction. Accordingly, no act can be done, no bridge can span a river so circumstanced without the sanction of the Admiralty. It claims the foreshore unless specially granted by charter otherwise, and the Court of Vice-Admiralty has jurisdiction as to flotsam and jetsam on the foreshore. But all crimes are subject to the laws, and are tried by the ordinary courts as within the body of a county, comprehended by the chord between two headlands where the distance does not exceed 3 miles from the shore. Beyond that limit is the sea, where High Court of Admiralty has jurisdiction, but where civil process cannot follow. Sea adder, the West Country term for the pipefish, Cygnathus. The name is also given to the nest-making stickleback. Sea anchor, that which lies towards the offing when a ship is moored. Sea attorney, the ordinary brown and rapacious shark. Sea bank, a work so important that our statutes make it a felony, without benefit of clergy, maliciously to cut down any sea bank whereby lands may be overflowed. Sea beans, pods of the acacia tribe shed into the rivers about the Gulf of Mexico and borne by the stream to the coasts of Great Britain and even further north. Sea bear, a name applied to several species of large seals of the genus Otaria, found both in the northern and southern hemispheres. They differ from the true seals, especially in the mode in which they use their hind limbs in walking on land. Seaboard, the line along which land and water meet, indicating the limit common to both. Seaboat, a good seaboat implies any vessel adapted to bear the sea firmly and lively, without laboring heavily or straining her masts or rigging. The contrary is called a bad seaboat. Seaborne, arrived from a voyage, said of freighted ships also afloat. Sea bottle, the pod or vesicle of some species of sea wrack or Fucus gigantea of Cape Horn and the Straits of Magellan. Sea breeze, a wind from the sea towards the land, in tropical climates and sometimes during summer in the temperate zone. As the day advances, the land becomes extremely heated by the sun, which causes an ascending current of air, and a wind from the sea rushes in to restore equilibrium. Above the sea breeze is a countercurrent, which was clearly shown in Madras, where an aeronaut waited until the sea breeze had set in to make his ascent, expecting to be blown inland, but after rising to a certain height found himself going out to sea, and in his haste to descend, he disordered the machinery and could not close the valve which allowed the gas to escape, so fell into the sea about 3 miles from the land, but clung to his balloon and was saved. Also, a cool sea drink. Sea brief, a specification of the nature and quantity of the cargo of a ship, the place whence it comes and its destination. See passport. Sea calf, a seal, Phoca vitulina. Sea cap, the white drift or breaks of a wave, white horses of trades. Sea cards, the old name for charts. Sea cat, a name of the wolf fish, Anargus lupus. Sea catgut, the Fucus filum or sea thread. Sea coast or seaboard, the shore of any country or that part which is washed by the sea. Sea coconut or double coconut, the fruit of the Lodiaceae Seychellarum, a handsome palm growing in the Seychelles Islands. It was once supposed to be produced by a seaweed, because so often found floating on the sea around. Sea coulter, the puffin or coulter neb, Fratercula arctica. Sea cow, one of the names given to the manatee, which see. Sea crafts, in shipbuilding a term for the scarfed strakes, otherwise called clamps. For boats, see thwart clamps. Sea crow, a name on our southern coast for the cormorant. Sea cuckoo, The Trigla cuculus, or red gurnard, so called from the unmusical grunt which it emits. Sea cunny, a steersman in vessels manned with lascars in the East India country trade. Sea devil, a name for the Lophius piscatorius, or angler, a fish with a large head and thick short body. Sea dog, a name of the common seal. Sea dog, the meteor also called stub, which sea. Sea dragon, an early designation of the stinging weaver. Sea eagle, a large ray fish with a pair of enormous fins stretching out from either side of the body and a long switch-tail, armed with a barbed bone, which forms a dangerous weapon. Manta of the Spaniards. Sea edge, the boundary between the icy regions of the North Water and the unfrozen portion of the Arctic Sea. Sea eel, the conger, which sea. Sea egg, a general name for the echinus, better known to seamen as the sea urchin, which sea. Sea fardinger, an archaic expression for a seafaring man. Sea fisher, an officer in the household of Edward III. Sea fret, a word used on our northern coasts for the thick, heavy mist generated on the ocean and rolled by the wind upon the land. Sea frog, a name for the Lophius piscatorius, or angler. Sea gate or gate, a long rolling swell. When two ships are thrown aboard one another by its means, they are said to be in a sea gate. Sea gauge, an instrument used by Doctors Hale and Desaguliers to investigate the depth of the sea by the pressure of air into a tube prepared for the purpose, showing by a mark left by a thin surface of treacle carried on mercury forced up it during the descent into what space the whole air is compressed, and consequently the depth of water by which its weight produced that compression. It is, however, an uncertain and difficult instrument, and superseded by Ericsson's patent, working on the same principle, but passing over into another tube the volume of water thus forced in. See water bottle. Seagoing, fit for sea service abroad. Sea green, the colour which in ancient chivalry denoted inconstancy. Sea grocer, a sobriquet for the purser. Seagull, a well-known bird. When they come in numbers to shore and make a noise about the coast, or when at sea they alight on ships, sailors consider it a prognostic of a storm. This is an old idea. See Virgil's Georgics, Book 1, and Pliny, Book 18, Chapter 35. Sea hare, a plysia, a molluscous animal. Sea hen, a name of the fish, Trigla lyra, or crooner, which sea. Sea hog, a common name for the porpoise, Phocoena communis. Sea horse, a name for the walrus, Trichechus rosmaros, also the hippocampus, which sea. Sea ice, ice within which there is a separation from the land. Seal, from the Anglo-Saxon seol, the well-known marine piscivorous animal. Sea lake, synonymous with lagoon, which sea. Sea laws, the codes relating to the sea, as the laws of Rhodes, Oleron, Wisby, etc. Sea lawyer, an idle, litigious longshorer, more given to question orders than to obey them, one of the pests of the navy as well as of the mercantile marine. Also a name given to the tiger shark. Sealed orders, secret and sealed until the circumstances arise which authorize their being opened and acted on, often given to prevent officers from divulging the point to which they are ordered. Sea legs implies the power to walk steadily on a ship's decks, notwithstanding her pitching or rolling. Sea letter, sea passport. Sea lion, a large seal of the genus Otaria, distinguished from the sea bear, to which it otherwise has a great resemblance, by the shaggy mane on its neck and shoulders. Sea log, that part of the logbook relating to whatever happens while the ship is at sea. Sea lump. Sea lump. Seam, the sewing together of two edges of canvas, which should have about 110 stitches in every yard of length. Also the identical Anglo-Saxon word for a horse-load of 8 bushels, and much looked to in carrying fresh fish from the coast. also the opening between the edges of the planks in the decks and sides of a ship. These are filled with a quantity of oakum and pitch to prevent the entrance of water. See caulking. Sea mull, a name for a seagull. Seaman. This is a term seldom bestowed among seafaring men upon their associates unless they are known to be preeminent in every duty of the thorough-paced tar, one who never issues a command which he is not competent to execute himself, and is deemed an authority on every matter relating to seacraft. The able seaman is the seafaring man who knows all the duties of common seamanship as to rig, steer, reef, furl, take the lead, and implicitly carry out the orders given, in a seaman-like manner. His rating is A, B. Pay in the Navy, 24 shillings to 27 shillings per month. The ordinary seaman is less qualified, does not take the weather helm, the earing, or lead. Pay about 21 shillings to 23 shillings per month. The landsman is still less qualified. Seaman's disgrace. A foul anchor. Seamanship. The noble practical art of rigging and working a ship and performing with effect all her various evolutions at sea. Seaman's wages, a proper object of the Admiralty jurisdiction. Sea mark, a point or object distinguishable at sea as promontories, steeples, rivers, trees, etc., forming important beacons and noted on charts. By keeping two in a line, channels can be entered with safety, and thus the errors of steerage, effect of tide, etc., obviated. These erections are a branch of the royal prerogative, and by Statute 8 Elizabeth, Capital 13, the Corporation of the Trinity House are empowered to set up any beacons or sea marks wherever they shall think them necessary, and if any person shall destroy them, he shall forfeit £100, or in case of inability to pay, he shall be ipso facto outlawed. Seamen gunners. Men who have been trained in a gunnery ship, and thereby become qualified to instruct others in that duty. Sea mew, a seagull. Sea mouse, the Aphrodita aculeata, a marine annelid, remarkable for the brilliant iridescence of the long silky hairs with which its sides are covered. Sea nettle, an immemorial name of several zoophytes and marine creatures of the class Acalephae, which have the power of stinging, particularly the medusae. Sea owl, a name of the lumpfish, Cyclopterus lumpus. Sea pay, that due for actual service in a duly commissioned ship. Sea peril, synonymous with sea risk. Sea pie, the pied oyster catcher, Hematopus australigus. Also, a favorite sea dish in rough weather, consisting of an olla of fish, meat, and vegetables in layers between crusts, the number of which denominate it a 2- or 3-decker. Sea pincushion, the name among northern fishermen for a kind of starfish of the genus Goniaster. Sea poacher, a name of the pug Cotus cataphractus. Sea porcupine, several fish of the genera Diodon and Tetraodon, beset with sharp spines which they can erect by inflating themselves with air. Sea pork, the flesh of young whales in the Western Isles of Scotland, the whale beef of the Bermudas, etc. It is also called sea beef. Sea port, a haven near the sea, not situated up a river. Sea purse, see mermaid's purse. Sea quadrant, the old name of Jacob's cross staff. Sea quake, the tremulous motion and shock of an earthquake felt through the waves. Sea rate, the going of a chronometer as established on board instead of that supplied from the shore. This may be done by lunars. From motion and other causes, their rates after embarkation are frequently useless, and rates for their new ever-changing position are indispensable. This rate is sometimes loosely deduced between two ports, but as the meridian distances are never satisfactorily known, even as to the spots of observation, they cannot be relied on but as comparative. Search. If the act of submitting to search is to subject neutral vessels to confiscation by the enemy, the parties must look to that enemy whose the injustice is for redress, but they are not to shelter themselves by committing a fraud upon the undoubted rights of the other country. Right of search. See visitation. Searcher. A custom house officer employed in taking an account of goods to be exported. Also see gun searcher. Sea reach, the straight course or reach of a winding river which stretches out to seaward. Sea risk, liability to losses by perils of the sea. Which sea? Sea roke, a cold fog or mist which suddenly approaches from the sea and rapidly spreads over the vicinity of our eastern shores to a distance of 8 or 10 miles inland. Sea room implies a sufficient distance from land, rocks, or shoals wherein a ship may drive or scud without danger. Sea rovers, pirates and robbers at sea. Sea sergeants, a society of gentlemen belonging to the 4 maritime counties of South Wales, holding their anniversaries at seaport towns or one within the reach of tidal influence. It was a secret association of early date, revived in 1726 and dissolved about 1765. Sea slater, the Ligia oceanica, a small crustacean. Sea sleech, sea sleech. Sea sleeve, a name of the flusc or squid, Loligo vulgaris. Sea slug, the holoturia, an animal of the class Echinodermata with elongated body and flexible outer covering. Seasoned timber, such as has been cut down, squared, and stocked for 1 season at least. Seasoning, the keeping a vessel standing a certain time after she's completely framed and dubbed out for planking. A great prince of this maritime country, in passing a dockyard, inquired what those basket ships were for. Sea spout, the jetting of sea water over the adjacent lands when forced through a perforation in a rocky shore. Both its egress and ingress are attended with a rumbling noise, and the spray is often very injurious to the surrounding vegetation. Sea star, a common rayed or star-like animal belonging to the class Echinodermata, also called starfish, Asteria. Sea stream, in polar parlance, is when a collection of bay ice is exposed on one side to the ocean and affords shelter from the sea to whatever is within it. Sea swabber, a reproachful term for an idle sailor. Sea swallow, the tern, a bird resembling the gull but more slender and swift. Sea swine, the porpoise. Seat, a term often applied to the peculiar summit of a mountain, as the Queen of Spain's seat near Gibraltar, the Bibi of Mahratta's seat near Bombay, Arthur's seat at Edinburgh, etc. Sea tang, tangle, a seaweed. Seat lockers, accommodations fitted in the cabins of merchantmen for sitting upon and stowing cabin stores in. Seat of water, applies to the line on which a vessel sits. Sea transom, that which is bolted to the counter timbers above the upper at the height of the port sills. Sea tern, a tack into the offing. Sea urchin, the echinus, an animal of the class Echinodermata, of globular form and a hard calcareous outer covering, beset with movable spines on the ends of which it crawls about. Sea walls, elevations of stones, stakes, and other material to prevent inundations. Seaward, towards the sea or offing. Sea ware, the seaweed thrown up by surges on a beach. Sea water, the quantity of solid matter varies considerably in different seas, but we may assume that the average quantity of saline matter is 3.5%, and the density about 1.0274 units per rera. The composition of the water of the English Channel, according to Schweitzer, is water 964.74372 grains per thousand, chloride of sodium 27.05948 grains per thousand, chloride of potassium 0.76552 grains per thousand, chloride of magnesium 3.66658 grains per thousand, bromide of magnesium 0.02929 grains per thousand, sulfate of magnesia 2.29578 grains per thousand, sulfate of lime 1.40662 grains per thousand, carbonate of lime 0.03301 grains per thousand. Seaway, the progress of a ship through the waves also said when a vessel is in an open place where the sea is rolling heavily. Seaway measurer, a kind of self-registering log invented by Smyth, the architect of the Eddystone Lighthouse. Sea weasel, an old name of the lamprey. Sea wolf, the wolf-fish, Anarchus lupus. Sea wolves, a name for privateers. Seaworthy, the state of a ship in every way fitted for her voyage. It is the first stipulation in every policy of insurance or other contract connected with a vessel, quote, "For she shall be tight, staunch, and strong, sufficiently manned, and her commander competent to his duty." End quote. See opinion. Sea rack grass, Zostera marina, used in Sweden and Holland for manuring land. At Yarmouth it is thrown on shore in such abundance that mounds are made with it to arrest the encroachments of the sea. It is also used as thatch. End of section 3. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 4 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SEC to SHA. Second, a line drawn from the center of a circle to the extremity of the tangent. Secca, a shoal on Italian shores and charts. Second, the 60th part of a minute, a division of a degree of a circle, a term applied both to time and to space. Also, second in a duel, a very important part to play, since many a life may be saved without implicating honor. Secondary planet, see satellites. Second captain, commanders under captains in the Navy of late. Second counter, see counter. Second futtocks, the frame timbers scarfed on the end of the futtock timbers. Second hand, a term in fishing boats to distinguish the second in charge. Second officer, second mate in merchantmen. Second rate, vessels of 74 guns on the old scale. Section, a draft or figure representing the internal parts of a ship cut by a plane at any particular place athwart ships or longitudinally. Sector, see dip sector. Secular acceleration, see acceleration of the moon. Secular inequality, see inequality. Secure arms, place them under the left arm to guard the lock from the weather or rain. Sedition, mutinous commotion against the constituted authorities, especially dangerous at sea. Sedo, the old English name for the fish called gilthead, Sparus auratus. To seduce, to inveigle a man to desertion. Sealing, a sudden heeling over and quick return. Sear, the tumbler of a gun lock. Seesaw, reciprocating motion. Sedge, an old law term for the seat or berth in which a ship lies. Segment, in geometry any part of a circle which is bounded by an arc and its chord, or so much of the circle as is cut off by that chord. Segmental stern, see round stern. Segment shell, for use with rifled guns, an elongated iron shell having very thin sides and built up internally with segment-shaped pieces of iron, which, offering the resistance of an arch against pressure from without, are easily separated by the very slight bursting charge within, thereby retaining most of their original direction and velocity after explosion. Seine, or seine, the name of a large fishing net, also a flat seam. Seine fish, by statute 3 Jacobus 1, chapter 12, includes that sort taken with a seine. Seizing, fastening any two ropes or different parts of one rope together with turns of small stuff. Seizings, the cords with which the act of seizing is performed. They vary in size in proportion to the rope on which they are used. Seizling, a young carp. Seizure, the right of naval officers to seize anywhere afloat, is legally established. A ship, therefore, although incapable of cruising, may still make a seizure in port. Selchi, the northern name for the seal, Phoca vitulina. Selenocentric, having relation to the center of the moon. Selenography, the delineation of the moon's surface. Selling out, An officer in the army wishing to retire from the service may do so by disposing of his commission. Sellock, see Sillock. Selvage, the woven edge of canvas formed by web and woof. See Book of Courtesy, 14th century. Quote, the overnap shall double be laid, to the utter side the selvage braid. End quote. Selvagee, a strong and pliant hank or untwisted skein of rope yarn marled together and used as a strap to fasten round a shroud or stay, or slings to which to hook a tackle to hoist in any heavy articles. Semaphore, an expeditious mode of communication by signal. It consists of upright posts and movable arms, now chiefly used for railway signals, electric telegraphs being found better for great distances. Semibole, an old term for a pipe or a half-ton of wine. Semi-axis major, see mean distance. Semicircle, a figure comprehended between the diameter of a circle and half the circumference. Semi-diameter, the angle subtended by half the diameter of a heavenly body. In the cases of the sun and moon, it is much used in navigation. Semi-diurnal arc, half the arc described by a heavenly body between its rising and setting. Semi-islet, an old term for bridge islet, which see. To send, to rise after pitching heavily and suddenly between two waves, or out of the trough of the sea. Sending or sending, the act of being thrown about violently when adrift. Seniority, the difference of rank or standing in priority according to dates of commissions, or if on the same day, the order in which they stand on the official printed lists. Senior officer, the commanding officer for the time being. Sennet, a flat cordage formed by plaiting 5 or 7 rope yarns together. Straw plaited in the same way for hats is called plat sennet. It is made by sailors in India from the leaf of the palm, for that well-known straw hat adorned with flowing ribbons, which formerly distinguished the man-of-war's man. Sensible horizon, see horizon. Sentinel or sentry, a soldier, marine, or seaman placed upon any post to watch and enforce any specific order with which he may be entrusted. Sentry go, the order to the new sentry to proceed to the relief of the previous one. Sequin, a Turkish and Venetian gold coin of the current value of 6 shillings 11 pence. Serang, a boatswain of Lascars. Seraskier, a Turkish general. Sergeant, the senior non-commissioned rank in the Army and Marines. Sergeant Major, the senior sergeant in a regiment or first non-commissioned officer, usually a zealous and thorough soldier. Seron, a commercial package of Spanish America made of green bullock's hide with the hair on. Serpentarius, see Ophiuchus. Serpentin, an ancient 24-pounder gun, the dolphins of which represented serpents. It was 13 feet long and weighed 4,360 pounds. Serpentine powder, an old term for a peculiar granulated gunpowder. Serrated, notched like the edge of a saw. To serve, to supply the gun with powder and shot, also to handle it through all the changes of station. To serve the vent, to stop it with the thumb. Service, the profession, as a general term, expresses every kind of duty which a naval or military man can be called upon to perform, also implying any bold exploit. To see service is a common expression which implies actual contest with the enemy. Service of served rope is the spun yarn wound round a rope by means of serving board or mallet. Serviceable, both as respects men and stores, capable of or fit for duty. Serving board, a flattened piece of hard wood with a handle for passing service on the smaller ropes. Serving mallet, the mallet grooved on the underside, with which spun yarn or other small stuff is wrapped tightly round a rope. Serving out slops, distributing clothing, etc., also a cant term to denote punishment at the gangway. Set, the direction in which a current flows, or of the wind, see direction. To set is to observe the bearings of any distant object by the compass. See bearing. Also applied to the direction of the tide, as the tide setting to the south, is opposed to a swelling sea setting to the northwest. Also, when applied to sails, implies the loosing and spreading them so as to force the ship through the water on weighing. When in chase or other emergency, the term is sometimes used as synonymous with make sail. Set bolts. Used in drifting out bolts from their position, also employed for forcing the planks and other works, bringing them close to one another, as Blake's bringing to bolts, with wood screws, eyes, and rings. Set flying. Sails that do not remain aloft when taken in, but are hauled on deck or stowed in the tops, as sky sails, studding sails, etc. Set in. Said when the sea breeze or weather appears to be steady. Set on. The order to set the engine going on board a steamer. Set, a kind of shipwright's power, composed of 2 ring bolts and a rein staff, with cleats and lashings. Also the particular spot in a river or frith where stationary nets are fixed. Settee, a single-decked Mediterranean vessel with a long and sharp prow, without topmasts and carrying lateen sails. They were mostly used as transports to galleys. To set the chase. To mark well the position of the vessel chased by bearing, so that by standing away from her on one tack, she may be cut off on the other. Setting. The operation of moving a boat or raft by means of poles, also arranging the sights of a gun or pointing it. Setting pole. A pole, generally pointed with iron, forced into the mud, by which boats and barges are moored in shallow water. Setting the watch. The military night guard or watch at the evening gunfire. Naval watches are not interfered with by time. Setting up. Raising a ship from her blocks, shores, etc., by wedges driven between the heels of the shore and the dock foundation. Settle. Now termed the stern sheets, derived from the Anglo-Saxon settle, a seat. To settle, to lower, also to sink, as the dock has settled. We settled the land. See laying. Settle the main topsail halyards, that is, ease them off a little, so as to lower the yard, as on shaking out a reef. Settling, sinking in the water. Set up. Soldiers, mariners, and small arm men, well drilled and instructed to be upright and soldier-like in their carriage, are well set up. To set up rigging. To take in the slack of the shrouds, stays, and backstays, to bring the same strain as before, and thus secure the masts. Severalty. The denomination under which disagreements respecting accounts amongst the part owners of a ship are referred, either to equity courts or the common law. Severe. Effectual, as a severe turn in belaying a rope. Sew or sew, pronounced sue. See sewed. Sewant, a North Country name for the place. Seaward or seaward, an early name for the custos maris, or he who guards the sea-coast. Sued, a ship resting upon the ground where the water has fallen, so as to afford no hope of floating until lightened, or the return tide floats her, is said to be sewed by as much as the difference between the surface of the water and the ship's floating mark. If not left quite dry, she sews to such a point. If the water leaves her a couple of feet, she is sewed 2 feet. Sewin, a white kind of salmon taken on the coast of Wales. Sometimes this word is used for the dish called sowens. Sexagesimal divisions. The circumference of the circle is divided into 360 degrees, each degree into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. The Americans afterwards used 60/3, but European astronomers preferred decimals. Sextant, a mathematical instrument for taking altitudes of and measuring the angular distances between the heavenly bodies. It is constructed on a principle similar to Hadley's quadrant, but the arc contains a 1/6 part of a circle and measures angles up to 120 degrees. Shackle, from the Anglo-Saxon schegel, a span with 2 eyes and a bolt, attached to open links in a chain cable at every 15 fathoms. They are fitted with a movable bolt, so that the chain can there be separated or coupled as circumstances require. Also an iron loop-hooked bolt moving on a pin used for fastening the lower deck port bars. Shackle breeching. 2 shackles are turned into the breeching, by which it is instantly disconnected from the port ring bolts. Also the lug of the cascable is cut open to admit of the bight of the breeching falling into it, thus obviating the loss of time by unreeving. Shackle crow. A bar of iron slightly bent at one end, like the common crow, but with a shackle instead of a claw at the bent end. It is used for drawing bolts or deck nails. See also span shackle. Shackle net, the northern term for flue net. Shackles, semicircular clumps of iron sliding upon a round bar, in which the legs of prisoners are occasionally confined to the deck. Manacles when applied to the wrists. See bilboes. Shad, the Clupea alosa, a well-known fish of very disputed culinary merit, owing perhaps to its own dietetic habits. Shades, colored glasses for quadrants, sextants, and circles. See dark glasses or screens. Shaft of a mine, the narrow perpendicular pit by which the gallery is entered and from which the branches of the mine diverge. Shag, a small species of cormorant, Phalacrocorax graculus. Shag bush, an old term for a harquebus or handgun. To shake, to cast off fastenings, as to shake out a reef, to let out a reef and enlarge the sail, to shake off a bonnet of a fore and aft sail, to shake a cask, to take it to pieces and pack up the parts, then termed shakes, thus the term expressing little value, no great shakes. To shake in the wind, to bring a vessel's head so near the wind when close hauled as to shiver the sails. Shakes, a name given by shipwrights to the cracks or rents in any piece of timber, occasioned by the sun or weather, the same as rends or shans, which see. Shaking a cloth in the wind, in galley parlance, expresses the being slightly intoxicated. Shakings, refuse of cordage, canvas, etc., used for making oakum, paper, and so on. Shallop, chaloupe, or sloop, a small, light fishing vessel with only a small mainmast and foremast for lug sails. They are commonly good sailors, and are therefore often used as tenders to men of war. Also a large heavy undecked boat with one mast, fore and aft mainsail, and jib foresail. The gunboats on the French coasts were frequently termed chaloupes, and carried one heavy gun with a crew of 40 men. Also a small boat rowed by 1 or 2 men. Shallows, a continuation of shoal water. Shallow-waisted, flush-decked vessels are thus termed, in contradistinction to the deep-waisted. Shan, a defect in spars, most commonly from bad collared knots, an injurious compression of fibers in timber, the turning out of the cortical layers when the plank has been sawed obliquely to the central axis of the tree. Shank, an arrangement of deep-water fishing lines, also a handle or shaft, also the bar or shaft of an anchor, constituting its main piece, at one end of which the stock is fixed, and at the other the arms. Shank painter, the stopper which confines the shank of the anchor to the ship's side, and prevents the flukes from flying off the billboard. Where the billboard is not used, it bears the weight of the fluke end of the anchor. Shanty, a small hut on or near a beach. Shape, the lines and form of a vessel, to shape a course, to assign the route to be steered in order to prosecute a voyage. Share and share alike, the golden rule of all messes at sea. Shark, a name applied to many species of large cartilaginous fish of the family Squalidae. Their ferocity and voracity are proverbial, also applied to crimps, sharpers, and low attorneys. Sharp, prompt and attentive, be sharp, make haste, look sharp, lose no time, also an old term for a sword. Sharp bottom, synonymous with a sharp floor, used in contradistinction to a flat floor. The epithet denotes vessels intended for quick sailing. Sharp lookout before, the hail for the forecastle lookout men to be extremely vigilant. Sharp up, trimmed as near as possible to the wind, with the yards braced up nearly fore and aft. Shave, a close run, a narrow escape from a collision. End of section 4. Read by Czandra near Montreal, 2023. Section 5 of the Sailor's Word Book S to Z by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SHE to SHI. Sheaf, a bundle of arrows, as formerly supplied to our royal ships. Shiel, a northern term for a fisherman's hut, whence several of them together become shiels or shields. Sheer, an iron spear of 3 or more points for catching eels. Sheer hooks, a kind of sickle formerly applied to the yard arms for cutting the rigging of a vessel running on board. Shears, see shears. Sheer water, a sea fowl, Puffinus anglorum. Sheathing, thin boards formerly placed between the ship's body and the sheets of copper to protect the planks from the pernicious effects of the worm. Tar and hair or brown paper dipped in tar and oil is laid between the sheathing and the bottom. In 1613 a junk of 800 or 1,000 tons was seen in Japan, all sheeted with iron, and yet it was not attempted in Europe till more than 100 years afterwards, but by 1783 ships of every class were coppered. Sheathing nails. These are used to fasten wood sheathing and prevent the filling nails from tearing it too much. Those used for copper sheathing are of mixed metal, cast in molds about 1 inch and 1/4 long. The heads are flat on the upper side and countersunk below, with the upper side polished to prevent the adhesion of weeds. Sheave. The wheel on which the rope works in a block. It is generally formed of lignum vitae, sometimes of brass, and frequently of both, the interior part, or that which sustains the friction against the pin, being of brass, let into the exterior, which is of lignum vitae, and is then termed a sheave with a brass coke, bouche or bush. The name also applies to a cylindrical wheel, made of hard wood, movable round a stout pin as its axis. It is let through the side and chest trees for leading the tacks and sheets. Also the number of tiers in coiling cables and hawsers. Sheave hole, a channel cut in masts, yards, or timber in which to fix a sheave and answering the place of a block. It is also the groove cut in a block for the ropes to reeve through. Shebeen, a low public house, yet a sort of sailor trap. Shed, a penthouse or cover for the ship's artificers to work under. Shed, an archaic term for the slope of a hill. Shudders, female salmon, sea fowl fish. Shadale, a channel of water. Sheen net, a large drag net. Sheepshank, a hitch or bend made on a rope to shorten it temporarily, and particularly used on runners to prevent the tackle from coming block and block. It consists in making 2 long bights in a rope, which shall overlay one another, then taking a half hitch over the end of each bight with the standing part, which is next to it. Sheer, the longitudinal curve of a ship's decks or sides, the hanging of the vessel's side in a fore and aft direction. Also a fishing spear in use on the south coast, see sheer. Also the position in which a ship is sometimes kept when at single anchor, in order to keep her clear of it, evidently from the erse. Shib, to drift. To break sheer, to deviate from that position and thereby risk fouling the anchor. Thus a vessel riding with short scope of cable breaks her sheer, and bringing the force of the whole length of the ship at right angles, tears the anchor out of the ground and drifts into deep water. Sheer batten, a batten stretched horizontally along the shrouds and seized firmly above each of their dead-eyes, serving to prevent the dead-eyes from turning at that part. This is also termed a stretcher. Sheer draft. In shipbuilding, a section supposed to be cut by a plane passing through the middle line of the keel, the stem, and the sternpost. It is also called the plan of elevation, and it exhibits the outboard works, as the whales, sheer rails, ports, drifts, height of waterline, etc. Sheared, built with a curved sheer, see moon-sheared. Sheer hulk, an old ship fitted with shears, etc., and used for taking out and putting in the masts of other vessels. Shearing, the act of deviating from the line of the course, so as to form a crooked and irregular path through the water. This may be occasioned by the ship's being difficult to steer, but more frequently arises from the negligence or incapacity of the helmsman. For shearing or shearing in polar seas, see lapping. Shear lashing. Middle the rope and pass a good turn round both legs at the cross. Then take one end up and the other down, around and over the cross till half of the lashing is thus expended. Then ride both ends back again on their own parts and knot them in the middle. Frap the first and riding turns together on each side with sennet. Sheer mast. The peculiar rig of the rafts on the Guayaquil River, also of the piratical prahus of the eastern seas, and which might be imitated in some of our small craft with advantage, having a pair of shears instead of a single mast, within which the fore and aft mainsail works or is hoisted or slung. Sheer mould, synonymous with ram line, which see. To sheer off, to move to a greater distance, or to steer so as to keep clear of a vessel or other object. Sheer plan, the draught of the side of a proposed ship showing the depth, length, rake, water lines, etc. Sheer rail, the wrought rail generally placed well with the sheer or top timber line, the narrow ornamental moulding along the top side, parallel to the sheer. Shears, two or more spars, raised at angles, lashed together near their upper ends and supported by guys, used for raising or taking in heavy weights. Also to hoist in or get out the lower masts of a ship. They are either placed on the side of a quay or wharf, on board of an old ship cut down, see sheer hulk, or erected in the vessel wherein the mast is to be planted or displaced, the lower ends of the props resting on the opposite sides of the deck and the upper parts being fastened together across, from which a tackle depends. This sort of shears is secured by stages extending to the stem and stern of the vessel. Sheer sail, a drift sail. To sheer to the anchor, to direct the ship's bows by the helm to the place where the anchor lies, while the cable is being hove in. To sheer up alongside, to approach a ship or other object in an oblique direction. Sheer whales, strakes of thick stuff in the top sides of three-decked ships between the middle and upper deck ports, synonymous with middle whales. Sheet, a rope or chain fastened to one or both the lower corners of a sail to extend and retain the clew down to its place. When a ship sails with a side wind, the lower corners of the main and foresails are fastened by a tack and a sheet, the former being to windward and the latter to leeward. The tack is, however, only disused with a stern wind, whereas the sail is never spread without the assistance of one or both of the sheets. The staysails and studding sails have only one tack and one sheet each. The staysail tacks are fastened forward and the sheets drawn aft, but the studding sail tacks draw to the extremity of the boom, while the sheet is employed to extend the inner corner. Sheet anchor, one of 4 bower anchors supplied, 2 at the bows and 1 at either chest tree abaft the fore rigging. One is termed the sheet, the other the spare anchor, usually got ready in a gale to let go on the parting of a bower. To a sheet anchor a stout hempen cable is generally bent, as lightening the strain at the bow and being more elastic. Sheet bend, a sort of double hitch, made by passing the end of one rope through the bight of another, round both parts of the other and under its own part. Sheet cable, a hempen cable used when riding in deep water, where the weight of a chain cable would oppress a ship. Sheet copper, copper rolled out into sheets for the sheathing of ships' bottoms, etc. Sheet fish, the Silurus glanis, a large fish found in many European rivers and lakes. Sheet home, the order, after the sails are loosed, to extend the sheets to the outer extremities of the yards till the clew is close to the sheet block, also when driving anything home, as a blow, etc. Sheet in the wind, half intoxicated, as the sail trembles and is unsteady, so is a drunken man. Sheldrake, the Anas tadorna, a large species of wild duck. Shelf, a dangerous beach bounded by a ledge of flat rocks awash. In icy regions, see tongue. Shelf pieces, strakes of plank running internally in a line with the decks for the purpose of receiving the ends of the beams. They are also called stringers. Shelkie, a name for the seal in the Shetland Isles. Shell. In artillery, a hollow iron shot containing explosive materials, whether spherical, elongated, eccentric, etc., and destined to burst at the required instant by the action of its fuse, which see. Common shells are filled with powder only, those fired from mortars being spherical and having a thickness of about 1/6 of their diameter. See also segment shell and shrapnel shell. Also the hard calcareous external covering of the mollusca, crustacea, and echinoderms. Shellfish, a general term applied to aquatic animals having a hard external covering or shell, as whelks, oysters, lobsters, etc. These are not, however, properly speaking, fish. Shelling, the act of bombarding a fort, town, or position. Shell of a block, the outer frame or case wherein the sheave or wheel is contained and traverses about its axis. Shell room, an important compartment in ships of war, fitted up with strong shelves to receive the shells when charged. Shell, shrapnel. See shrapnel shell. Shelves, a general name given to any dangerous shallows, sandbanks, or rocks lying immediately under the surface of the water. Shelving, a term expressive of step-like rocks lying in nearly horizontal strata or inclining very gradually as a shelving bottom or a shelving land. Applied to the shore, it means that it ascends from the sea and passes under it at an extremely low angle, so that vessels of draught cannot approach. Sheer, an archaic sea term for running aground. Cheval, an entertainment, thought by some to be derived from the gaiety of the chevaux, or horse guards, more probably from chez vous. Shibah, a small Indian vessel. Shield ship, a vessel fitted with one or more massive iron shields, each protecting a heavy gun or guns. The name was applied to an improvement on the cupola ship, before the latter was perfected into the turret ship. Shield tower, or turret, a revolving armoured cover for guns. To sheave, to have headway, to row the wrong way in order to assist the steersman in a narrow channel. Shift, in shipbuilding, when one butt of a piece of timber or plank overlaunches the butt of another, without either being reduced in length for the purpose of strength and stability. To shift, thought to be from the Anglo-Saxon skiften, to divide, to change or alter the position of, as to shift a sail, topmast or spar, to shift the helm, etc., also to change one's clothes. To shift a berth, to move from one anchorage to another. Shifted, the state of a ship's ballast or cargo when it is taken from one side to the other, either by the violence of her rolling or by her too great inclination to one side under a great press of sail. This accident, however, rarely happens unless the cargo is stowed in bulk, as corn, salt, etc. Shifter, a person formerly appointed to assist the ship's cook in washing, steeping, and shifting the salt provisions, so called from having to change the water in the steep tub. Shifting a tackle, the act of removing the blocks of a tackle to a greater distance from each other in order to extend their purchase. This operation is otherwise called fleeting, which see. Shifting backstays, also preventer, those which can be changed from one side of a ship to the other as the occasion demands. Shifting ballast, pigs of iron, bags of sand, etc., used for ballast and capable of being moved to trim the vessel, also a term applied to messengers, soldiers, and livestock. Shifting boards, one or more wooden bulkheads in a vessel's hold, put up fore and aft and firmly supported, for preventing a cargo which is stowed in bulk from shifting. Shifting center, see meta-center. Shifting sand, a bank of which the sand being incoherent is subject to removal or being driven about by the violence of the sea or the power of undercurrents. Very accurate experiments have proved that the sands at the mouths of rivers are differently acted on during every hour of tide or wind together. Hence sands shift and even stop up or render some channels unsafe. Shifting the messenger, changing its position on the capstan from right to left or vice versa. Shifting winds, variable breezes, mostly light. Shift of wind, implies that it varies or has changed in its direction. Shift the helm, the order for an alteration of its position by moving it towards the opposite side of the ship, that is, from port to starboard or vice versa. Shamal, a severe gale of wind from the northwest in the Gulf of Persia and its vicinity. It is accompanied by a cloudless sky, thus differing from the shudgi. Shindy, a kind of dance among seamen, but also a row, apparently modernized from the old Erse. Shien, clamour. Shine, to take the shine out of, to excel another vessel in manoeuvre, to surpass in any way. Shiner, the familiar name for a lighthouse, also a name for the dace, which see. Also money, Jack's shiners in my sack. Shingle, coarse gravel or stones rounded by the action of water. It is used as ballast. Shingles, thin slips of wood used principally in America in lieu of slate or tiles in roofing. In very old times a planked vessel was termed a shingled or clapboarded ship. Shingle tramper, a coast guard man. To shin up, to climb up a rope or spar without the aid of any kind of steps. Ship, from the Anglo-Saxon skip, any craft intended for the purposes of navigation, but in a nautical sense it is a general term for all large, square-rigged vessels carrying 3 masts and a bowsprit, the masts being composed of a lower mast, topmast, and topgallant mast, each of these being provided with tops and yards. Flagship, the ship in which the admiral hoists his flag, whatever the rank of the commander be. All the lieutenants take rank before their class in other ships. Line of battle ship, carrying upwards of 74 guns. Ship of war, one which, being duly commissioned under a commissioned officer by the Admiralty, wears a pendant. The authority of a gunboat, no superior being present, is equal to that of an admiral. Receiving ship, the port, guard, or admiral's flagship, stationed at any place to receive volunteers, and bear them pro tempore in readiness to join any ship of war which may want hands. Storeship, a vessel employed to carry stores, artillery, and provisions for the use of a fleet, fortress, or garrison. Troop ship, one appointed to carry troops, formerly called a transport. Hospital ship, a vessel fitted up to attend a fleet and receive the sick and wounded. Scuttles are cut in the sides for ventilation. The sick are under the charge of an experienced surgeon, aided by a staff of assistant surgeons, a proportional number of assistants, cook, baker, and nurses. Merchant ship, a vessel employed in commerce to carry commodities of various sorts from one port to another. See merchantman. Private ship of war. See privateers and letters of marque, slaver or slave ship, a vessel employed in carrying negro slaves. To ship, to embark men or merchandise. It also implies to fix anything in its place, as ship the oars, that is, place them in their rowlocks. Ship capstan bars. Also, to enter on board, or engage to join a ship. To ship a sea, a wave breaking over all in a gale. Hence the old saying, sometimes we ship a sea, sometimes we see a ship. To ship a swab, colloquialism for mounting an epaulette or receiving a commission. Ship boy, boys apprenticed to learn their sea duties, but generally appointed as servants. Ship breaker, a person who purchases old vessels to break them to pieces for sale. Ship broker, one who manages business matters between ship owners and merchants in procuring cargoes, etc. for vessels. Ship builder, synonymous with naval constructor. Shipbuilding or naval architecture, the art of constructing a ship so as to answer a particular purpose either for war or commerce. It is now expanding into a science. Ship chandler, a tradesman who supplies ships with their miscellaneous marine stores. See material men. Ship contractor, the charterer or freighter of a vessel. Ship craft, nearly the same as the Anglo-Saxon skipkraft, an early word for navigation. Ship cut down, one which has had a deck cut off from her, thereby a 3-decker is converted into a 2-decker, and 2-decker becomes a frigate. They are then termed rasée. Ship guns, those cast expressly for sea service. Shipkeeper, an officer not much given to going on shore, Also the man who has charge of a ship whilst she is without any part of her crew. Ship language. The shibboleth of nautic diction, as tolsail, forecastle, foretopsail, forecastle, and the like. Ship last, see last. Ship launch, see launch. Ship load, the estimated lading or cargo of a vessel. Ship log, see logbook. Ship lord, a once recognized term for the owner of a ship. Shipman, Anglo-Saxon, skipman, the master of a barge, who in the days of Chaucer had but little Latin in his maw, and who, though of nice conscience, took he no keep, was certainly a good fellow. Shipman's card, a chart. Thus Shakespeare's first witch in Macbeth had winds, quote, and the very ports they blow, all the quarters that they know in the shipman's card, end quote. Shipmaster, the captain, commander, or padrone of a vessel, see master. Shipmate, a term once dearer than brother, but the habit of short cruises is weakening it. Shipment, the act of shipping goods or any other thing on board a ship or vessel. Ship money, an imposition charged throughout this realm in the time of Charles I, but which was declared illegal. Ship owner, a person who has a right of property in a ship. The interest of part owners is quite distinct, so that one cannot dispose of the share of the other or effect any insurance for him without special authority. Shipper, he who embarks goods, also mentioned in some of our statutes as the master of a ship. See skipper. Shipping affairs, all business of a maritime bearing. Shipping goods, receiving and stowing them on board. Shipping green seas, when heavy seas tumble over the gunwale either to windward or leeward, sometimes resulting from bad steerage and seamanship or overpressing the vessel. Shipping manifest, see manifest. Shipping masters, persons officially appointed and licensed to attend to the entering and discharging of merchant seamen. Ship propeller, see screw propeller. Ship raised upon, one of which the upper works have been heightened by additional timbers. About the year 1816, several creditable corvettes of 600 tons were constructed. After 3 had been tried, the mistaken order was issued to make them into frigates. Hence the term donkey and jackass frigates, Athol and Nieman to wit. Ship's books, the roll of the crew, containing every particular in relation to entry, former ships, etc. Ship shape, in colloquial phrase, implies in a seaman-like manner, as that mast is not rigged ship shape, put her about ship shape, etc. See Bristol fashion. Ship's husband, the agent or broker who manages her accounts with regard to work performed, repairs, etc., under refit or loading. Ship's sloop. Commanders were appointed to 24-gun sloops, but when the same sloops were commanded by captains, they were rated ships. Ship's lungs. Dr. Hall's name for the bellows with which he forced the foul air out of ships. Ship's papers. Documents descriptive of a vessel, her owners, cargo, destination, and other particulars necessary for the instant's court. Also those documents required for a neutral ship to prove her such. Ship's registry and certificate. An official record of a ship's size, the bills of lading, ownership, etc. Ship's steward. The person who manages the victualling or mess departments. In the Navy, paymaster's steward. Ship's star, the Anglo-Saxon skipstjara, an early name for the pole star, once of the utmost importance in navigation. Ship timber, contraband in time of war. Shipwreck, the destruction of a vessel by her beating against the rocks, the shore, etc., too often including loss of life. In early times, the seizure of goods, and even the murder of the mariners, was apt to be the consequence. Shipwright, a builder of ships. The art of bending planks by fire is attributed to Pyrrhon, the Lydian, who made boats of several configurations. Shipyard, synonymous with dockyard. Shiver, synonymous with sheave. Shivering, to trim a ship's yards so that the wind strikes on the edges or leeches of the sails, making them flutter in the wind. The same effect may be intentionally produced by means of the helm. End of section 5. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 6 of the Sailor's Wordbook, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SHO to SHU. Shoal, a danger formed by sunken rocks on which the sea does not break, but generally applied to every place where the water is shallow, whatever be the ground. See flat shoal, shoal, or schoal. Also denotes a great quantity of fishes swimming in company, squamose cohortes. Also, a vessel is said to shoalen or shoal her water when she comes from a greater into a less depth. Shoaled harbour, that which is secured from the violence of the sea by banks, bars, or shoals to seaward. Shod or showed. An anchor is said to be shod when in breaking it from its bed a quantity of clayey or oozy soil adheres to the fluke and shank. Shoe, the iron arming to a handspike, polar pile, etc. Shoe of the anchor, a flat block of hard wood, convex on the back and having a hole sufficiently large to contain the bill of the anchor fluke on the foreside, used to prevent the anchor from tearing the planks on the ship's bow when fishing it, for which purpose the shoe slides up and down along the bow. Where vessels ease the anchor down to a cockbill, it is also sometimes used. To shoe or clamp an anchor, to cover the palms with broad triangular pieces of thick plank, secured by iron hoops and nails. Its use is to give the anchor a greater resisting surface when the mud is very soft, also for transporting on shore. Shoe of the forefoot, see forefoot, gripe, horse. Shoe piece, a board placed under the heel of a spar or other weighty mass to save the deck, in some cases intended to slip with it. Shoals, see sole. To shoot, to move suddenly as the ballast shoots on one side. Also, a ship shoots ahead in stays. Also, to push off in a boat from the shore into a current, to descend a rapid. The term is well used thus amongst the powerful rivers of North America, of which perhaps the finest example is given by the St. Lawrence at Lachine. They are reported to rush in springtime at the rate of 40 miles an hour. Thus the shooting Old London Bridge was the cause of many deaths, and gave occasion to the admirable description of the loves of the triangles, anti-Jacobin, when all were agreed, quote, "Shoot we the bridge," the venturous boatmen cry. "Shoot we the bridge," the exulting fair reply. End quote. Shoot finger. This was a term in use with the Anglo-Saxons from its necessity in archery, and is now called the trigger finger from its equal importance in modern firearms. The mutilation of this member was always a most punishable offence, for which the laws of King Alfred inflicted a penalty of 15 shillings, which at that time probably was a sum beyond the bowman's means. Shooting gloves. These were furnished to the navy when crossbows, longbows, and slurbows were used. Shooting of nets. The running out of nets in the water as seines, drift nets, herring nets, etc., but it does not apply to trawls. Chutes or shuts. A large pipe or channel to lead away water, dirt, ballast, shot, etc., is called a chute. The overfalls of a river where the stream is narrowed by its banks, whether naturally or artificially, especially the arches of a bridge, constitute a chute. To shoot the compass. To shoot wide of the mark. To shoot the sun. To take its meridional altitude, literally aiming at the reflected sun through the telescope of the instrument. Have you obtained a shot? Is applied to altitudes of the meridian, as for time, lunar distances, etc. Shore, a prop fixed under a ship's sides or bottom to support her when laid aground or on the stocks. Shores are also termed legs when used by a cutter or yacht to keep the vessel upright when the water leaves her. See legs. Also the general name for the littoral of any country against which the waves impinge, while the word coast is applied to that part of the land which only lies contiguous to the sea. Bold shore, a coast which is steep to, permitting the near approach of shipping without danger. It is used in contradistinction to a shelving shore. Shore anchor, that which lies between the shore and the ship when moored. Shore boats, small boats or wherries plying for hire at seaports. Shore cleats, heavy cleats bolted onto the sides of vessels to support the shore head and sustain the ship upright. Shore fast, a hawser carried out to secure a vessel to a quay, mole, or anchor buried on shore. Shore reef, the same as fringing reef. Short, short stay, short apeak. Heave short means to heave in the cable till it is nearly up and down, and would hold the vessel securely until she'd set all common sail, and would not drag or upset the anchor. If, however, the wind be free and the making sail unimportant, short would probably be short apeak, or up and down, the last move of weighing, awaiting perhaps a signal or permission to part. Short allowance. When the provisions will not last the period expected, they may be reduced in part as 2/3, half allowance, etc., and thus short allowance money becomes due, which is the nominal value of the provisions stopped and paid in compensation. Short boards. Frequent tacking, where there is not room for long boards or from some other cause as weather or tide, it is required to work to windward on short tacks in a narrow space. To shorten. Said of a ship's sails when requisite to reduce those that are set, and shorten in when alluding to the anchor by heaving in cable. Short-handed. A deficient complement of men, or short-handed by many being on the sick list. Short-linked chain. A cable without studs, and therefore with shorter links than those of stud chains, such as are slings and chains generally used in rigging, bobstays, anchor work, etc. Cables only have studs. Short sea. A confused cross sea, where the waves assume a jerking, rippling action, and set home to the bows or sides, especially tiresome to boats, hampering the oars, and tumbling inboard. Also a race. Short service. Chafing gear, put on a hemp cable for a short range. Short sheets, belonging to shifting sails, such as studding sails, etc. Short tacks, see short boards. Short time, or sand glass. 1 of 14 seconds, used in heaving the log when the ship is going fast. Shot. All sorts of missiles to be discharged from firearms, those for great guns being mainly of iron, for small arms of lead. When used without prefix, the term generally means the solid shot only, as fired for a heavy blow, or for penetration. Also a synonym of scot, a reckoning at an inn, and has immemorially been thus understood. Ben Jonson's rules are, quote, "As the fund of our pleasure, let each pay his shot." End quote. Also a lot, or quantity. Also the particular spot where fishermen take a draught with their nets, and also the draught of fishes made by a net. Also the sternmost division of a fishing boat. Also arrows, darts, or anything that was shot. Also a kind of trout. Also a foot soldier who carried a firelock. To be shot of signifies to get rid of, turned out. To shot the guns. In active service the guns were generally loaded, but not shotted, as from corrosion it was found difficult to draw the shot, and the working and concussion not unfrequently started it, and consequently if the gun was fired before driving it home it was in danger of bursting. Shot locker. A compartment built up in the hold to contain the shot. Shot net. A mackerel net. Shot plugs. Tapered cones to stop any sized shot hole. Shot racks. Wooden frames fixed at convenient distances to contain shot. There are also, of recent introduction, iron rods so fitted as to confine the shot. Shotten herring. A gutted herring dried for keeping. Metaphorically, a term of contempt for a lean, lazy fellow. Shoulder of a bastion. The part of it adjacent to the junction of a face with a flank. The angle of the shoulder is that formed by these two lines. Shoulder arms. The military word of command to carry the musket vertically at the side of the body and resting against the hollow of the shoulder on the left side with the long rifle, on the right with the short. Shoulder of mutton sail. A kind of triangular sail of peculiar form, used mostly in boats. It is very handy and safe, particularly as a mizzen. It is the Bermuda or Mugian rig. Shoulder the anchor. When a seaman forgets his craft, and gives his ship too little cable to ride by, she may be thrown across tide, lift or shoulder her anchor and drift off. Shout. A light, nearly flat-bottomed boat used in our eastern fens for shooting wild duck. See gunning boat. Shoutmen, the old name for the lightermen of the Thames. Shovel. a copper implement for removing a cartridge from a gun without injuring it, formerly used and as late as 1816 by the Turks to convey the powder into the chamber without using cartridges, also used to withdraw shot where windage was large. See ladle. Shovel or shoveler. Spatula clypeata, a species of duck with a broad bill, formerly written skevelert, also applied to a hoverer or smuggler. Shove off, the order to the bowman to put the boat's head off with his boat hook. Show a leg, an exclamation from the boatswain's mate or master-at-arms for people to show that they are awake on being called. Often, show a leg and turn out. Shrab, a vile, drugged drink prepared for seamen who frequent the filthy purlieus of Calcutta. See Doasta. Shrapnel shell, invented by General Shrapnel to produce at a long range the effect of common case, whence they have also been called spherical case. They have a thickness of only 1/10 of their diameter, so that on the action of the fuse they are opened by a very small bursting charge, and allow the bullets with which they are filled to proceed with much the same direction and velocity that the shell had at the moment of explosion. They require, however, extremely nice management. Shrimp, the small crustacean, Crangan vulgaris, well known as an article of food. Shroud knot, see knot. Shroud laid, the combination in the larger cordage, also known as hawser laid. Shroud rope, a finer quality of hawser laid rope than is commonly used for other purposes. It is also termed purchase rope, but 4-stranded rope is frequently used for standing rigging. All the strands are finer, of better hemp and past the gauge. Thus the patent shroud-laid rope, made from clean Petersburg hemp, was found to break at a strain between 6 3/4 and 7 1/4 hundredweight per inch of girth in inches squared. Thus a patent rope of 5 inches would require 175 hundredweight. Common rope, 25 threads in each strand, broke with 5 hundredweight per inch, and fell off at 130 threads to 4 hundredweight per inch. Thus, a common 10-inch cable weighed per 100 fathoms, 19 hundredweight, 21 pounds. A superior 10-inch cable weighed per 100 fathoms, 21 hundredweight, and 3 pounds. Shrouds. The lower and upper standing rigging. They are always divided into pairs or couples, that is to say, one piece of rope is doubled, and the parts fastened together at a small distance from the middle, so as to leave a sort of noose or collar to fix upon the masthead. The ends have each a dead-eye turned in, by which they are set up by lanyards to the channel. See chains and dead-eye. Bentink shrouds. Strong ropes fixed on the futtock staves of the lower rigging and extending to the opposite channels, where they are set up by means of dead-eyes and lanyards, or gun-tackle runner purchases in the same manner as the other shrouds. Their use is to support the masts when the ship rolls. Bowsprit shrouds are now generally made of chain. They support the bowsprit in the same way that other shrouds support the masts. Bumpkin or boomkin shrouds, strong chains fixed as stays to the bumpkin ends, to support the strain exerted by the foretacks upon them. Futtock or foothook shrouds. Portions of rigging, now sometimes chain, communicating with the futtock plates above the top, and the cat-harpings below, and forming ladders whereby the sailors climb over the top brim. Top-gallant shrouds extend to the cross trees, where, passing through holes in the ends, they continue over the futtock staves of the topmast rigging, and descending almost to the top, are set up by lanyards passing through thimbles instead of dead-eyes. Topmast shrouds extend from the topmast head to the edges of the tops, and are set up to the futtock dead-eyes. Shroud stopper. A stout rope stopper made fast above and below a part of the shroud which has been damaged by an enemy's shot, or otherwise. Shroud trucks. Small pieces of wood with holes in them, but no sheaves. They are seized on the standing rigging as fair leaders for the running rigging. See bullseye. Shunt. A term recently introduced among engineers and gunners, but traceable back to the year 931, a Zunta stone being placed on a spot where the road deviated. Shurgi, a prevailing southeast wind in the Gulf of Persia. It is usually preceded by a heavy dew, which is quite the reverse with the shimal. To shut in. Set of landmarks or points of land when one is brought to transit and overlap the other or intercept the view of it. Shutting on. Joining the arms of an anchor to its shank. Also, welding one piece of iron to another to lengthen it. End of section 6, read by Czandra near Montreal, 2023. Section 7 of A Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SI to SK. Sick bay, a portion of the forepart of the main deck, reserved for the accommodation of the sick and wounded. Any other place set apart for invalids is called the sick berth. Sick berth attendant, see loblolly boy. Sick book, an account of such officers and men as are on the sick list on board, or are sent to an hospital, hospital ship, or sick quarters. Sick flag, the yellow quarantine flag hoisted to prevent communication, whence the term of the yellow flag and yellow admirals. There are two others, one with a black ball, the other with a square in the center, denoting plague or actual diseases. Sick mess, the table for those on the doctor's list. When seamen are thus placed, their provisions are turned over to the surgeon, who accounts for their repurchase by government, if not consumed, and the proceeds are applied to purchase comforts beyond those allowed by the service. Sick ticket, a document given to an officer, seaman, or marine when sent to an hospital, certified by the signing officer and the surgeon, stating the entry, rank, rating, etc., together with other particulars. Side, all that part of a ship which extends from stem to stern in length, and from the upper edge of the gunwale above to the lower edge of the mainwhale, below which the bottom commences. Side boys or side men, those appointed to attend the gangways when boats come alongside, and offer the man ropes to the officer ascending. Side counter timber, the stern timber which partakes of the shape of the topside and heels upon the end of the wing transom. Side keelsons, a name for sister keelsons, first used in mortar vessels to support the bomb beds. Later they have crept in to support the engines in steamers and furnish a free flow beneath their flooring for the water as well as for ventilation. Side ladder or accommodation ladder, a complete staircase structure used in harbor by most large ships. Side lever, a lever on each side of the cylinder of a marine steam engine, resembling the beam of the ordinary land engine. See lever. To side out for a bend, the old well-known term to draw the bight of a hempen cable towards the opposite side, in order to make room for the bight being twined to coil it in the tier. The most expert and powerful seamen were selected for this duty, now rare. Side pieces, parts of a made mast. Sidereal astronomy, that branch of the science which relates to the fixed stars. Sidereal day, the interval between the departure and return of a star to the meridian, in other words, its two successive transits. Sidereal period, see revolution. Sidereal time, the time shown by a clock regulated by the fixed stars, and compensated to accelerate upon mean time by the daily amount of 3 minutes, 56.56 seconds. Side rods, rods hanging from each of the crossheads, one on each side of the cylinder of a steam engine, and connected to the pins of the side levers below. Their duty is to cause a simultaneous movement. Side scale, a simple graduation, adopted by Sir Philip Broke in the Shannon for the quick elevation or depression of the guns. Side steps, pieces of wood bolted to the side of a ship for the convenience of ascending. In smaller vessels they have a ladder made of rope with wooden thwarts, which hooks to the gangway. Siding or sided, the dimensions or size of timber, the contrary way to which the mold side is placed, one side sided smooth to work from or to fit. Siding dimension, the breadth of any piece of timber. Siege, a continued endeavor by systematic military means, such as batteries, trenches, mines, etc., to overpower the defenses of a place and take possession of it. Siege artillery, the ordnance, guns, mortars, howitzers, etc., used for overpowering the fire and destroying the defences of a fortified place, their weight and power, limited mainly by the kind of transport at hand, seldom exceed those of the light 100-pounder rifled gun, and are mostly above those of guns of position, such as the old 18-pounder or the 40-pounder rifle. Siege train, properly the whole of the material with its transport required for carrying on a siege, but more frequently used for the necessary siege artillery, together with its ammunition, carriages, machines, and appliances of all kinds. Siesta, the hour of the afternoon in hot climates, when Spaniards, Italians, etc., retire to repose during the heat of the day. Sighting the land, running in to catch a view. Sights, the fixed marks on firearms by which their direction is regulated in aiming, generally 2 small fittings of brass or iron, that near the breech having a notched head, and that towards the muzzle a pointed one. See dispart. Astronomical sights, observations taken to determine the time or latitude, as well as for chronometer rates. To sight the anchor, to heave it up in sight in order to prove that it is clear when, from the ship having gone over it, there is suspicion that it may be fouled by the slack cable. Sight vanes, see vanes. To signalize, to distinguish oneself, a word also degraded to the meaning of communicating intelligence by means of signals or telegraph. Signal man, the yeoman of the signals, a first-class petty officer in the navy. Signal of distress. When a ship is in imminent danger, she hoists her national flag upside down, and if she is armed, fires minute guns, also lets fly top-gallant sheets, etc., indeed does anything to attract observation. Signal officer. In a repeating frigate, a signal midshipman. In a flagship, a flag lieutenant. Signals. Codes of signals have been used for centuries and changed frequently. Their use is too well known to need explanation. They are conveyed by flags, semaphores, balls, guns, lights, rockets, bells, horns, whistles, etc., and half a century since were carried on with incredible ability. It may be also observed that signal officers of those days became frequently the elite of the navy, signal officer being then a proud term of distinction. Fog signals, certain operations which emit sound. Night signals, either lanterns disposed in certain figures, flashes or false figures, etc. Signifier, the zodiac. Signing officers, the captain, senior lieutenant, master and purser, now paymaster, but where the document relates to the stores in charge of any stated officer, that officer is to sign it instead of the purser. Signs of the zodiac. The emblems of the 12 divisions into which the ancients divided the zodiac. Sill, a northern term for the young of a herring. Sillock, the podling or young of the coalfish, affording food and oil on the Scottish coasts. They're greyish and are taken when somewhat less than a herring. Sill of a dock, the timber at the base against which the gates shut, and the depth of water which will float a vessel in or out of it, is measured from it to the surface. Sillon, an old word for envelope, in fortification, formerly a counterguard. Sills, the upper and lower parts of the framing of the ports, the bottom pieces of any ports, docks, scuttles, or hatches. Silt, sediment, ooze in a harbour or at a lock gate. Silt grounds, deep water banks off Jamaica where silt snappers are fished for. To silt up, to be choked with mud or sand so as to obstruct vessels. Silver Caidoa, a statute term for wood under 20 years' growth. Silver ore, one of the badges of the civil court afloat, conferring the power to arrest for debt if not less than £20. Silver thaw, the term for ice falling in large flakes from the sails and rigging, consequent on a frost followed suddenly by a thaw. Simoom, the Arabian name for the sirocco, which see. The simoom, sirocco, samil, and khamsin seem to be modifications of the same wind from the desert. Simulation, the vice of counterfeiting illness or defect for the purpose of being invalided. Sign, A right sign in geometry is a right line drawn from one end of an arc perpendicularly upon the radius from the center to the other end of the arc, or it is half the chord of twice the arc. Sinnet, an old Chaucerian term for zenith. Singing, the chaunt by which the leadsman in the chains proclaims his soundings at each cast. Quote, "To heave the lead the seaman sprung, and to the pilot cheerly sung, by the deep, 9. End quote. To single, to unreeve the running part of topsail sheets, etc., to let them run freely, or for harbor duty. Single action engine. See atmospheric steam engine. Single anchor. A ship unmoored, having hove up one bower, rides by the other. To sing small. To make a bullying boaster sing small by lowering his arrogance. Cynical quadrant. See quadrant. Sinnet. See senate. Sir, once a scholastic title applied to priests and curates, now to knights. Aye, aye, sir, is a well-known answer from seamen, denoting acuteness combined with good humor and obedience. Sirius, the principal star, Alpha, of the constellation Canis Major, and the brightest in the heavens, the dog star. Sirocco, an oppressively hot, parching wind from the deserts of Africa, which in the southern part of Italy and Sicily comes from the southeast. It sometimes commences faintly about the summer solstice. Cicerara, or surcerara, a tremendous blow or a violent rebuke. Sisu, an Indian timber much used in the construction of country ships. Cister or cistern block, a turned cylindrical block having two sheave holes, one above the other. It fits in between the first pair of topmast shrouds on each side, and is secured by seizings below the cat harpings. The topsail lift reeves through the lower and the reef tackle pendant through the upper. Sister keelsons, square timbers extending along the floors by the main keelson, leaving sufficient space on each side for the limbers. See side keelsons. Sistroid angle, one like a sistrum, the Egyptian musical instrument. Sitch, a little current of water, generally dry in summer. 6/4, reduced allowance, 4 rations allotted to 6 men. 6-water grog, given as a punishment for neglect or drunkenness instead of the usual 4-water, which is 1 part rum and 4 parts water, lime juice and sugar. To size, to range soldiers, marines, and small-arm men, so that the tallest may be on the flanks of a party. Size fish, a whale, of which the whalebone blades are 6 feet or upwards in length. The harpooner gets a bonus for striking a size fish. Sizes, a corruption for 6/4, which see. Scarcala, an old machine for catching fish. Scart, a name of the cormorant in the Hebrides. Skate, a well-known cartilaginous fish of the ray family, Rhayabatis. Skate lurker, a cant word for a begging impostor dressed as a sailor. To skedaddle, to stray willfully from a watering or a working party, an archaism retained by the Americans. Skedan, the Manx or Erse term for herrings. Skeel, a cylindrical wooden bucket, a large water kid. Skier or scar, a place where cockles are gathered, see scar. Skeet, a long scoop used to wet the sides of the ship to prevent their splitting by the heat of the sun. It is also employed in small vessels for wetting the sails, to render them more efficacious in light breezes. This in large ships is done by the fire engine. Ski tack, a northern name for the cuttlefish. Skeg, a small and slender part of the keel of a ship, cut slanting, and left a little without the stern post, not much used now, owing to its catching hawsers and occasioning dead water. The after part of the keel itself is also called the skeg. Skeg shores, stout pieces of plank put up endways under the skeg of the ship, to steady the after part when in the act of being launched. Skeldrake, an old term for a small passage boat in the north. Skeleton of a regiment, its principal officers and staff. Skelly, the Leuciscus cephalus, or chub. In the northern lakes it is often called the freshwater herring. To skelp, to slap with the open hand, an old word said to have been imported from Iceland. Quote, I cannot tell her. Some got a scalp and some got a claw. End quote. Skein or skein, a crooked sword formerly used by the Irish. Skinny, a northern term to express an insulated rock. Scare or skerry, a flat insulated rock, but not subject to the overflowing of the sea. Thus we have the skerries in Wales, the Channel Islands, etc. Skew, a wry oblique, as a skew bridge, skew angle, etc. Also in Cornwall, drizzling rain. Also a rude-fashioned boat. Skewer pieces. When the salt meat is cut up on board ship by the petty officers, the captain and lieutenants are permitted to select whole pieces of 8 or 16 pounds, for which they're charged 2 or 4 pounds extra. The meat being then divided into messes, the remnants are cut into small pieces termed skewer pieces, and being free from bone are charged ad lib to those who take them. Skit beams, raised stanchions in men of war over the main deck, parallel to the quarter-deck and forecastle beams, for stowing the boats and booms upon. Skiddycock, a west country term for the water rail. Skider, a north term for the skate. Skids, massive fenders. They consist of long compassing pieces of timber formed to answer the vertical curve of a ship's side in order to preserve it when weighty bodies are hoisted in or lowered against it. They are mostly used in whalers. Boats are fitted with permanent fenders to prevent chafing and fretting. Also beams resting on blocks on which small craft are built. Also pieces of plank put under a vessel's bottom for launching her off when she's been hauled up or driven ashore. Skiff, a familiar term for any small boat, but in particular one resembling a yawl, which is usually employed for passing rivers. Also a sailing vessel with fore and aft mainsail, jib foresail, and jib, differing from a sloop in setting the jib on a stay, which is eased in by travellers. They have no topmast, and the mainsail hauls out to the taffrail and traverses on a traveller iron horse like a cutter's foresail. Skillet, a small pitchpot or boiler with feet. Skilly, poor broth, served to prisoners in hulks, oatmeal and water in which meat has been boiled. Hence skilly-gully, or burgoo, the drink made with oatmeal and sugar, and served to seamen in lieu of cocoa as late as 1814. Skin. This term is frequently used for the inside planking of a vessel, the outside being the case. Skin of a sail. The outside part when a sail is furled. To furl in a clean skin is the habit of a good seaman. To skin up a sail in the bunt. To make that part of the canvas which covers the sail next to the mast when furled smooth and neat by turning the sail well up on the yard. Skipjack, a dandified trifling officer, an upstart, also the merry thought of a fowl, also a small fish of the bonito kind which frequently jumps out of the water, a name also applied to small porpoises. Skippage, an archaism for tackle or ship furniture. Skipper, the master of a merchant vessel, also a man-of-war's man's constant appellation for his own captain. Also the Gandanok, or sorry pike, Essox saurus. Skirling, a fish taken on the Welsh coasts and supposed to be the fry of salmon. Skirmish, an engagement of a light and irregular character, generally for the purpose of gaining information or time, or of clearing the way for more serious operations. Skirts, the extreme edges of a plain, forest, shoal, etc. Skis Thursday, the Lady Day in Lent of the Society of Shipwrights at Newcastle, instituted in 1630. Skit, an aspersive innuendo, or for fun. Skyver, a dirk to stab with. Scudra, a Shetland name for the ling. School, the cry along the coast when the herrings appear first for the season, a corruption of school. Scourie, a northern term for a full-grown coalfish. Scotifer, Anglo-Saxon, Scot, an arrow or dart. Formerly an archer. Scoother, a northern name for the stinging jellyfish. Scoots, guillemots or auks, so called in our northern islands from their wary habits. Scow, a flat-bottomed boat of the northern German rivers. Scrayfish, fish dried in the sun without being salted. Squaw, a kind of seagull. Skunkhead, an American coast name for the pied duck. Scurry, the shag, Phallocorcorax graculus, applied to frightened seals, etc. Skygazer, the ugly hair-lipped Uranoscopus, whose eyes are on the crown of its head. The Italians call him pesce prete, or priestfish, also a sail of very light duck, over which unnameable sails have been set, which defy classification. Skylarking, in olden times, meant mounting to the mastheads and sliding down the royal stays or backstays for amusement, but of late the term has denoted frolicsome mischief, which is not confined to boys, unless 70 includes them. Skying is an old word for shying or throwing. Skylight, a framework in the deck to admit light vertically into the cabin and gun room. Skysail, a small light sail above the royal. Skysail mast, the pole or upper portion of a royal mast, when long enough to serve for setting a skysail. Otherwise, a skysail mast is a separate spar, as sliding gunter, which see. Skyscraper, a triangular sail set above the skysail. If square, it would be a moonsail, and if set above that, a stargazer, etc. End of section 7. Read by Czandra near Montreal, 2023. Section 8 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. SL to SM. Slab, the outer cut of a tree when sawn up into planks. Alburnum. Slab lines, small ropes passing up abaft a ship's mainsail or foresail, led through blocks attached to the trestle trees, and thence transmitted, each in 2 branches, to the foot of the sail where they are fastened. They are used to truss up the slack sail after it has been disarmed by the leech and buntlines. Slack, the part of a rope or sail that hangs loose. To slack is to decrease in tension or velocity, as slack the lanyard of our mainstay, or the tide slackens. Slack helm, if the ship is too much by the stern, she will carry her helm too much alee. Slack in stays, slow in going about, also applied to a lazy man. Slack off or slacken, the order to ease away the rope or tackle by which anything is held fast, as slack up the hawser. Slack water, the interval between the flux and reflux of the tide, as between the last of the ebb and first of the flood, or vice versa, during which the water remains apparently quiescent. Slade, the Anglo-Saxon slade, a valley or open tract of country. Slake, an accumulation of mud or ooze in the bed of a river. Slant of wind, an air of which advantage may be taken. Slant tack, that which is most favorable to the course when working to windward. Slaver, a vessel employed in the odious slave trade. Sled, the rough kind of sleigh in North America used for carrying produce, too heavy for amusement. Slee, a sort of cradle placed under a ship's bottom in Holland for drawing her up for repairs. Sleech, a word on our southern coasts for mud or sea sand used in agriculture. Sleep, a sail sleeps when, steadily filled with wind, it bellies to the breeze. Sleepers, timbers lying fore and aft in the bottom of the ship, now generally applied to the knees which connect the transoms to the after timbers on the ship's quarter. They are particularly used in Greenland ships to strengthen the bows and stern frame, to enable them to resist the shocks of the ice. Also any wooden beams used as supports. Also ground tier casks. Sleeve, the word formerly used to denote the narrows of a channel, and particularly applied to the Strait of Dover, still called La Manche by the French. When Napoleon was threatening to invade England, he was represented trying to get into a coat, but one of the sleeves utterly baffled him, whence the point, il ne peut pas passer la Manche. Sleeve fish, a name for the calamari, Loligo vulgaris, an animal allied to the cuttlefish. Slice, A bar of iron with a flat, sharp, spear-shaped end used in stripping off sheathing, sealing, and the like. The whaler's slice is a slender chisel about 4 inches wide, used to cut into and flinch the fish. Slices, tapering wedges of plank used to drive under the false keel and between the bilgeways, preparatory to launching a vessel. Slick, smooth. This is usually called an Americanism, but it is a very old sea term. In the Book for Boys and Girls, 1686, it is aptly illustrated, quote, "The mole's a creature very smooth and slick. She digs i' the dirt, but 'twill not on her stick." End quote. Slide valve casing. A casing on one side of the cylinder of an engine which covers the nozzles or steam ports and confines the slide valves. Slide valve rod. A rod connecting the slide valves of an engine, to both of which it is joined. It passes through the casing cover, the opening of which is kept steam tight. Slide valves. The adaptations used in marine engine to change the admission of the steam into, and its education from, the cylinder by the upper and lower steam ports alternately. Sliding bulks or sliding planks. Those timbers fitted under the bottom of a ship to descend with her upon the bilgeways when launched. Sliding bilge blocks. Those logs made to slide under the bilge of a ship in order to support her. Sliding gunters. Masts fitted for getting up and down with facility abaft the mast, generally used for kites, as royals, skysails, and the like. Sliding keel. A contrivance to prevent vessels from being driven to leeward by a side wind. It is composed of planks of various breadths, erected vertically so as to slide up and down through the keel. To sling. To pass the top chains round the yards when going into action. Also, to set any large article in ropes so as to put a tackle on and hoist or lower it. When the clews are attached to a cot or hammock, it is said to be slung. Also, water kegs, buoys, etc. are slung. Sling dogs. In timber lifting, a dog is an iron implement with a fang at one end and an eye at the other, in which a rope may be made fast for hauling anything along. 2 of these fastened together by a shackle through the eyes are called sling dogs. See dog. Also an ancient piece of ordnance. See sling. Sling hoop. That which suspends the yard from the mast by which it is hoisted and lowered. Slings. A rope fitted to encircle any large article and suspend it while hoisting and lowering. Also leather straps made fast to both ends of a musket, serving for the men to hang them by on their shoulders, that both hands may be free. Boat slings. Strong ropes, furnished with hooks and iron thimbles, whereby to hook the tackles to keel, stem, and stern bolts, in order to hoist the boats in or out of the ship. Buoy slings are special fittings adopted in order that a buoy may securely ride on the wave and mark the position of the anchor, the buoy rope being attached to an eye in the slings. Butt slings are those used in slinging casks. They may be described as a running eye over one end and a similar one made with 2 half hitches over the standing part on the other, all of which jam close home when the strain is brought on the bight. Yard slings. The rope or chain used to support a yard, which does not travel up and down a mast. The slings of a yard also imply that part on which the slings are placed. Slings is also a term on the American coast for drams, or a drink of spirits and water. The custom of slinging prevails there extensively, even where intoxication is despised. Slip. An inclined plane by the waterside on which a ship may be built. There are also slips up which vessels may be drawn for receiving repairs. Also a short memorandum of the proposed insurance of a ship, which is sometimes offered to the underwriters for subscription, previous to the effecting of a policy. Also in steam navigation, the difference between the pitch of the propelling screw and the space through which the screw actually progresses in the water during one revolution. To slip is to let go the cable with a buoy on the end and quit the position from any sudden requirement instead of weighing the anchor. To slip by the board, to slip down by the ship's side. Slip bend. When a man makes a false step and slips down a hatchway or overboard. Slip knot or slippery hitch. One which will not bear any strain, but will either become untied or will traverse along the other part of the rope. Slip rope. A rope passed through anything in such a manner that it will render or may be slipped instantaneously, as in canting, to make sail, etc. Slip shackle. A shackle with a lever bolt for letting go suddenly, yet when ringed is sufficient to secure the ship. Slive or sliver. An old term for a sluice. Also any thin piece of split wood used as a filling. Also a short slop wrapper, formerly called a sliving. Sloop. In general parlance is a vessel similar to a cutter. The bowsprit, however, is not running, and the jib is set on a standing stay with hanks. In North America the sloop proper sets only a mainsail and foresail, the latter jib-shaped on a short standing bowsprit, and has no topmast. The rig is greatly used for yachts there, and is most effective in moderate weather. Sloop in the Royal Navy is a term depending on the rank of the officer in command. Thus the donkey frigate Blossom was one cruise rated a ship, when commanded by a captain, the next a sloop, because only commanded by a commander. Slop book. A register of the slop clothing, soap, and tobacco issued to the men, also of the religious books supplied. Slope of wind. A breeze favouring a long tack near to the required course, and which may be expected to veer to fair. Slop room. The place appointed to keep the slops in for the ship's company, generally well aft and dry. Slops. A name given to ready-made clothes and other furnishings for seamen by Maidman in 1691. In Chaucer's time, slop meant a sort of breeches. In a manuscript account of the wardrobe of Queen Elizabeth is an order to John Fortescue for the delivery of some Naples fustian for slop for Jack Green, our fool. Slop shop. A place where ready-made clothing for seamen is sold, not at all advantageously to Jack. Slot. An archaic term for a castle or fort, also a groove or hole where a pin traverses. Slot hoop. The same as truss hoops. Slow her. In steam navigation, the same as ease her. Slow match. See match. Slow time. In marching means 75 paces to a minute. Sludge. A wet deposit formed by streams. Also a stratum of young ice in rough seas. Also, in polar parlance, comminuted fragments of brash ice. Sludge holes. Adaptations at the ends of the water passages between the flues of a steamer's boilers by which the deposits can be raked out. To slew. To turn anything round or over in situ, especially expressing the movement of a gun, cask, or ship, or when a mast, boom, or spar is turned about in its cap or boom iron. Slewed. When a man staggers under drink, unable to walk steadily. Slew rope. A rope peculiarly applied for turning a spar or other object in a required direction. Slur bow. A species of crossbow, formerly used for discharging fire arrows. Slush. The fat of the boiled meat in the coppers, formerly the perquisite of the ship's cook, also applied to anything like plashy ground, but most commonly to snow in a thaw. Any wet dirt. Slush bucket. A bucket kept in the tops to grease the masts, sheets, etc., to make all run smoothly. Slush ice. The first layer which forms when the surface is freezing. Sly goose. A northern term for the sheldrake. Tadorna vulpanser. Sling. An ancient piece of sea ordnance. There were also die slings. Smack. A vessel, sometimes like a cutter, used for mercantile purposes or for carrying passengers, the largest of which, the Leith smacks, attained the size of 200 tons. Smack smooth. Level with the surface, said of a mast which has gone by the board. Small. The narrow part of the tail of a whale in front of the flukes, also that part of the anchor shank which is immediately under the stock. Small arm men. Those of the crew selected and trained to the use of small arms. When they have effected their boarding, they seldom retain more than their pistol and cutlass. Small arms. The muskets, pistols, cutlasses, tomahawks, and boarding pikes in charge of the gunner on board ship. Small helm. One of the principal results of sound seamanship is the proper trim of the vessel and the sail carried, by which means the action of the rudder is reduced to a minimum, not requiring the tiller to be moved either hard up or hard down. Also used to denote that a turbulent jaw-me-down bully has been brought to his senses by a more vigorous mind. Small sails, top-gallant studding sails, and the kites. Small stuff, the term for spun yarn, marline, and the smallest kinds of rope, even for yarns. Smart, ready, active, and intelligent. Smart money, a pension given to a wounded man according to the extent of the injury and his rank. Thus a lieutenant gets £91 5s for the loss of a leg, and a captain £300. Smart ticket, the certificate from a captain and surgeon by which only the smart money is obtainable. Smashers, anything large or powerful. Also pieces of ordnance of large caliber in form between the gun and the carronade. Also a very general epithet for North Country seamen. Smelt, Anglo-Saxon, smilt, the fry of salmon, samlet, or salmo eperlanus. Smew, the white-headed goosander, Mergus albellus. Smiter, an archaism for a scimitar. In the legend of Captain Jones, 1659, we are told, quote, "His fatal smiter, thrice aloft he shakes, and frowns, the sea and ship and canvas quakes." End quote. Smiting line, a line by which a yarn-stoppered sail is loosed without sending men aloft, if well executed, marks the seaman. Smoke balls, a pyrotechnical preparation thrown to short distances from mortars to choke men out of mines, to conceal movements, etc. They continue to smoke densely from 25 to 30 minutes. Smoke box, a part which crosses the whole front of a marine boiler over the furnace doors, or that part between the end of tubes farthest from the fireplace and bottom of the funnel. Smokes, dense exhalations mixed with the finer particles of sand on the Calabar shores and borders of the Great Sahara Desert, which prevail in autumn. Also the indications of inhabitants when coasting new lands. For its meaning in Arctic voyages, see vapor. Smoke sail, a small sail hoisted against the foremast when a ship rides head to wind, to give the smoke of the galley an opportunity of rising and to prevent its being blown aft onto the quarter-deck. Smooth, a Cornish term applied when the surf abates its fury for a short space, also the lee of a ship or of a rock. Smug boats, contraband traders on the coast of China, opium boats. Smuggling, defrauding the public revenue by importing or exporting goods without paying the customs dues chargeable upon them. Smerlin, a bivalve mollusk, Mia truncata, used as food in the Shetland Islands. End of section 8. Read by Czandra, in Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 9 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SN to SPI. To snaggle. To angle for geese with a hook and line properly baited. Snags, the old word for lopped branches and sharp protuberances, but now chiefly applied to sunken obstructions in the American rivers. Snail creeping, gouging out the surfaces of timbers in crooked channels to promote a circulation of air. Snake pieces, see pointers. Snaking, the passing of small stuff across a seizing with marline hitches at the outer turns, or the winding small ropes spirally round a large one, the former lying in the intervals between the strands of the latter. See worm. The stays and backstays when the Shannon engaged the Chesapeake were snaked with half-inch rope from fathom to fathom to prevent their falling if shot away. Also the finishing touch to neat seizings to prevent the parts from separating when becoming slack by drying. To snape, in ship carpentry, is to hance or bevel the end of anything, so as to fay upon an inclined plane. It is also designated flinch. Snape haunts, an old word for a firelock or musket, a spring lock for firearms. Snaping pole, an old term for a fishing rod. Snapper, a well-known fish of the Mesoprean tribe, highly valued as food in the West Indies and tropics generally. Snapping turtle, a well-known freshwater tortoise of the rivers in the United States, Calidra serpentina. Snares, the cords which pass across the diameter of one hoop at the end of a drum. Snarly yow, a discontented, litigious grumbler, an old guardship authority who knows when to play the courtier. Snarl knot, a northern expression for a knot that cannot be drawn loose. Snatch, any open lead for a rope. If not furnished with a sheave, it is termed a dumb snatch, as on the bows and quarters for hawsers. Snatch block, a single iron-bound block with an opening in one side above the sheave in which the bight of a rope may be laid, instead of reeving the end through, which in some circumstances would be very inconvenient, as when warps are led to the capstan, etc. The same as notch block. To sneer. To make all sneer again is to carry canvas to such an extent as to strain the ropes and spars to the utmost. Sneezer, a stiff gale of wind. Snifting valve, in the marine engine, see tail valve. Sniggling, a peculiar mode of catching eels in small streams and ponds, described by Isaac Walton. Snicker snee, a combat with knives, also a large clasp knife. Snuggo, a cockpit game at cards, called also blind hooky, apparently affording equal chances but easily managed to his own advantage by a knavish adept. Snud, Anglo-Saxon, snod, a short hairline or wire to which hooks are fastened below the lead in angling, or the link of hair uniting the hook and fishing line. Snook, a fish of the family Scombridae, Thersites aton, abundant in Table Bay, whence it is exported when salted to the Mauritius. Snotter, the lower support of the sprit, which see. Snow, a vessel formerly much in use. It differs slightly from a brig. It has two masts similar to the main and foremasts of a ship, and close abaft the mainmast a trysail mast. Snows differ only from brigs in that the boom mainsail is hooped to the main mast in the brig, and traverses on the trysail mast in the snow. Snubbing her, bringing a ship up suddenly with an anchor and short range of cable, yet without jerking, said to be from the Icelandic snubba. Snug, under a proper sail to meet a gale. Snye, a gentle bend in timber curving upwards. When it curves downwards, it is said to hang. So, in order to desist temporarily from hauling upon a rope when it has come to its right position. Soak and send, the order to pass wet swabs along. Somme, the dried air bladder of herrings. Sockets, the holes in which swivel pintles or the capstan or windlass spindles move. Sod bank, a peculiar effect of refraction sometimes seen in calm weather, showing all objects on the water multiplied or magnified, a poor name for a fine phenomenon. Soft lays, a term on our northern coast for the small coves and bays formed by the waves on the more friable parts of cliffs. Soft plank, picking a soft plank in the deck is choosing an easy berth. See planket. Soft tommy or soft tack, loaves of bread served out instead of biscuit. Solan goose, the gannet, Sulabasana, a well-known seafowl frequenting the coasts of many countries in the northern hemisphere in the summer to lay its eggs and then migrating. Solano, an oppressive wind blowing from Africa into the Mediterranean, synonymous with sirocco. Solar day is the interval which elapses between two successive meridian transits of the sun and is the unit of time in common use. Solar spectrum, the coloured image of the sun produced by refraction through a prism. Solar spots, sea maculae. Solar system, the sun, planets, and comets which are assumed to form a system independent of the surrounding fixed stars. Soldier, one that has enlisted to serve his government in peace or war, receiving pay and subject to the Mutiny Act and Articles of War. Soldier crab, a name for the hermit crab, which see. Soldier's wind, one which serves either way, allowing a passage to be made without much nautical ability. Sole, a common flatfish, Solia vulgaris, also the decks of the cabin and forecastle in some ships, respectively called the cabin and forecastle soles, also the lining of the bilgeways, rudder, and the like. Solent Sea, the old name of the narrow strait between Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Sole of a gun port, the lower part of it, more properly called port sill. Sole of the rudder, a piece of timber attached to its lower part to render it nearly level with the false keel. Solerettes, pieces of steel which formed part of the armour for the fleet. Solstices, the epochs when the sun passes through the solstitial points. Solstitial color, a great circle passing through the poles and solstitial points. Solstitial points, the 2 points where the tropics meet the ecliptic in longitude 90 degrees and 270 degrees. Soma, a Japan junk of burden. Song, the call of soundings by the leadsman in the channels. Songs are also used to aid the men in keeping time when pulling on a rope where a fife is not available. They're very common in merchant ships. The whalers have an improvised song when cutting docks in the ice in Arctic seas. Son of a gun, an epithet conveying contempt in a slight degree, and originally applied to boys born afloat, when women were permitted to accompany their husbands to sea. One admiral declared he literally was thus cradled under the breast of a gun carriage. Sops, a northern term for small detached clouds hanging about the sides of a mountain. Sort, that's your sort, means approval of a deed. Sortie, see Sally. Sough, an old northern term for the distant surging of the sea, a hollow murmur or howling, or the moaning of the wind before a gale. Sound, Anglo-Saxon, sund, an arm of the sea over the whole extent of which soundings may be obtained, as on the coasts of Norway and America, also any deep bay formed and connected by reefs and sandbanks. On the shores of Scotland it means a narrow channel or strait, also the air bladder of the cod, and generally the swimming bladder or soundes of any fishes, also a cuttlefish. Sound, velocity of, may be freely assumed at nearly 1142 feet in a second of time, when not affected by the temperature or wind, subject to corrections when great accuracy is required. Sound dues, a toll formerly levied by the Danes on all merchant vessels passing the sound or strait between the North Sea and the Baltic. Sounding, the operation of ascertaining the depth of the sea and the quality of the ground by means of a lead and line sunk from a ship to the bottom, where some of the ooze or sand adheres to the tallow in the hollow base of the lead. Also the vertical diving of a whale when struck. It is supposed to strike the bottom and will take 3 or 4 coils of whale line equal to 2,000 feet. Sounding lead, sea lead. Sounding line. This line with the plummet is mentioned by Lucilius, and was the sundgirt of the Anglo-Saxons. Sounding rod, a slight rod of iron marked with feet and inches, which being let down by a line in a groove of the side of the pump, indicates what water there is in the well, and consequently whether the ship requires pumping out or not. Soundings. To be in soundings implies being so near the land that a deep sea lead will reach the bottom, which is seldom practicable in the ocean. As soundings may, however, be obtained at enormous depths and at great distances from the land, the term is limited in common parlance to parts not far from the shore, and where the depth is about 80 or 100 fathoms. Also a name given to the specimen of the ground brought up adhering to the tallow stuck upon the base of the deep-sea lead, and distinguishing the nature of the bottom as sand, shells, ooze, etc. Soundless. Places assumed formerly to be bottomless, but thousands of fathoms are now measured. Our elders little thought of a submarine telegraph across the Atlantic Ocean. Source. The spring or origin of a stream or river, or at least one of the tributaries of supply. Sours. An old word for a rise or rapid ascent. Sauce. A method of pickling fish by immersing them in vinegar after being boiled. See marl. Soused garnet, best expressed by Falstaff's, quote, "If I be not ashamed of my soldiers, I am a soused garnet." End quote. Southern Cross, the popular name of a group of stars near the South Pole, which are somewhat in the figure of a cross. Southern Lights, see Aurora Australis. Southing, in navigation, implies the distance made good towards the south, the opposite of northing. Southing of the moon, the time at which the moon passes the meridian of any particular place. Popularly, the term is used to denote the meridian transit of any heavenly body south of the observer. South Sea, see Pacific Ocean. Southwester, a useful waterproof hat for bad weather. South wind, a mild wind in the British seas with frequent fogs. It generally brings rain or damp weather. Sow, the receptacle into which the molten iron is poured in a gun foundry. The liquid iron poured from it is termed pig, whence the term pig ballast. Spade. In open speaking, to call a spade is to give a man his real character. The phrase is old and still in use. Spado or spadroon, a cut and thrust sword from the Spanish. Spake net, a peculiar net for catching crabs. Spalding knife, a knife used for splitting fish in Newfoundland. Spaldings, a North Country name for whitings and other small fish, split and dried. Spales, in naval architecture, internal strengthening by cross artificial beams. See cross spales. Span, a rope with both ends made fast, so that a purchase may be hooked to its bight. Also a small line or cord, the middle of which is usually attached to a stay, whence the two ends branch outwards to the right and left, having either a block or thimble attached to their extremities. It is used to confine some ropes which pass through the corresponding blocks or thimbles as a fair leader. Span blocks, blocks seized into each bight of a strap, long enough to go across a cap, and allow the blocks to hang clear on each side, as main lifts, topmast studding sail, halyards, blocks, etc. To span in the rigging. To draw the upper parts of the shrouds together by tackles in order to seize on the cat-harping legs. The rigging is also spanned in when it has been found to stretch considerably on first putting to sea, but cannot be set up until it moderates. Spanish burn, a specious method of hiding defects in timber by chopping it in pieces. Spanish burton, the single is rove with 3 single blocks, or 2 single blocks and a hook in the bight of one of the running parts. The double Spanish burton is furnished with 1 double and 2 single blocks. Spanish disturbance, an epithet given to the sudden armament on the Nootka Sound affair in 1797, an epoch from which many of our seamen dated their service in the late wars. Spanish mackerel, an old Cornish name for the tunny, or a scomber larger than the horse mackerel. Spanish reef, the yards lowered on the cap, also a knot tied in the head of the jib. Spanish windlass, a wooden roller or heaver having a rope wound about it, through the bight of which an iron bolt is inserted as a lever for heaving it round. This is a handy tool for turning in rigging, heaving in seizings, etc. Spanker, a fore and aft sail, setting with the boom and gaff, frequently called the driver, which see. It is the aftermost sail of a ship or bark. Spanker eel, a northern term for the lamprey. Spanking, going along with the fresh breeze when the spanker tells, as the aft well-boomed outsail. The word is also used to denote strength, spruceness, and size, as a spanking breeze, a spanking frigate, etc. Spanner, an instrument by which the wheel lock, guns, and pistols were wound up, also used to screw up the nuts of the plumber boxes. Also an important balance in forming the radius of parallel motion in a steam engine, since it reconciles the curved sweep which the side levers describe with the perpendicular movement of the piston rod, by means of which they are driven. Spanning a harpoon. Fixing the line which connects the harpoon and its staff. The harpoon iron is a socketed tool, tapering 3 feet to the barb heads. On that iron socket a becket is worked. The staff fits in loosely. The harpoon line reeves upwards from the socket through this becket, and through another on the staff, so that on striking the whale, the staff leaps out of the socket and does not interfere with the iron, which otherwise might be wrenched out. Span of rigging. The length of shrouds from the dead-eyes on one side over the masthead to the dead-eyes on the other side of the ship. Span shackle. A large bolt running through the forecastle and spar deck beams, and forelocked before each beam, with a large triangular shackle at the head, formerly used for the purpose of receiving the end of the davit. Also a bolt similarly driven through the deck beam for securing the booms, boats, anchors, etc. Spar. The general term for any mast, yard, boom, gaff, etc. In shipbuilding, the name is applied to small furs used in making staging. Spar deck. This term is loosely applied, though properly it signifies a temporary deck laid in any part of a vessel, and the beams whereon it rests obtain the name of skid beams in the Navy. It also means the quarter-deck, gangways, and forecastle of a deep-waisted vessel, and rather strangely is applied to the upper entire deck of a double-banked vessel without an open waist. Spare. An epithet applied to any part of a ship's equipage that lies in reserve, to supply the place of such as may be lost or rendered incapable of service. Hence we say spare tiller, spare topmasts, etc. Spare anchor. An additional anchor, the size of a bower. Spare sails. An obvious term. They should be pointed before stowing them away in the sailing room. Sparling. A name on the Lancashire coasts for the smelt, Os Meros e Perlanas. Sparth. An Anglo-Saxon term for a halbert or battle axe. Spat. The spawn or ova of the oyster. To speak a vessel. To pass within hail of her for that purpose. Specific gravity. The comparative weights of equal bulks of different bodies, water being generally represented as unity. Spec blocks. See flens. Spec falls or purchase. Ropes rove through 2 large purchase blocks at the masthead of a whaler and made fast to the blubber guy for hoisting the blubber from a whale. Spectioneer. The chief harpooner in a Greenland ship. He also directs the cutting operations in clearing the whale of its blubber and bones. Spectrum. The variously colored image into which a ray of light is divided on being passed through a prism. Speed indicator. A modification of Massey's log. Spell. The period wherein one or more sailors are employed in particular duties demanding continuous exertion. Such are the spells to the hand lead in sounding, to working the pumps, to look out on the masthead, etc., and to steer the ship, which last is generally called the trick at the wheel. Spellion, Anglo-Saxon, to supply another's room. Thus spell ho is the call for relief. Spencer. The fore and main trysails, fore and aft sails set with gaffs, introduced instead of main topmast and mizzen staysails. Spent. From expend, said of a mast broken by accident, in contradistinction to one shot away. Spent shot. A shot that has lost its penetrative velocity, yet capable of inflicting grave injury as long as it travels. Sperm whale, otherwise known as the cachalot, Physeter macrocephalus, a large cetacean belonging to the division of delphinoid or toothed whales. It is found in nearly all tropical and temperate seas, and is much hunted for the valuable sperm oil and spermaceti which it yields. When full grown, it may attain the length of 60 feet, of which the head occupies nearly 1/3. Speronara, a Mediterranean boat of stouter build than the Scampavia, yet rowed with speed, in use in the south of Italy and Malta. Sphera nautica, an old navigation instrument. In 1576 Martin Frobisher was supplied with a brass one at the cost of £4, 6 shillings 8 pence. Sphere, the figure formed by the rotation of a circle, a term singularly but very often misapplied in parlance for orbit. Spherical case shot, see shrapnel shell. Spherical triangle, that contained under 3 arcs of great circles of a sphere. Spheroid, the figure formed by the rotation of an ellipse, differing little from a circle. Spica, or Alpha Virginis, the Lucida of Virgo, a standard nautical star. Spider, an iron outrigger to keep a block clear of the ship's side. Spider hoop, the hoop round a mast to secure the shackles to which the futtock shrouds are attached. Also an iron encircling hoop fitted with belaying pins round the mast. Spider lines, a most ingenious substitution of a spider's long threads for wires in micrometer scales intended for delicate astronomical observations. Spike nails, see deck nails. Spike plank, speak plank. In polar voyages, a platform projecting across the vessel before the mizzenmast to enable the ice master to cross over and see ahead, and so pilot her clear of the ice. It corresponds with the bridge in steamers. Spike tackle and cant falls, the ropes and blocks used in whalers to sling their prey to the side of the ship. Spike tub, a vessel in which the fat of bears, seals, and minor quarry is set aside till a making off gives an opportunity for adding it to the blubber in the hold. Spiking a gun, driving a large nail or iron spike into the vent, which will render the cannon unserviceable until removed. See cloy. Spile, a stake or piece of wood formed like the frustrum of a cone, a vent peg in a cask of liquor. Small wooden pins which are driven into nail holes to prevent leaking. Spilings, in carpentry and shipbuilding, the dimensions taken from a straight line, a mold's edge or rule staff, to any given snai or curve of a plank's edge. To spill, whether for safety or facility, it is advisable to shiver the wind out of a sail before furling or reefing it. This is done either by collecting the sail together or by bracing it by, so that the wind may strike its leech and shiver it. A very effeminate captain was accustomed to order, quote, "Shiver the mizzen tows'l, and let the fore topmast staysail lie dormant in the brails." End quote. Spilling lines, ropes contrived to keep the sails from blowing away when they are clewed up, being rove before the sails like the buntlines, so as to disarm the gale, in contradistinction to clew lines, etc., which cause the sails to belly full. To spin a twist or a yarn. To tell a long story, much prized in a dreary watch, if not tedious. Spindle, the vertical iron pin upon which the capstan moves. See capstan. Also a piece of timber forming the diameter of a made mast. Also the long pin on which anything revolves. A windlass turns on horizontal spindles at each extremity. Spingard, a kind of small cannon. Spire vapour, a name suggested to Captain Parry for certain little vertical streams of vapour rising from the sea or open water in the Arctic regions, resembling the barber in North America, which see. Spirit room, a place or compartment abaft the afterhold to contain the ship's company's spirits. Spear kitting, that strake of planks which is wrought, anchor stock fashion, between the waterway and the lower sill of the gun ports within side of a ship of war. Spear kitting is also used to denote the strake of ceiling between the upper deck and the plank shear of a merchantman, otherwise known as quick work. Spit, a bank or small sandy projection with shallow water on it, generally running out from a point of land. Also, meteorologically, very slight rain. Spitfire jib, in cutters, a small storm jib of very heavy canvas. Spithead nightingales, boatswains and boatswains' mates, when winding their calls, especially when piping to dinner. End of section 9, read by Czandra in Parsboro, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 10 of The Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. SPL to SQ. Splawboards, planks fixed at an obtuse angle to reflect light into a magazine. Splice, the joining of two ropes together, familiarly two persons joined in wedlock, to splice, to join the two untwisted ends of a rope together. There are several methods of making a splice according to the services for which it is intended, as the long rolling splice is chiefly used in lead lines, log lines, and fishing lines, where the short splice would be liable to separation, as being frequently loosened by the water. The long splice occupies a great extent of rope, but by the three joinings being fixed at a distance from each other, the increase of bulk is divided. Hence it resembles a continuous lay, and is adapted to run through the sheave-hole of a block, etc., for which use it is generally intended. The short splice is used upon cables, slings, block strops, and in general all ropes which are not intended to run through blocks. Spliced eye forms a sort of eye or circle at the end of a rope, and is used for splicing in thimbles, bull's-eyes, etc., and generally on the end of lashing block strops. See eye splice. Splice the main brace. In nautical parlance, to serve out an extra allowance of grog in bad weather, or after severe exertion. Splicing fid, a tapered wooden pin for opening the strands when splicing large ropes. It is sometimes driven by a large wooden mallet called a commander. Splinter netting, a cross-barred net formed of half-inch rope lashed at every rectangular crossing and spread from rigging to rigging between the main and mizzen masts, to prevent wreck from aloft in action from wounding the men at the upper deck guns. They are frequently used at the open hatchways to prevent accidents. Splitter, a man engaged in the Newfoundland fisheries to receive the fish from the header, and with a sharp knife dexterously to lay it open. Splitting out, to remove the blocks on which a vessel rests in a dock, or at launching when the pressure is too great for them to be driven, but by splitting. Splitting the books, the making of a new complete book after payment in which the dead, run, or discharged men are omitted, but the numbers which stood against the men's names in the first list must be continued. Spokes, the handles of the wheel, not the radii. To put a spoke in a man's wheel is to say something of him to his advantage, or otherwise. Spoke shave, the useful instrument, similar to the carpenter's drawing knife, for smoothing rounds or hollows. Spoliation of a ship's papers, an act which by the maritime law of every court in Europe not only excludes further proof, but does per se infer condemnation. Our own code has so far relaxed that this circumstance shall not be damnatory. The suppression of ship's papers, however, is regarded in the Admiralty courts with great suspicion. Sponson, the curve of the timbers and planking towards the outer part of the wing, before and abaft each of the paddle boxes of a steamer. Sponson rim, the same as wing whale, which sea. Spontoon, a light halbert. To spume, an old word frequently found in Dryden, who thus uses it, quote, "When virtue spumes before a prosperous gale, my heaving wishes help to fill the sail." End quote. Spoon drift, a showery sprinkling of the water swept from the tops of the waves in a brisk gale. Driving snow is also sometimes termed spoon drift. Spooning or spooming, driving under a heavy gale such as forces a ship to run before it without any canvas set. Spoonways, in slave ships, stowing the poor wretches so closely locked together that it is difficult to move without treading upon them. Spots on the sun, see maculae. Spout, a term applied to the blowing or breathing of whales and other cetaceans. The expired air, highly charged with moisture from the lungs, has frequently been mistaken for a stream of water. See also water spout. Spouter, a whaling term for a South Sea whale. Sprat weather, the dark days of November and December, so called from that being the most favourable season for catching sprats. To spread a fleet, to keep more open order. Spread eagle, a person seized in the rigging, generally a passenger, thus made to pay his entrance forfeit. Spree, uproarious jollity, sport and merriment. Spring, a crack running obliquely through any part of a mast or yard which renders it unsafe to carry the usual sail thereon, and the spar is then said to be sprung. Also a hawser laid out to some fixed object to slew a vessel proceeding to sea. See warp. To spring, to split or break. To spring a butt. To start the end of a plank on the outside of a ship's bottom. See butt. To spring a leak is when a vessel is suddenly discovered to leak. To spring the luff, easing the helm down to receive a breeze, to bring a vessel's head closer to the wind in sailing. Thus, a vessel coming up sharply to the wind under full way shoots, and may run much to windward of her course until met by a contrary helm. To spring a mine, to fire its charge. Spring beam, in a steamer, a fore and aft beam for connecting the two paddle beams and supporting the outer end of the paddle shaft. Spring forelock, one jagged or split at the point, thereby forming springs to prevent its drawing. Spring searcher, a steel-pronged tool to search for defects in the bore of a gun. Spring stays are rather smaller than the stays and are placed above them, being intended as substitutes should the main one be shot away. Spring tide, the periodical excess of the elevation and depression of the tide, which occurs when both the sun and moon act in the same direction. Sprit, Anglo-Saxon, sproitus, a small boom which crosses the sail of a boat diagonally from the mast to the upper aftmost corner. The lower end of the sprit rests in a sort of becket called the snotter, which encircles the mast at that place. These sails are accordingly called sprit sails. Also, in a sheer hulk, a spur or spar for keeping the shears out to the required distance, so that their head should plumb with the centre of the ship when taking out or putting in masts. Sprit sail, a sail formerly attached to a yard which hung under the bowsprit, and of importance in naval actions of old. Spritsail sheet knot may be crowned and walled or double-walled, and is often used as a stopper knot. Spritsail, topsail, a sail extended above the spritsail by a yard, which hung under the jib boom. Top-gallant spritsail was set upon the flying jib boom in the same manner that the spritsail was set upon the inner jib boom. The spritsail course, topsail, and top-gallant sail were similar in effect to those on the foremast, and in former times, when the bowsprit stood more erect, it was indeed the bowsprit or mast. Spritsail yard, a yard slung across the bowsprit, lashed to the knightheads and used to spread the guys of the jib and flying jib boom. To this yard the spritsail was formerly bent. Spritsail yarding, a cruelty in which some fishermen wreak vengeance on sharks, dogfish, etc., that encroach on their baits and foul their nets. They thrust a piece of wood through the gills of the unconscious offender, and in that condition turn it adrift upon the ocean. Sprocket wheel, that at the upper extremities of the chain pump tubes worked by crank handles. Sprung, damaged in various ways, also the ship slewed round by means of guys. In shipbuilding, it indicates that a plank is strained so as to crack or fly open. Spewing the oakum, when the ship's labouring forces the caulking out of her seams. Spun, the being turned back or rejected on being examined touching qualifications. Sponge, a cylindrical block of wood covered with sheepskin used to clean the interior of a gun after firing and to extinguish any sparks that may remain behind. The rope sponge, fixed on a strong rope instead of a staff, has a rammer head on its opposite end. It is used for service with lower deck guns in bad weather when the ports cannot be opened except at moments for firing. Spunk, a fungus, Polyporus fomentarius, and others, growing on the trunks of trees from which tinder is made. Spun yarn. A small line formed of 2, 3, or more old rope yarns not laid, but twisted together by hand or winch. Spun yarn is used for various purposes, as seizing and serving ropes, weaving mats, etc. Spur. A projecting portion of a cliff. In fortifications, spurs are walls that cross a part of the rampart and join to the town wall. Also, in a sheer hulk, the same as sprit, which see. Spirkets or spirkets. The spaces between the timbers along a ship's side, betwixt the upper and lower futtocks, or betwixt the rungs, fore and aft. Spurling line. The line which formed the communication between the wheel and the telltale. It went round a small barrel abaft the barrel of the wheel, and made the pointer show the position of the tiller. Also a line with thimbles as fare leaders for running rigging, now out of use. Spurn water. A channel left above the ends of a deck to prevent water from coming any further, the waterways. Spurs or spur shores. Large pieces of timber in launching, the lower ends of which are fixed to the bilgeways, and the upper ends fade and bolted to the ship's bottom for additional security. Spurs of the beams. Curved pieces of timber, serving as half-beams to support the decks, where a whole one cannot be placed on account of the hatchways. Spurs of the bitts, the same as standards, which see. Squad, a diminutive of squadron, also a small party of soldiers assembled for drill or inspection. Squadron, a division of a fleet, as van, centre, and rear squadrons. A flying squadron may be commanded by a rear admiral, and consist of any class of vessels. Also a body of cavalry consisting of 2 troops, or from 80 to 150 men. Squadron is the ordinary unit in reckoning the cavalry force of an army. Squall. A sudden gust of wind, frequently occasioned by the interruption and reverberation of the wind from high mountains. These are very frequent in the Mediterranean, particularly in the Levant. A black squall, one attended with a dark cloud and generally heavy rain. A white squall. This furious and dangerous gust occurs in clear weather, without any other warning than the white foam it occasions on the surface of the sea and a very thin haze. When this squall reaches a ship, copious rain attends it. It's very destructive to the flying kite school, and many lives have been sacrificed by it. Square. An instrument formed by a stock and a tongue, fixed at right angles. Also in the army a formation of infantry devised to resist cavalry. See hollow square and rallying square. Also a term peculiarly appropriated to the yards and their sails. Thus when the yards hang at right angles with the mast, they are said to be square by the lifts. When perpendicular to the ship's length, they are square by the braces. But when they lie in a direction perpendicular to the plane of the keel, they are square by the lifts and braces. The yards are said to be very square when they are of extraordinary length, and the same epithet is applied to their sails with respect to their breadth. Also, a figure composed of 4 equal sides and 4 right angles is the square of geometry. Square-butted. The yard arms of small shipping, so made that a sheave hole can be cut through without weakening the yard. Square frames. In marine architecture implies those frames which are square with the line of the keel, having no beveling upon them. Square in the head, very bluff and broad in the forebody. Square knot, the same as reef knot. Square mainsail, see mainsail. Square or squaring marks. Marks placed upon the lifts and braces. Square ribbons. A synonym of horizontal lines or horizontal ribbons. Square rigged. Ships having chiefly square sails, a term used in contradistinction to all vessels which do not use them. It is also applied to vessels with unusually long yards. The term is also familiarly used to denote a person's being full-dressed. Square sail. The flying sail, set on the foreyard of a schooner or the spread yard of a cutter or sloop. Square sail boom. A boom hooked on to an eye bolt in the forepart of the foremast of a fore and aft vessel to boom out the square sail. Square sails. Colloquially applied to the courses, but the term may be used for any 4-cornered sail extended to a yard suspended by the middle. Square sterned. Implies a stern where the wing transom is at right angles with the stern post. See pink and round stern. Square-sterned and British-built, a phrase to express the peculiar excellence of our first-class merchantmen. Square timbers, those timbers which stand square with or perpendicular to the keel. Square topsail sloop, sloops which carry standing yards. Square tuck, the after part of a ship's bottom, when terminated in the same direction up and down as the wing transom. Square yards, the order to attend to the lifts and braces for going before the wind. To square a yard, in working ship, means to bring it in square by the marks on the braces, figuratively, to settle accounts. Squaring the dead eyes, bringing them to a line parallel to the sheer of the ship. Squaring the ratlines, seeing that all are horizontal and ship-shape. Squatter, the flutter of seabirds along the water, also one who settles without a title. The hybrid but expressive Americanism, absquatulate, means to clear off, the reverse of to squat. Squaw, a woman of the North American Indians. Squeegee, an effective swabbing implement having a plate of gutta percha fitted at the end of a broom handle. Squetee, the Yankee name of a labras, very common in the waters of Long Island Sound and adjacent bays, but never found in rivers. Squid, an animal allied to the cuttlefish, belonging to the class Cephalopoda, the calamari or loligo of naturalists. Squilgee or squillegee, a small swab made of untwisted yarns, figuratively, a lazy, mean fellow. Squirm, a wriggling motion like that of an eel, also a twist in a rope. End of section 10, read by Czandra. Section 11 of The Sailor's Workbook, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. STA to STE. Stabber, a pegging awl, the same as pricker. Stability, a quality implying a ship's capacity to bear every motion of the sea. Stack, a precipitous rock rising out of the sea in northern hydrography. Stacken cloud, the same as cumulus, which sea. Stade, the Anglo-Saxon stade, still in use, a station for ships. From stade is derived stayeth, which sea. Staff, a light pole erected in different parts of a ship, whereon to hoist and display the colours, as the ensign's staff reared immediately over the stern, the jack's staff fixed on the bowsprit cap. In military affairs, the staff includes all officials not having direct and specific military command, as the adjutant general, quartermaster general, majors of brigade, aide-de-camp, etc. This term has been unaccountably pilfered by the Admiralty lately from the Army as a prefix to a naval title. Staff Captain, a designation conferred in 1863 upon masters of the fleet. Staff Commanders, a designation conferred in 1863 on masters of 15 years' seniority. Staff Officer, on the General Staff of the Army or of a combined force. See Staff. Stag, a name given to a rock that should be watched for, as off the Lizard, Castlehaven, etc. Stage, planks let over the ship's sides by ropes, whereon the people may stand when repairing, etc. A floating stage is one which does not need the support of ropes. Stage gangway, see brow. Stager, a resident or practised person. See old stager. Staggering under it, a ship's labouring under as much canvas as she can bear. Stagnus, a statute term for pools of standing water. Staith, Anglo-Saxon, stayed, an embankment on the river bank whence to load vessels, also a large wooden wharf with a timber frame of either chutes or drops, according to circumstances. Stakes, a weir, which see for taking fish as black stakes, etc. Stallboat, a peculiar fishing boat mentioned in Statute 27, Elizabeth, Chapter 21. Stalkers, certain fishing nets mentioned in old statutes. Stamarine, the after or helmsman's seat in a Shetland fishing boat. Stamp and go, the order to step out at the capstan, or with hawsers, topsail halyards, etc., generally to the fife or fiddle. Stanch, see staunch. Stanchions, any fixed upright support. Also those posts of wood or iron which, being placed pillar-wise, support the waste trees and guns. Stanchions of the nettings, slender bars of iron or wood, the lower ends of which are fixed in iron sockets at proper distances. To stand, the movement by which a ship advances towards a certain object or departs from it, as the enemy stands in shore. We saw 3 sails standing to the southward. That ship has not a mast standing implies that she's lost all her masts. Standard, formerly in shipbuilding, was an inverted knee, placed upon the deck instead of beneath it, and having its vertical branch pointed upwards from that which lay horizontally. Royal Standard, a flag in which the imperial ensigns of England, Scotland, and Ireland are quartered. It is never hoisted on board a ship unless when visited by the royal family, and then it is displayed at the masthead allotted to the rank, at the main only for the sovereign. Standard deals, those planks of the pine or fir above 7 inches wide and 6 feet long. Under that length they are known as deal ends. Standard knees, see deck standard knees. Stand by, the order to be prepared, to look out to fire when directed. To stand by a rope is to take hold of it. The anchor, prepare to let go. Stand clear of the cable. A precautionary order, when about to let go the anchor, that nothing may obstruct it in running out of the hawse holes. Also a warning when idlers obstruct quarter-deck duty. Standle, in our statutes, is a young store oak tree. Stand from under, a notice given to those below to keep out of the way of anything being lowered down or let fall from above. Standing backstays, the rigging proper, see backstays. Standing beveling, the alteration made obtuse or outside a square in hewing timber, as opposed to acute or under beveling, which is within a square. Standing bowsprit, one that is fixed permanently in its place, not the running in bowsprit of a cutter. Standing jib, the jib as distinguished from the other jibs. Standing lifts, ropes from the mastheads to the ends of the upper yards to keep them square and steady when the sail is not set. Standing orders, special regulations remaining constant for some particular branch of service. Standing part of a hook, that part which is attached to a block, chain, or anything which is to heave the hook up, with a weight hanging to it, the part opposite to the point. Standing part of a sheet, that part which is secured to a ring at the ship's bow, quarter, side, etc. Standing part of a tackle or rope, the part which is made fast to the mast, deck, or block, in contradistinction to that which is pulled upon, and is called the fall or running part. Standing pull, one with the face towards the tackle, being about 2 feet each pull. Standing rigging, that part which is made fast and not hauled upon, being the shrouds, backstays, and stays for the support of the masts. Standing up, a ship in good trim and well attended to is said to stand well up to her canvas. Standing warrants, those officers who remain with a ship in ordinary or on the stocks, as the gunner, carpenter, boatswain, and cook, and till 1814 the purser. Standing water, water where there is no current or tide. To stand inshore, to sail directly for the land. Stand of arms, a complete set for one man, nowadays simply a musket and bayonet, also an arm stand holding the muskets and cutlasses on the quarter-deck, ornamental and ready for salute or service. Stand right under, jocularly, get out of the way. To stand square, to stand or be at right angles relatively to some object. Stangs, poles put across a river, also eel spears. Stank, an old statute term for staunch, which see. Staple, Merchants of the staple formerly meant those who exported the staple wares of the country. Staple knees or staple lodging knees, the same as deck standard knees, which see. Star, double, see double star. Star temporary, see temporary stars. Star variable, see variable stars. Starboard, the opposite of larboard or port, the distinguishing term for the right side of a ship when looking forward, from the Anglo-Saxon steer aboard. Starboard the helm, so place the helm that the rudder is brought on the port side of the stern post, see hard a starboard. Starbolins, the old familiar term for the men of the starboard watch, as larbolin was for the larboard or port watch. Starfishes, see sea star. Star forts, those traced in the form of a star with alternate salient and re-entering angles. They are not in much favour, being expensive in construction, of small interior space, and having much dead space in their ditches. Star glint, a meteorite. Star pagoda, a gold coin of the East Indies. In Madras its value is 7 shillings 6 pence. Stars fixed, those innumerable bodies bespangling the heavens from pole to pole, distinguishable from the planets by their apparent fixity. It is, however, certain that many of them move through space at a rate vastly greater than that of the earth in her orbit, though from their enormous distance we can with difficulty perceive it. Start, a long handle or tail, whence by analogy start point, but sometimes applied by navigators to any point from which a departure is taken. Also, the expected place of a struck whale's rising after having plunged or sounded. To start, applied to liquids, is to empty, but if to any weight, as the anchor, etc., implies to move. To start bread, to turn it out of bags or casks and stow it in bulk. To start a butt end, when a plank has loosened or sprung at the butt end by the ship's labouring or other cause. To start a tack or sheet. To slack it off, as in tacking or manoeuvring. Raise tacks and sheets. Starting, an irregular and arbitrary mode of punishment with canes or ropes' ends, long since illegal in the British Navy. Starting bolt or drift bolt, a bolt used to drive out another. It is usually a trifle smaller. Stash it there, an old order to cease or be quiet. Stateroom, a sleeping cabin or small berth, detached from the main cabin of merchantmen or saloon of passenger vessels. Station, the allotted places of the duties of each person on board. In most merchantmen the cry of every man to his station and cook to the foresheet is calling the hands and the idlers. Stationariae, those vessels of a Roman fleet ordered to remain at anchor. Stationary points, those points in a planet's orbit in which, as viewed from the earth, it appears to have no motion amongst the stars. Station bill, a list containing the appointed posts of the crew when performing any evolution but action. Stationer, one who has had experience or who has been some time on a particular station. Stationing a ship's company, arranging the crew for the ready execution of the evolutionary duties of a ship. Station pointer, a circular instrument furnished with one standard radius and 2 movable. By laying off 2 observed angles, right and left, from a central object, and laying the instrument over the objects on a chart, the position of the observer is instantly fixed. Stations for stays. Repair to your posts to tack ship. Staunch, a floodgate crossing a river to keep up a head of water, and by producing a rush in dry weather, floating the lighters over the adjacent shallows. To stave, to break a hole in any vessel. Also to drive in the head of a cask, as of spirits, to prevent the crew from misusing it in case of wreck. To stave off, to boom off, to push anything off with a pull. Staves, wood prepared for the component parts of a cask. In 1781, staves were ruled not to be a naval store unless it were shown that the French at Brest were in some peculiar want of casks. Also the wood of lances, formerly an object of great care, insomuch that Shakespeare makes Richard III say, quote, "Look that my staves be sound, and not too heavy." End quote. Stay, a large, strong rope extending from the upper end of each mast towards the stem of the ship, as the shrouds are extended on each side. The object of both is to prevent the masts from springing when the ship is pitching deep. Thus stays are fore and aft. Those which are let down to the vessel's side are backstays. The forestay is that which reaches from the foremast head towards the bowsprit end. The mainstay is that which extends to the ship's stem. The mizzen stay is that which is stretched to a collar on the mainmast, immediately above the quarter-deck. The foretopmast stay is that which comes to the end of the bowsprit, a little beyond the forestay on which the foretopmast staysail runs on hanks. The main topmast stay is attached to the hounds of the foremast, or comes on deck. The mizzen topmast stay is that which comes to the hounds of the mainmast. The topgallant, royal, or any other mast have each a stay, named after their respective masts. Spring stay is a kind of substitute nearly parallel to the principal stay, and intended to help the principal stay to support its mast. Stay of a steamer, an iron bar between the two knees which secure the paddle beams. See funnel stays. To stay, to tack, to bring the ship's head up to the wind for going about. Hence, to miss stays is to fail in the attempt to go about. In stays, or hove in stays, is the situation of a vessel when she's staying, or in the act of going about. A vessel in bad trim, or lubberly handled, is sure to be slack in stays, and refuses stays when she has to wear. Stay apeak, when the cable and forestay form a line. See apeak. Stay bars or stay rods. Strong, malleable iron bars for supporting the framings of the marine steam engine. Stayed forward. This term is applied to masts when they incline forward out of the vertical line, the opposite of rake, which see. Staysail, a triangular sail hoisted upon a stay. Staysail netting, see bowsprit netting. Staysail stay, the stay on which a staysail is set. Stay tackles, fore and main, special movable purchases for hoisting in and out boats, anchors, etc. They plumb the fore and main hatchways, working in conjunction with fore and main yard tackles. Steady, the order given to the steersman in a fair wind to steer the ship on her course without deviating, to which she answers, "Steady it is, sir." Steady fast, a hawser carried out to some fixed object to keep a vessel steady in a tideway or in preparation for making sail from a fast. Steady gale, a fresh breeze, pretty uniform in force and direction. Stealing, the gaining of a ratlin or two in height while waiting on the lower part of the rigging for the order to go aloft. Also, a vessel is said to steal ahead when she moves with the lightest breath of air. Steam chest, the reservoir for steam above the water of the boiler, sometimes termed steam chamber. Steam crane, a crane worked by means of a steam engine. Steam cylinder, see cylinder. Steam frigate, a large armed steamer commanded by a captain in the Navy. Steam hoist, a machine in dockyards for driving piles, working pumps, etc. Steam navigation, the management of vessels propelled by steam power. Steam packet, a steamer employed in trading regularly between two places with goods and passengers. Steam pipe, see waste steam pipe. Steam ports, oblong passages leading from the nozzle faces to the inside of the cylinder. By them the steam enters and returns above and below the piston. Steam ram, a new order of war vessel, fitted for running prow on against an enemy's ship to stave her in by crushing. Steam sloop of war, one commanded by a commander. Steam tug, a vessel fitted with a marine steam engine and expressly employed for towing ships. Steam winch, a machine for hoisting out cargo or working a ship's pumps. Steate, broad, low vessels used by the ancient pirates. Steeler or steeler, the foremost and aftermost plank in a strake, which drops short of the stem or sternpost. Steep to, Anglo-Saxon, stay up, said of a bold shore, admitting of the largest vessels coming very close to the cliffs without touching the bottom. See bold shore. Steep tub, a large tub in which salt provisions are soaked previous to being cooked. Steerage, the act of steering. See nice steerage. Also that part of the ship next below the quarter-deck, immediately before the bulkhead of the great cabin in most ships of war, the portion of the 'tween decks just before the gunroom bulkhead. In some ships the second-class passengers are called steerage passengers. The admiral's cabin on the middle deck of 3-deckers has been called the steerage. Steerage way. When a vessel has sufficient motion in the water to admit of the helm being effective. To steer her course. Going with the wind fair enough to lay her course. Steering, Anglo-Saxon, stjóran. The perfection of steering consists in a vigilant attention to the motion of the ship's head, so as to check every deviation from the line of her course in the first instant of its commencement, and in applying as little of the power of the helm as possible, for the action of the rudder checks a ship's speed. Steering sail, an incorrect name for a studding sail. To steer large, to go free, off the wind, also to steer loosely. To steer small, to steer well and within small compass, not dragging the tiller over from side to side. Steersman, the helmsman or timonier, the latter from the French timon, helm. Steeving, implies the bowsprit's angle from the horizon. Formerly it stood at an angle of 70 to 80 degrees, and was indeed almost a bowmast or sprit. Also the stowing of cotton, wool, or other cargo in a merchantman's hold with a jack-screw. Stem, the foremost piece uniting the bows of a ship. Its lower end scarfs into the keel, and the bowsprit rests upon its upper end. The outside of the stem is usually marked with a scale of feet and inches, answering to a perpendicular from the keel, in order to ascertain the ship's draught of water forward. False stem. When a ship's stem is too flat, so that she cannot keep a wind well, a false stem or gripe is fade on before the right one, which enables her to hold a better wind. From stem to stern, from one end of the ship to the other. To stem, to make way against any obstacle. She does not stem the tide, that is, she cannot make head against it for want of wind. Stem knee. In shipbuilding, the compass timber which connects the keel with the stem. See deadwood knees. Stemson, an arching piece of compass timber worked within the apron to reinforce the scarf thereof, in the same manner as the apron supports that of the stem. The upper end is carried as high as the upper deck, the lower being scarfed onto the kelson. Step, a large clamp of timber fixed on the kelson and fitted to receive the tenoned heel of a mast. The steps of the main and foremasts of every ship rests upon the kelson. That of the mizzenmast sometimes rests upon the lower deck beams. To step a boat's mast, to erect and secure it in its step in readiness for setting sail. Step of the capstan, a solid block of wood fixed between two of the ship's beams to receive the iron spindle and heel of the capstan. To step out, to move along simultaneously and cheerfully with a tackle fall, etc. Steppes. The specific application is to the vast level plains of southeast and Asiatic Russia, resembling the Landes of France. See Landes. Stepping. The sinking a rabbit in the dead wood, wherein the heels of the timbers rest. See bearding line. Steps of the side. Pieces of quartering nailed to the sides amidships from the whale upwards, for the people ascending or descending the ship. Steersman, a pilot or steerer, from the Anglo-Saxon stjóra. Steertry, an archaic word for rudder. Stern, the after part of a ship, ending in the taffrail above and the counters below. By the stern, the condition of a vessel which draws more water abaft than forward. Sternage, the after part of a ship, and therefore Shakespeare's term is simple enough for any but commentators. Henry V's fleet is sailing away. Quote, "Oh, do but think ye stand upon the rivage, and behold a city on the inconstant billows dancing. For so appears this fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfleur. Follow, follow, grapple your minds to sternage of this navy." End quote. Stern all, a term amongst whalers, meaning to pull the boat's stern foremost, to back off after having entered an iron harpoon. Sternboard, This term is familiarly known to seamen as tacking by misadventure in stays, or purposely as a seaman-like measure to effect the object. Thus, a ship in a narrow channel is allowed to fly up head to wind until her stem nearly touches a weather danger. The head yards are then quickly braced abox and the helm shifted. Thus she makes sternway until all the sails are full, when she is again skillfully brought to the wind before touching the danger under her lee. Generally speaking, however, it refers to bad seamanship. Stern chasers, the guns which fire directly aft. Stern davits, pieces of iron or timber projecting from the stern with sheaves or blocks at their outer ends, for hoisting boats up to. Stern fast, a rope used to confine the stern of a vessel to a wharf, etc. Stern frame, that strong and ornamental union based on the stern post, transom, and fashion pieces. Stern knee, synonymous with sternson, which sea. Stern ladder, made of ropes with wooden steps for getting in and out of the boats astern. Sternmost, implies anything in the rear or farthest astern as opposed to headmost. Stern ports, the ports made between the stern timbers. Stern post, the opposite to the stem, scarfed into the keel and suspending the rudder. In steamships, where a screw is fitted, it works between this and an after stern post which carries the rudder. Stern sheets, that part of a boat between the stern and the aftmost thwart, furnished with seats for passengers. Sternson, a knee piece of oak timber worked on the after deadwood. The fore end is scarfed into the kelson and the after side fade into the throats of the transoms. Stern walk, the old galleries formerly used to line of battleships. Sternway, the movement by which a ship goes stern foremost, the opposite of headway. Stevedore or stevedore, a stower, one employed in the hold in loading and unloading merchant vessels. Steward. There are several persons under this appellation in most ships, according to their size, appointed to the charge of the sea stores of the various grades. The paymaster's steward has most to do, having to serve the crew, and therefore has assistants, distinguished by the sobriquet of Jack of the Dust, etc. In large passenger ships which do not carry a purser, part of his duties devolves upon the captain's steward. In smaller merchant ships, the special duties of the steward are not heavy, so that he assists in the working of the ship, and in tacking. His station is ex officio, the main sheet. End of section 11. Read by Czandra in Parsborough, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 12 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth. STI to STU. Stickling, a grown perch, thus described by old Palsgrave, stickling, a manner of fish. Stickleback, a very small fish, armed with sharp spines on its back. Sticks, a familiar phrase for masts. Stiff, stable or steady, the opposite to crank, a quality by which a ship stands up to her canvas and carries enough sail without heeling over too much. Stiff bottom, a clayey bottom. Stiff breeze, one in which a ship may carry a press of sail, when a little more would endanger the spars. Stiffening order, a custom house warrant for making a provision in the shipping of goods before the whole inward cargo is discharged, to prevent the vessel getting too light. Still water, another name for slack tide. It is also used for water under the lee of headlands, or where there is neither tide nor current. Stingray, a fish, Trigun pastinica, which wounds with a serrate bone lying in a sheath on the upper side of its tail. The wound is painful, as all fish wounds are, but not truly poisonous, and the smart is limited by superstition to the next tide. Stink balls, a pyrotechnical preparation of pitch, rosin, niter, gunpowder, colophony, asafoetida, and other offensive and suffocating ingredients formerly used for throwing onto an enemy's decks at close quarters and still in use with Eastern pirates in earthen jars or stink pots. Stipulation. A process in the instance court of the Admiralty which is conventional when it regards a vessel or cargo, but praetorian and judicial in proceedings against a person. Steeromanus, the term in Doomsday Book for the pilot of a ship or steersman. Stirrup, an iron or copper plate that turns upwards on each side of a ship's keel and deadwood at the forefoot or at her skeg, and bolts through all. It is a strengthener, but not always necessary. Stirrups, ropes with eyes at their ends, through which the foot ropes are rove, and by which they are supported. The ends are nailed to the yards and steady the men when reefing or furling sails. Stiver, a very small Dutch coin. Not worth a stiver is a colloquialism to express a person's poverty. Stoachway, the streamlet or channel which runs through the silt or sand at low water in tidal ports, a term principally used on our southern shores. Stoked, the limber holes impeded or choked so that the water cannot come to the pump well. Stockado, a neat thrust in fencing. Stockade, a defensive work constructed of stout timber or trunks of trees securely planted together, originally written stockade. Stockade, now spelled stockade. Stock and fluke, the whole of anything. Stock fish. Ling and haddock, when sun-dried, without salt, were called stockfish, and used in the navy, but are now discontinued from being thought to promote the scurvy. Stock of an anchor, a crossbeam of wood or bar of iron, secured to the upper end of the shank at right angles with the flukes. By its means, the anchor is canted with one fluke down and made to hook the ground. Stock of a gun, musket or pistol, is the wooden part to which the barrel is fitted, for the convenience of handling and firing it. Stock is also applied to stores laid in for a voyage, as sea stock, livestock, etc. To stock, too, in stowing an anchor, is by means of a tackle upon the upper end of the stock, to bows it into a perpendicular direction, which tackle is hence denominated the stock tackle. Stocks, a frame of blocks and shores whereon to build shipping. It has a gradual declivity towards the water. Stoer mackerel, a name for the young tunny fish. Stoiting, an East Country term for the jumping of fishes above the surface of the water. To stoke, to frequent the galley in a man of war, or to trim fires. Stoke hole, a scuttle in the deck of a steamer to admit fuel for the engine, also the space for the men to stand in, to feed and trim the fires. Stoker or fireman, the man who attends to feed and trim the fires for the boilers in a steam vessel. Stomach piece, see apron. Stonaker, a sloop-rigged boat employed to carry stone on the Severn. Stone, the old term for a gun-flint. Stone bow, a crossbow for shooting stones. Stool, a minor channel abaft the main channels for the dead-eyes of the backstays. See backstay stools. Stools, trucks introduced under the lowest transoms of a ship's stern frame, to which the lower ends of the fashion pieces are fastened. They form the securities of the quarter galleries. Also the thick pieces of plank, fayed together edgeways, and bolted to the sides of the ship for backstays. Also the ornamental block for the poop lantern to stand upon. Stop, a small projection on the outside of the cheeks of a lower mast, at the upper parts of the hounds. Also the word given by him who holds the glass in heaving the log, to check the line and determine how fast she's going. To stop, to tie up with small stuff, as the sail is stopped when sending it aloft to prevent the wind from blowing it away. A flag is stopped to make a weft, etc. Stop her, an order to check the cable in being paid out. Also a self-explanatory phrase to direct the engineer of a steamer to stop the action of the engines. Stoppage in transito, a valuable privilege under which an unpaid consignor or broker may stop or countermand his goods upon their passage to the consignee on insolvency of the vendee. Stopper of the anchor, a strong rope attached to the cathead, which passing through the anchor ring is afterwards fastened to a timber head, thereby securing the anchor on the bow. Stopper of the cable, commonly called a deck stopper, a piece of rope having a large knot at one end and hooked or lashed to a ring bolt in the deck by the other. It is attached to the cable by a lanyard, which is passed securely round both, by several turns passed behind the knot, or round the neck of the stopper, by which means the cable is restrained from running out of the ship when she rides, and is an additional security to the bitted cable. Dog stopper, a strong rope clenched round the mainmast and used on particular occasions to relieve and assist the preceding when the ship rides in a heavy sea, or otherwise veering with the strain on the cable. Wing stoppers, similar pieces of rope clenched round one of the beams near the ship's side, and serving the same purpose as the preceding. Rigging stoppers have a knot and a lanyard at each end. They are used when the shrouds, stays, or backstays are stranded in action or in a gale. They are then lashed above and below in the same manner as those of the cables to the wounded parts of the shroud, etc., which are thereby strengthened so as to be fit for service. Other rigging stoppers have dead eyes and tails, so that by securing one dead eye above and the other below the injury, they can be set up by their lanyard and brought to an even strain with the other shrouds. Stoppers are also pieces of rope used to prevent the running rigging from coming up whilst being belayed. Sometimes they have a knot at one end and a hook at the other for various purposes about the decks. Stoppering, the act of checking or holding fast any rope or cable by means of a stopper. Stopper knot, single and double wall without crowning and the ends stopped together. To stop the vent, to close it hermetically by pressing the thumb to it. Stop water, anything tending to impede the sailing of a ship by towing overboard, also a name for particular treenails. Storekeeper, an officer in the Royal Dockyards invested with the general charge of naval stores, as the sails, anchors, cordage, etc. Stores, a general term for the arms, clothing, ropes, sails, provisions, and other outfit with which a ship is supplied. Storeship, a government vessel appropriated for carrying munitions and stores. To storm, to take by vigorous assault in spite of the resistance of the defenders. Storm breeders, heavy cumulostratus clouds. Storm drum, a canvas cylinder 3 feet in length, expanded at each end by a strong wooden hoop 3 feet in diameter. Fitzroy's is painted black, and presents, when suspended, the appearance of a black square of 3 feet from all points of view. Storm finch, the petrel or Mother Carey's chicken. Storm jib, in cutters, the 5th or 6th size, the inner jib of square-rigged ships. Storm kite, a contrivance for sending a hawser from a stranded vessel to the shore. Storms, from the Anglo-Saxon storm. Tempests, or gales of wind in nautic language, are of various kinds, and will be found under their respective designations, but that is a storm which reduces a ship to her storm staysails, or to her bare poles. Storm sail, a sail made of stout No. 1 canvas of reduced dimensions for use in a gale. Storm signal, the hoisting of a danger flag. Also Fitzroy's drum and cone, which show the direction of the expected gale. Storm trysail, a fore and aft sail, hoisted by a gaff but having no boom at its foot, and only used in foul weather. Storm warning, sea forecast. Storm wave, a wave which tumbles home without being accompanied by wind, sometimes the result of a gale elsewhere. Stormy petrel, a small dark-coloured seabird, Procularia pelagica. Stove, broken in, thus when violent damage is done to the upper part of a ship's hull she is said to be stove, when on any portion of her bottom she is bilged. A stove is a kind of kiln for warping timber in. Hanging stoves are also used on board ship for airing the 'tween decks. Stowage, an important art, more practised than understood, for the stower seldom consults the specialties of the vessel's construction. It is the general disposition of the ballast, cargo, etc., contained in a ship's hold, with regard to their shape, size, or solidity, agreeably to the form of the vessel and its probable centre of gravity. A badly stowed vessel cannot be properly handled, and is indeed dangerous to the lives of all on board. Owners and masters are legally liable to the losses by bad stowage or deficient dunnage. See wet. Stowage goods. those which usually pay freight according to bulk. Stowed in bulk, see bulk. Stowing hammocks, placing them in a neat and symmetrical order in the hammock netting. Stowing strake, see stealer. Straggling money. If a man be absent from his duty without leave, but not absent long enough to be logged as run, and is brought on board, a deduction is to be made from his wages at the discretion of the captain, not, however, to exceed the sum of £1. Strait of breadth. The space before and abaft the dead flat, in which the ship is of the same uniform breadth as at the dead flat. Strain bands. Bands of canvas, sustaining the strain on the belly of the sails and reinforced by the linings, etc. Strait or strait. A passage connecting one part of a sea with another, as the Straits of Gibraltar, of Sunda, of Dover, etc. This word is often written in the plural, but without competent reason. Strait Gulf. An arm of the sea running into the land through a narrow entrance channel as the Gulf of Venice. The Mediterranean itself is but a vast, straight gulf. Strake. One breadth of plank in a ship, either within or without board, wrought from the stem to the stern post. Garboard strake. The lowest range of planks faying into the keel rappets. Wash strake guards spray. Strand. A number of rope yarns twisted together, one of the twists or divisions of which a rope is composed, the part which passes through to form the eye of a splice. Also a sea margin, the portion alternately left and covered by tides, synonymous with beach. It is not altered from the original Anglo-Saxon. Stranded. A rope is stranded when one of its strands is broken by chafing or by a strain. A vessel is stranded when driven on shore, in which case the justices of the peace may call in assistance. The term stranded on the beach is not so incorrect as has been asserted, and comes under the usual exception in charter parties and bills of lading. Quote, of all and every dangers of the seas, rivers, and navigation of whatsoever nature or kind, end quote, and in all policies of insurance it falls under the general words of, quote, all other perils, losses, or misfortunes, end quote, against the risk of which the insurance is made. Strange sail. A vessel heaving in sight of which the particulars are unknown. Straps of the rudder, see pintles. Stratagem. A plan devised to throw dust into the eyes of an enemy in order to deceive him. Strategy. The science of the naval and military combinations which compel movements and battles, or the contrary, but not including the operations of actual battle, which belong to tactics. Stratus. A low cloud which forms a horizontal line. The higher cloud of the same shape is called cirrostratus. Straw. A word of command, now obsolete, formerly given to dismiss soldiers who were to remain in readiness to fall in again at a moment's notice. Stray line of the log. About 10 or 12 fathoms of line left unmarked next the log ship, in order that it may get out of the eddy of the ship's wake before the measuring begins, or the glass is turned. Stray mark. The mark at the junction of the stray and log lines. Stream. Anglo-Saxon for flowing water, meaning especially the middle or most rapid part of a tide or current. Stream anchor. A smaller one by 2/3 than the bowers, and larger than the kedges, used to ride steady or moor with occasionally. In certain cases it is used for warping. Stream cable. A hawser smaller than the lower cables and used with the stream anchor to moor the ship in a sheltered river or haven. It is now more generally a small chain. Streamer, formerly described thus, quote, a streamer shall stand in the top of a ship or in the forecastle, and therein be put no arms, but a man's conceit or device, and may be of the length of 20, 30, 40, or 60 yards, end quote. Stream ice. A collection of pieces of drift or bay ice, joining each other in a ridge following in the line of current. See sea stream. Stream lake. One which communicates with the sea by means of a river. To stream the buoy. To let the buoy fall from the after part of the ship's side into the water, preparatory to letting go the anchor, that it may not foul the buoy rope as it sinks to the bottom. Streams. An Old English word for the rays of the sun. Strength. in naval architecture means giving the various pieces of a ship their proper figures, so that by their combination and disposition they may be united into a firm and compact frame. In regimental affairs it implies merely the number of men actually serving. Strength of the tide, where it runs strongest, which in serpentine courses will be found in the hollow curves. Stress, hard pressure by weather or other causes. Stress of weather often compels a ship to put back to the port whence she sailed. Stretch, a word frequently used instead of tack, as, quote, we shall make a good stretch. To stretch, to sail by the wind under a crowd of canvas. To stretch along a brace, to lay it along the decks in readiness for the men to lay hold of, called manning it. Stretcher, see sheer pole. Stretchers, narrow pieces of wood placed athwart the bottom of a boat for the rowers to place their feet against, that they may communicate greater effort to their oars. Also cross pieces placed between a boat's sides to keep them apart when hoisted up and griped. Colloquially, a stretcher means a lie exaggerated to absurdity. Stretch out. In rowing is the order to pull strong, to bend forward to the utmost. Strickland, an archaic term for an isthmus. To strike. A ship strikes when she in any way touches the bottom. Also, to lower anything, as the ensign or topsail in saluting, or as the yards, topgallant masts, and topmasts in a gale. It is also particularly used to express the lowering of the colours in token of surrender to a victorious enemy. Strike down, the order to lower casks, etc., into the hold. Strikers, men furnished with harpoons or grains to attack fish, hence the term dolphin striker, which see, where these men place themselves. To strike soundings, to gain bottom or the first soundings by the deep sea lead, on coming in from sea. String, Anglo-Saxon, string. In shipbuilding, a strake within side, constituting the highest range of planks in a ship's ceiling, and it answers to the sheer strake outside, to the scarfs of which it gives strength. Stringers, a name sometimes applied to shelf pieces, which see. Also heavy timber, similarly carried round a ship to fortify her for special heavy service, as whaling, etc. Stripped to the girt line, all the standing rigging and furniture having been cleared off the masts in the course of dismantling. Stripping, an inconvenient fault of many lead-coated projectiles, the throwing off portions of their coating on discharge from the gun. To strip the masts, to clear the masts of their rigging. Stroke, a pull or single sweep of the oars in rowing, hence the order, row a long stroke, which is intended to move the boat forward more steadily. Stroke oar, the aftermost oar in a boat from which the others take their time. Stroke of the sea, the shock occasioned to a vessel by a heavy sea striking her. Stroke side of a boat, that in which the after starboard rowlock is placed, or where the after oar is rowed if single-banked. Strokesman, the man who rows the aftmost oar in a boat. Strum, an archaism of storm or tempest. Strombolo, bits of ampelite or cannel coal found on our southern coasts, charged with bitumen, sulphur, and salt. The name is referred to the island of Stromboli, but the Brighton people insist that it is from the Flemish strombolen, meaning stream or tide balls. Strong back, the same with Samson's post, which see. Also, an adaptation of a strong piece of wood over the windlass to lift the turns of a chain cable clear of it. Strong breeze, that which reduces a ship to double-reefed topsails, jib, and a spanker. Strong gale, that strength of wind under which close-reefed topsails and storm staysails are usually carried when close-hauled. Strop or strap, a piece of rope spliced generally into a circular wreath and used to surround the body of a block so that the latter may be hung to any particular situation about the masts, yards, or rigging. Strops are also used occasionally to fasten upon any large rope for the purpose of hooking a tackle to the eye or double part of the strop, in order to extend or pull with redoubled effort upon the same rope, as in setting up the rigging, where one hook of the tackle is fixed in a strop applied to the particular shroud and the other to its lanyard. Strop-bound block, a single block used in the clew of square sails for the clew lines to lead through. It has a shoulder left on each side to prevent the strop from chafing. Iron strop, a hoop of iron in lieu of rope round the shell of a block. Struck by a sea, said of a ship when a high rolling wave breaks on board of her. Strut, a stanchion or sustaining prop to the lower beams. End of section 12. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 13 of the Sailor's Wordbook, S to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Wordbook, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth, a digest of sea terms and phrases, SU to SY. Subalterns, all commissioned army officers ranking below captains. Sub-lieutenant, a rank lately reproduced to which a midshipman is entitled on passing for lieutenant, formerly styled mate. Submarine bank, an extensive sandy plateau with deep water over it. Submarine telegraph consists of a steel wire rope containing a heart of gutta percha and other soft materials in which are enclosed the copper wires through which the communication by electricity is conveyed. Rapid progress has been made in the art of making and handling this rope, as is proved by the existence of 2 cables between Ireland and America, one of which was recovered from the deep sea by creeping. Submarine thermometer, an instrument for trying the temperature of the sea at different depths. It consists of a hollow, weighted cylinder in which a 6's thermometer is placed, the cylinder being provided with a valve at each end, opening upwards, so that as it sinks the valves open, allowing a free course of water through the cylinder. When it reaches the required depth, the line is checked and the valves close. It is then hauled gently in, and the thermometer reaches the surface surrounded by water of the required depth, indicating its temperature. Subsidy, a stipulated sum of money paid by one ruler to another in pursuance of a treaty of alliance for offensive and defensive war. Also a sum allowed for the conveyance of mails. Subsistence, the amount to be issued to troops as daily pay after making the regulated deductions for rations, necessaries, etc. Saccades, sweetmeats entered at the custom house, formerly a large part of the cargo of Spanish West Indiamen. Succor, an enterprise undertaken to relieve a place besieged or blockaded by either forcing the enemy from before it or throwing in supplies. Sucking, the action of the pump when the well is nearly dry, or at least so low at the pump foot as to admit air. Suckstone, an archaic name for the remora. To suck the monkey, to rob the grog can, sea monkey. Suction, the rising of a fluid by the pressure of the atmosphere into a space where a vacuum has been created. Sufferance, a permission on the custom house, transire, which sea. Sufferance wharf, sea wharf. Suffolk bang, a very poor and hard kind of cheese, which was indignantly refused in our North Sea fleet. It was, as farmer's boy Bloomfield admitted, too hard to bite. Sugarloaf, a term applied to conical hills along the sea coast. Sugarloaf sea, high turbulent waves with little wind. To sug, to move or rock heavily on a bank or reef. Suit of sails, the whole of the sails required to be bent for a vessel. Sullage, the deposition of mud and silt by water. Sullet, a broad Dutch fishing boat. Sulphur, a mineral which forms a principal ingredient in the manufacture of gunpowder, and greatly increases the rapidity of its combustion. Summer blink, a transient gleam of sunshine in bad weather. Summer coats, a northern name for the aurora borealis. Summer solstice, see Cancer. Sump, a bog or swamp, also a patent fuse used in mining. Sumpit, an arrow blown from the sumpitan in Borneo. The sumpitan is about 7 feet long. The arrow has been driven with some force at 130 yards. Some suppose it to be poisoned. Sun, the central body of our planetary system and the source of light and heat. It is 850,000 miles in diameter, with the sun, that is, from left to right, against the sun, from right to left. Sun and moon in distance. When the angle between those bodies admits of measurement for lunars, about 130 degrees. Sunday ought to be a day of rest at sea as well as on shore, when religious services might generally be performed. Though called the Negroes' holiday, it often brings but little cessation from work in some merchantmen. They sail on a Sunday, not because of exigency, but because it is otherwise a leisure day, and thereby gained to the owners. Sunfish. The Orthagoriscus mola, a whimsical-looking creature, like the head of a large fish severed from its body. Also a name in the south for the basking shark, from its habit of lying in the sunshine. Sunken rock, that which lies beneath the surface of the sea and is dangerous to navigation. Sunk land, shallows and swamps. Sun star, the Solaster paposus, one of the largest and handsomest of our radiated starfishes. Superannuated, applied to such as have permission to retire from the service on a stated pension, on account of age or infirmity. Supercargo, a person charged with the accounts and disposal of the cargo, and all other commercial affairs in the merchant ship in which he sails. Superheated, said of steam, the heat of which has been raised after being generated. Superheater, a contrivance for increasing the temperature of the steam to the extent that it would lose on its way from the boiler until exhausted from the cylinder. Superior conjunction, when an inferior planet is situated in the same longitude as the sun, and has that luminary between it and the earth, it is said to be in superior conjunction. Superior planets, those which revolve about the sun as a center, outside the earth's orbit, the opposite of inferior. Superior slope, the inclined upper surface of a parapet. Supernatant part of a ship, that part which, when afloat, is above the water. This was formerly expressed by the name deadwork. Supernumeraries, men over and above the established complement of a ship, who are entered on a separate list in the ship's books for victuals and wages. Supplement of longitude, the term usually applied to its complement, or what it wants, of 180 degrees. To support a friend, to make every exertion to assist a vessel in distress, from whatever cause. Neglect of this incurs punishment. Supporters, circular knee timbers placed under the catheads for their support and security. Syrah, the drink otherwise called toddy, which see. Sardini, an old name for the fish sardine. Shore or shore, see shore. Suras, peculiar southerly winds which blow on the coasts of Chile, Peru, and Mexico, accompanied by a fog or vapor called suras pardos. Surf, the swell and foam of the sea which breaks upon the shore or any rock lying near the surface. The most violent surfs are those which break upon a flat shore, as on the Coromandel and African coasts. Surface current, a current which does not extend more than 8 or 10 feet below the surface. Also fresh water running over salt at the mouths of great rivers. Surf boat, a peculiar kind of flat-bottomed boat, varying according to local exigencies, for landing men or goods in surf. See Masula boats. Surge, a large swelling wave, also the tapered part of the whelps between the chocks of the capstan, upon which the messenger is readily surged. To surge is to slacken up suddenly a portion of a rope where it renders round a pin, windlass or capstan, as surge the messenger. A ship is said to surge on a reef when she rises and falls with the heave of the sea, so as to strike heavily. Surge ho, the notice given when a rope or cable is to be surged. Surgeon, a competent medical officer, appointed to attend the sick and wounded on board a ship of war, for which purpose he has, according to the rate of the ship, from 1 to 2 assistants, once called surgeons' mates, but latterly assistant surgeons, which see. To surge the capstan, to slacken the rope heaved round upon its barrel to prevent its parts from riding or getting foul. Surringer, an archaism for surgeon. Surmarks, in shipbuilding the points on the moulds where the bevelings are to be applied to the timbers. Surrogates, those substituted or appointed in the room of others as naval captains formerly acting for judges in Newfoundland. Survey, an inspection or examination made by several practical officers into the condition of any stores belonging to a ship. Also those important astronomical observations, soundings, and other data collected by officers who are employed in constructing charts and plans of seas, shoals, rocks, harbors, etc. Surveying vessels, those equipped for examining coasts, dangers, etc. Their utility is unquestionable. Some of the smaller vessels of war on every station might be profitably employed in thus examining all reported dangers. Surveyors at Lloyd's, see Lloyd's Surveyors. Surveyors of the Navy, 2 officers who formerly sat at the Navy Board, being invested with the charge of building and repairing the royal ships at the different dockyards of the kingdom, for which they were trained to the theory and practice of shipbuilding. Suspension of arms, a short truce agreed upon by contending forces for a special object of importance. Soutiles, ancient cobles made of strong staves sewed together and covered with leather or skins. Sutler, a victualler who follows the camp to sell provisions to the troops. In garrisons and garrison towns there are also sutlers who provide victuals of every kind, but Drayton's sutlers must have been very petty traders, as when at Agincourt Isambre's rascals were noted, quote, for setting on those with the luggage left, a few poor sutlers with the camp that went. They basely fell to pillage and to theft. End quote. Swab, a sort of long mop, formed of rope yarns of old junk, used for cleaning and drying the decks and cabins of a ship. Also a sobriquet for a sot. Also for an epaulette. Hand swab, a small swab for wiping dry the stern sheets of a boat, washing plates and dishes, etc. Swabber, formerly a petty officer on board ships of war, whose employment was to see that the decks were kept clean. Also, a man formerly appointed to use the swabs in drying up the decks. He was sometimes called ship's sweeper, more commonly captain of swabbers. Swab rope, a line bent to the eye of a swab for dipping it overboard in washing it. Swab washer, the principal swab washer or captain of the head in large ships. Swab ringers, people appointed to wash the swabs and wring them out ready for use. Swad or swadkin, a newly raised soldier, also a fish basket. Swaddy, a discharged soldier. To swag, to sink down by its own weight, to move heavily or bend. Synonymous with sag, also the bellying of a heavy rope. Swake, a provincial term for a pump handle. Swallow, the score of a block. Swallow's tail, in fortification an old form of outwork, having its front broken into a re-entering angle and its 2 long flanks converging towards the rear. Swallow tails, the points of a burgee, also the tails of a coat. Swamp, a tract of land or bog on which from its impermeable bottom the collected fresh water remains stagnant. Swape, a wooden support for a small light. Also a pump handle, a lever, also a long oar used in working a coal keel in the north. Swartback, the Larus marinus or great black and white gull. Swartz, a name formerly applied by voyagers to Indians and Negroes. Swash, a sudden surge of the sea, also a shoal in a tideway or mouth of a river over which the water flows and the tide ripples in ebbing or flowing. Swashway, a channel across a bank or among shoals, as the noted instance between the Goodwin Sands. Swath, the entire length of a sea wave. To sway or sway away, to hoist simultaneously, particularly applied to the lower yards and topmasts, and top gallant masts and yards, to sway away on all top ropes, to go great lengths, colloquially. To sway up, to apply a strain on a mast rope in order to lift the spar upwards so that the fid may be taken out previous to lowering the mast, or sway yards aloft ready for crossing. Swearing, a vulgar and most irrational vice, which happily is fast going out. Habitual swearing was usually typical of a bad officer. It may have originated in the custom, too often demanded by law, of solemn asseverations on frivolous subjects. Sweating the purser, wasting his stores, burning his candles, etc. Sweep, the trending or inclination of a coast to a crescent, also that part of the mould of a ship where she begins to compass in the rung heads. Also a large kind of oar. To sweep a coast, to sail along at a reasonable distance with a vigilant inspection. Sweeping, the act of dragging the bight or loose part of a small rope along the ground in a harbour or roadstead in order to recover a sunk anchor or wreck. The two ends of the rope are fastened to two boats, a weight being suspended to the middle to sink it to the ground so that as the boats row ahead it may drag along the bottom. Also a term used for rapidly scrutinizing a certain portion of the heavens in quest of planets, comets, etc. Sweep of the tiller, a semicircular frame on which the tiller traverses in large ships. It is fixed under the beams near the fore end of the tiller which it supports. Sweep piece, a block at the bottom of the port sill for receiving the chuck of the gun carriage and to aid in training the gun. Sweeps, large oars used on board ships of war in a calm, either to assist the rudder in turning them round or to propel them ahead when chasing in light winds. Brigs of 386 tons have been swept at 3 knots or more. Sweetening cock, a wholesome contrivance for preventing fetid effluvia in ships' holds by inserting a pipe through the ship's side with a cock at its inner end, for admitting water to neutralize the accumulated bilge water, as also to supply the wash-deck pump. Swelchy, a rapid current formed by the tide of the Pentland Firth against the Isle of Stroma, also a seal in those parts. Swell, a rolling wave which seldom breaks unless it meets resistance, generally denoting a continuous heaving, which remains for some time after the wind which caused it has subsided. Also the gradual thickening of the muzzle of a gun, hounds of a mast, etc. Swift, when the lower rigging becomes slack at sea, single blocks are placed on each shroud about 8 feet above the deck, a hawser rove through them, and the rigging swifted in to bring a fair strain. The bars of the capstan are swifted by passing a rope swifter over all their ends and bowsing it well taut. The rigging is also swifted down preparatory to replacing the ratlines truly horizontal after setting up. Swifter, a strong rope, sometimes encircling a boat about 9 inches below her gunwale, both to strengthen her and protect her in cases of collision. See fenders. Swifters, a pair of shrouds, fixed on the starboard and port sides of the lower mast, above the pendants, and before all the other shrouds. They are never confined to the cat-harpings. Swifting a ship, either bringing her aground or upon a careen, also passing cables round her bottom and upper works to help to keep her from straining. The undergirding mentioned by St. Paul in his shipwreck. To swig off, to pull at the bight of a rope by jerks, having its lower end fast, or to gain on a rope by jumping a man's weight down instead of hauling regularly. To swilker, a provincialism for splashing about. Swill, a wicker fish basket, the air bladder of a fish. To swill, to drink greedily. To swim, from the Anglo-Saxon swim, to move along the surface of the water by means of the simultaneous movement of the hands and feet. With the Romans this useful art was an essential part of education. Swims, the flat extremities of East Country barges. Swinefish, a northern name of the wolf-fish, Anarchicus lupus. Swine's feather, the spike or tuck on the top of a musket rest, corrupted from swain, a boar's bristle. To swing, A ship is said to swing to the wind or tide when they change their direction while she's lying at anchor. To swing ship for local attraction and adjustment of compasses. This is done by taking the bearings of a very distant object at each point of the compass to which her head is brought, also by using a theodolite on shore and taking its bearing from the ship, and the observer's head from the theodolite. Swinging boom. The spar which stretches the foot of a lower studding sail. In large ships they have goosenecks in one end, which hook to the foremost part of the forechains, to iron strops fitted for the purpose. In port they are hooked to bolts at the bends, which, by bringing them lower down, enables the boats to ride easier by them as guest warp booms. Swipes. The weak beer supplied to ships on the home station. A swipe is an implement for drawing water for a brewery, the name of which has thus been transferred to the beer. Swirl. An eddying blast of wind, a whirling wavy motion, also a knot in timber. Swish. An old term for the light driving spray of the sea. Swivel. A pivot working freely round in a socket. They are fitted in boats' bows, ships' tops and bulwarks, etc., for bearing small cannon of a half-pound or 1-pound caliber, which are worked by hand and called swivels. Also a strong link of iron used in mooring chains, etc., which permits the bridles to be turned repeatedly round as occasion requires. Also a swivel link in chain cables, made so as to turn upon an axis and keep the turns out of the chain. Swana wells. Whirlpools, much dreaded by the sailors of the Pentland Firth. They seem to be caused by the rapidity of the tide and the position of Swana, which exactly crosses the stream. Swordfish. A large fish of the family Scombridae, remarkable for the prolongation of the nose into a straight, pointed sword-like weapon. The European species, common in the Mediterranean, is the Xiphias gladius of naturalists. Sword mat. A mat made with shoulders to protect the lanyards of the lower rigging, boats' gripes, etc., and worked by a piece of wood somewhat resembling a sword in shape, to drive home the roving threads. Syke, from the Anglo-Saxon syche, a streamlet of water that flows in winter and dries up in summer. Sympiosometer, or oil barometer, a convenient portable instrument for measuring the weight of the atmosphere by the compression of a gaseous column, capital for small cabins. Synodical month, the period in which the moon goes through every variety of phase as from one conjunction to another. Synodical period or revolution. If the interval of periodic time of a planet or comet be taken in reference to its passages through either of the nodes, its circuit is called synodical. Ciphered, one edge of a plank overlapping that of another, so that both planks shall make a plane surface with their beveled edges, though not a flat or square joint. System. The method of disposing the correlative parts of a fortification, proposed variously by many eminent engineers. System of the universe. See Copernican system. Syzygy, either conjunction or opposition in reference to the orbit of the moon. End of section 13. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 14 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. TA to TE. Tab, the arming of an archer's gauntlet or glove. Tabarin, a species of shark greatly dreaded by the pearl fishers of Ceylon. Tabernacle, a strong trunk on the deck of river barges, forming a kind of hinge to enable them to lower the mast when going under bridges, also used to elongate the mast of any boat by stepping it in a tabernacle. Tablecloth, a fleecy-looking cloud which sometimes covers the table or flat top of Table Mountain at the Cape of Good Hope. It is the forerunner of a southeaster, being the condensation of moisture in the sea air as it ascends the mountainside. Tableland, land which is flat-topped, however it may be raised more or less above the ordinary level of the vicinity. Table money, an allowance to admirals and senior officers in addition to their pay to meet the expenses of their official guests. Tables, see astronomical tables and nautical tables. Table shore, a low-level shore. Tablet, see trapezoid, also a flat coping stone placed at the top of the revêtement of the escarpe to protect the masonry from the weather. Tabling, a broad hem on the edges of a ship's sails to strengthen them in that part which is sewed to the bolt rope, also letting one piece of timber into another, similar to the hooking of planks, so that they cannot be pulled asunder. Taces, see taishes. Tack, a rope to confine the weather lower corners of the courses and staysails when the wind crosses the ship's course obliquely, also the rope employed to haul out the lower outer clew of a studding sail to the boom end. With jibs and fore and aft sails, the tack confines them amidships. A ship is said to be on the tack of the side from which the wind comes, even if it be on the quarter. To tack, to go about, to change the course from one board to another, from the starboard to the port tack, or vice versa. It is done by turning the ship's head suddenly to the wind, whereby her head sails are thrown back and cause her to fall off from the wind to the other tack, the opposite to wearing. Tack and half-tack, working to windward or alongshore by long and short boards or legs alternately. Tackle, a purchase formed by the connection of a fall or rope with two or more blocks. When a power sustains a weight by a rope over a fixed sheave, the weight and power will be equal, but if one end of the rope be fixed and the sheave be movable with the weight, then the power will be but half the weight, but in a combination of sheaves or pulleys, the power will be to the weight as 1 to the numbers of parts of the fall. Ground tackle, anchors, cables, etc. Tack tackle, a small tackle used to pull down the tacks of the principal sails to their respective stations, and particularly attached to the mainsails of brigs, sloops, cutters, and schooners. Tackle fall, the part hauled upon in any tackle, simple or compound. Tack or sheet, a man saying that he will not start tack or sheet implies resolution. Tack pins, the belaying pins of the fife rail, also called jack pins. Tactics, the art of disposing and applying naval or military forces in action with the enemy, in whose presence strategy is placed to tactics. Tafia, a bad spirit made and sold at Mauritius. Taffrail or taffrail, the upper part of a ship's stern, a curved railing, the ends of which unite to the quarter-pieces. Tail, a rope spliced into the strop or round of any block, leaving a long end for making fast to rigging, spars, etc. To tail on to a bank, to be aground abaft only. To tail up or down a stream, when at anchor in a river, is as a ship's stern swings. Tail block, a rope-stropped block having an end of rope attached to it as a tail, by which it may be fastened to any object at pleasure. Tail of a gale, the latter part of a gale when its violence is dying out. Tail on or talion, the order to clap on to a rope. Tail race, the water which leaves the paddles of a steamboat, also the water course of a mill beyond the water wheel. Tail tackle, a luff tackle purchase with a hook in the end of the single block and a tail to the upper end of the double block, synonymous with watch tackle. Tail up, when a whale dives perpendicularly. In this case, whalers expect the fish to rise near the same spot, also termed fluking. Tail valve, a valve in the air pump at the opposite side from the condenser and connected with the latter by a pipe under the air pump. It opens when pressed by steam entering the condenser by the blow-through valve, but the weight of the atmosphere is sufficient to keep it shut so long as there is a vacuum in the condenser. Taint. By Admiralty law, the taint of contraband extends to all property on board belonging to the owners of detected contraband articles. Taishes. Armor for the thighs. Taist. A northern name for the black guillemot. Taiaso. The jerked beef supplied to ships on some parts of the coast of America. Take. The draught of fishes in a single drag of the net. Also, to take, in a military sense, to take or adopt any particular formation, as to take open order, or to take ground to the right or the left, to take an astronomical observation, so to ascertain the position of a celestial body, as to learn from it the place of the ship. Tackle, Anglo-Saxon. The arrows which used to be supplied to the fleet, the tackle of Chaucer. Taken aft, complained of on the quarterdeck. Take up, the part between the smoke box and the bottom of the funnel in a marine boiler. Also, a seaman takes up slops when he applies to the purser for articles of ready-made clothes to be charged against his wages. Also, an officer takes up the gauntlet when he accepts a challenge, though no longer in the form of a glove. To take water on board. To ship a sea. Taking a departure. Determining the place of a ship by means of the bearing and distance of a known object, and assuming it as the point to be calculated from. Taking in. The act of brailing up and furling sails at sea, generally used in opposition to setting. See furl and shorten, also said of a ship when loading. Taking off. Said of tides when decreasing from the spring tides. Talero. A silver coin of Ragusa, value 3 shillings, sterling, also of Venice, value 4 shillings 2 pence. Tail, from Anglo-Saxon, tile, number. Taylor thus expressed it in 1630, quote, goods in and out, which daily ships do freight, by guess, by tale, by measure, and by weight. End quote. Talent, the upper hance or break of the rudder abaft. Tall ship, a phrase among the early voyagers for square-rigged vessels having topmasts. To tally, to haul the sheets aft, as used by Falconer, quote, and while the lee clew garnets lowered away, taut aft the sheet they tally and belay. End quote. Talus, the old word in fortification for slope. Tambour, a projecting kind of stockade attached to ill-flanked walls, etc. Tan and tanned sails, those steeped in oak bark. Tang or tangle, Fucus digitatus, and other seaweed which are used as manure. Tangent, a right line raised perpendicularly on the extremity of a radius, touching the circle without cutting it. Tangent scale, fitted to the breech of a gun for measuring its elevation. It is a sliding pillar marked with degrees and their subdivisions according to the distance between the sights on the gun, and bears a notch or other sight on its head. With rifled guns, a vernier, reading the minutes, is generally added. Tangent screw, a screw acting tangentially to a circle, by means of which a slow motion may be given to the vernier of any instrument. Tangfish, a northern name for the seal. Tank, a piece of deep water, natural as well as artificial. Also an iron cistern for containing fresh water, a great improvement on wooden casks for keeping water sweet. Tanka, a covered Chinese shore boat for conveying passengers to ships, worked by women only. Tantara, an old word for the noise of a drum. Tapered, a term applied to ropes which decrease in size toward one end, as tacks and sheets, also termed rat-tailed. Tapered cleat, a piece of wood bolted under the beams to support them when pillars are not used. Tapping a buoy, clearing it of the water which has entered it by leakage and would otherwise prevent its watching. Tap the admiral, opprobriously applied to those who would drink anything, from the tale of the drunkard who stole spirits from the cask in which a dead admiral was being conveyed to England. Tar, Anglo-Saxon tare, a kind of turpentine which is drained from pines and fir trees, and is used to preserve standing rigging, canvas, etc., from the effects of weather by rendering them waterproof. Also, a perfect sailor, one who knows his duty thoroughly. See jack tar. Coal or gas tar is a fluid extracted from coal during the operation of making gas, etc., chiefly used on wood and iron in the place of paint. Tarbot or tarbert, applied to low necks of land in Scotland that divide the lakes from the sea. It literally means boat carrying and is analogous to the Canadian portage. Tarbrush, touch of the tarbrush, a nautical term applied to those who are slightly darkened by mixed blood. Target, Anglo-Saxon targe, a leathern shield, a mark to aim at. Targia, an archaic term for a vessel, since called a tartan. Tari, a coin of Italy, value 8 sterling. Tariff, list of duties payable upon exported and imported goods. Tarita, an ancient term for a ship of burden. Tarn, a small mountain lake, probably from the Icelandic tjarn. Tarpaulin, canvas well covered with tar or paint, to render it waterproof. Also, the foul weather hats and jackets of seamen, often applied to the men themselves, properly paulin when paint is used. Tarred with the same brush, equivalent to birds of a feather. Tarring and feathering, a punishment now obsolete, inflicted by stripping the delinquent and smearing him with tar, covering him with flocks and feathers, and towing him ashore. It was ordered in the naval enactments of Richard I for theft. Tarak, the kittiwake, Larus tridactylus, a small species of gull. Tarry Breeks, a northern country name for a sailor. Tartan, a small coasting vessel of the Mediterranean with one mast and a bowsprit, lateen-rigged. Tartar, a domineering, commanding officer. To catch a Tartar, said of a vessel which mistakes her enemy's force and is obliged to yield. Tasking, examining a vessel to see whether her timbers are sound. Tasting timber, chipping it with an adze and boring it with an auger to ascertain its quality. Tattooing, the Burmese, South Sea Islanders, and others puncture the skin until it bleeds, and then rub in fine soot and other colouring matter. The practice has become common amongst sailors. Tatties, mats hung before doors and windows in India, on which water is thrown to cool the air inside by evaporation. Tattoo, the evening sound of drum or trumpet, after which the roll is called, and all soldiers not on leave of absence should be in their quarters. Taunt, high or tall, commonly applied to very long masts. All a tonto is a ship having all her light and long spars aloft. Taurus, the second sign of the zodiac which the sun enters about the 20th of April. Taut, from the Anglo-Saxon taut, tight. Taut bowline, a ship sailing close-hauled is on a taut bowline. Taut hand, a strict disciplinarian. Taut helm or taut weather helm, a ship with a side wind is said to carry a taut weather helm when the water presses heavily on the lee side of the rudder, often the result of her being too much by the head. Taut leach, a sail well set on a wind and well filled. To teach, in marine architecture, is applied to the direction which any line or curve seems to point out. Teagle, a northern word for a crane for lifting goods. Teak, Tectona grandis, a stately tree, the pride of Indian and Burmese forests, used extensively in shipbuilding, having the valuable property of not shrinking, and by means of its essential oil, preserving the iron bolts driven into it from rusting. Teal, a small species of wild duck, Querquedula greca. Team, ships blockading a port, being generally formed in a line, are said to be in the team. Teamboat, a ferry boat worked with horses by paddle wheel propulsion. Tea wagon, a name given to the old East India Company's ships on account of their cargo. Teased oakum, oakum worked out for caulking, tow. Te Deum, a hymn sung in thanksgiving for victory obtained. In many cases, the causes of war are such that chanting Te Deum is rank blasphemy. Tea iron, an instrument for drawing the lower box in the barrel of a pump. T-shaped clamp, knee or other piece of ironwork. Teeth, a name for the guns in a ship. Teetotaler, a very old and general amplification of totally, recently borrowed from sea diction to mark a class who wholly abstain from alcoholic drinks. To telegraph, to convey intelligence to a distance through the medium of signals. Telescopic objects, all those which are not visible to the unassisted eye. To tell off, to divide a body of men into divisions and subdivisions preparatory to a special service. Telltale, a compass hanging face downwards from the beams in the cabin, showing the position of the vessel's head. Also an index in front of the wheel to show the position of the tiller. Telltale shake, the shake of a rope from aloft to denote that it wants letting go. Tell that to the Marines, a sailor's exclamation when an improbable story is related to him. Témoins, see witnesses. Tempest, a word not much used by seamen. It is, however, synonymous with storm, gales, etc. See storms. Temporary rank, that owing to an acting commission or to local circumstances ceasing with a particular service. Temporary stars, those which have suddenly become visible and after attaining considerable brightness have as suddenly vanished. That seen by Tycho in 1572 is a notable instance. Tenaille, in fortification, a long, low outwork traced on the inward prolongation of the faces of the bastions. It covers the curtain and conveniently defends the interior of the ravelin and its redoubt. Tenaillon, in fortification, a low outwork of two faces meeting in a salient angle, sometimes attached to ravelins to afford nearer flanking fire. Tench, Tinca vulgaris, a well-known freshwater fish. To tend, to watch a vessel at anchor on the turn of a tide and cast her by the helm, and some sail if necessary, so as to keep the cable clear of the anchor or turns out of her cables when moored. Tender, a small vessel duly commanded and employed to attend a larger one, to supply her with stores, to carry intelligence or volunteers and impressed men to receiving ships, etc. An enemy's ship captured by cutters or boats fitted out as tenders by men of war, but without any commission or authority from the Admiralty, will not ensure a prize to the benefit of the ship. The condemnation will be as a droit of Admiralty, on the principle that an officer does not retain his commission for the purposes of prize on board another ship. But if captured by one of her boats and brought to the ship, she's good prize, as with slaves. Tender is also a synonym of crank, thus a spar may be tender. Tending, the movement by which a ship turns or swings round when at single anchor, or moored by the head at every change of tide or wind. Tenon, the square heel of a mast, cut for fitting into the step, also the end of any piece of timber which is fashioned to enter into a mortise in another piece. They are then said to be tenoned together, as for instance, the stern post is tenoned into the keel. 10-pounder, a name given to a bony mullet-shaped fish of the West Indies. Tensile strain, the greatest effort to extend, stretch, or draw asunder, as in proving bars of iron, chain cables, etc. Tent, a canvas shelter pitched upon a pole or poles and stayed with cords and pegs, also a roll of lint or other material used in searching a wound, also a small piece of iron which kept up the cock of a gun lock. Teredo naualis, a worm which, furnished with a peculiar auger adaptation at its head, bores into timber, forming a shell as it progresses. They attain the length of 3 feet or more with a diameter of 1 inch or less. Even if the ship be destroyed by them, the loss is not within the policy of insurance. Terminal velocity of any given body. The greatest velocity it can acquire by falling freely through the air, the limit being arrived at when the increase of the atmospheric resistance becomes equal to the increase of the force of gravity. Terminator. The line separating the illuminated from the dark portion of the moon's disk. Term pieces or terms. Pieces of carved work on each side of the taffrail upon the side stern timber and extending down as low as the footrail of the balcony. Tern, or sea swallow, a species of seabird, allied to the gulls but of smaller and lighter make, and with longer and more pointed wings and tail. Genus Czandra. Ternary system, 3 stars in close proximity and found to be in physical connection, as for instance, Zeta Cancri. Tarada, an Indian boat, otherwise called Toni, a large longshore boat of the Gulf of Persia. Terrapin, contracted by sailors into turpin and tenepin, a freshwater tortoise plentiful in America and much esteemed for food. Terraplane, in fortification, the horizontal surface of the rampart in rear of the parapet. Terrestrial refraction, the property of the atmosphere by which objects appear to be higher than they really are, and in certain cases producing the effect called deceptio visus and fata morgana. Territory, the protection of neutral territory operates to the restitution of enemy's property captured within its limits. Since the introduction of firearms, that distance has usually been recognized to be almost 3 English miles. To tertiate, to examine whether a piece of ordnance is truly bored and has its due proportion of metal in every part, especially at the vent, in the trunnions, and the muzzle. Testing a chain gable, trying its strength by the hydraulic machine, which strains it beyond what it is likely to undergo when in use. Teststone, a silver papal coin, value 1 shilling 3d. A teststone is also a current coin in Portugal consisting of 100 reis. Tête de pont, a work covering the farther end of a bridge from assault from the country beyond. To tew, to beat hemp. End of section 14, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 15 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. TH to TI. Thoughts. Properly, athwarts. Sea thwarts. Theodolite. The theodolite is used in land surveying, leveling, etc. is well known. But the great theodolite, with its vertical circle and telescope adapted to the observation of the heavenly bodies, as used by nautical astronomers, commonly called an alt-azimuth instrument, is almost an observatory per se. By this alone, within 3 hours on each side of noon, the longitude, latitude, and magnetic variation of a position may be determined. There, a word added in hailing any part of a ship, as forecastle there, masthead there, thereaway, a phrase accompanied by pointing on a bearing or to an object in sight, thereabout, in that quarter. Thermometer, an instrument to measure the amount of heat by the expansion of a fluid, generally quicksilver, contained in a glass bulb, in connection with which is a hermetically closed tube, up which the fluid rises as the heat increases. This tube is graduated differently in different countries. Thermometric sailing, a scheme for detecting the approach to shoal water by the diminution of temperature, and found to be useful in some places, such as the Agulhas and Newfoundland banks. In the latter, a difference of 20 degrees has been observed on quitting the Gulf Stream and gaining soundings in 100 fathoms. Quick and dry for weighing, to clap on nippers closely, just at starting the anchor from the ground. Thick and thin block, or fiddle block, a block having one sheave larger than the other, sometimes used for quarter blocks. thick stuff, sided timber or naval planks under 1 foot and above 4 inches in thickness. Thieves' cat, a cat o' 9 tails having knots upon it and only used for the punishment of theft. Thimble, an iron ring with a concave outer surface to contain snugly in the cavity a rope which is spliced about it. Its use is to defend the rope which surrounds it from being injured by another rope, or the hook or a tackle which passes through it. Thimble eyes are thimble-shaped apertures in iron plates where sheaves are not required, frequently used instead of dead eyes for the topmast rigging, futtock plates, and backstays in the channels. Thods, an old northern term for sudden gusts of wind. Thoks, fish with broken bellies, which are prohibited to be mixed or packed with tail fish. Thole, thole pin or thole, from the Anglo-Saxon thole. Certain pins in the gunwale of a boat instead of the roll-up poppets, and serving to retain the oars in position when pulling. Generally, there is only 1 pin to each oar, which is retained upon the pin by a grommet or a cleat with a hole through it, nailed on the side of the oar. The principal use is to allow the oar, in case of action, suddenly to lie fore and aft over the side, and take care of itself. This was superseded by the swinging thowel, or metal crutch, in 1819, and by Admiralty order in Portsmouth Yard in 1830. Thornback, a well-known fish of the ray kind, Rhea clavata. Thoroughputs, or thoroughfoots, are kinks or tangles in a rope, or parts of a tackle not leading fair by reason of one of the blocks having been passed round part of the fall, and so getting a turn. Thoat, an old spelling of thwart. Thrasher or thresher, a species of shark with a long tail, Carchareus vulpes, also applied to a kind of grumpus which was supposed to attack the whale by leaping out of the water and inflicting blows with its powerful tail. Thread, Anglo-Saxon thread, the middle of a river or stream. To thread, to run a ship through narrow and intricate channels among islands. Three-cocked hat, a silly article of seaware, now happily passing away, retained only by coachmen, Lord Mayor's men, and parish beadles. Three-deckers, ships with 3 full batteries. 3 half-hitches are more than a king's yacht wants, an exclamatory remark to a green hand, meaning that 2 are enough. 3 sheets in the wind, unsteady from drink. 3 sisters, formerly the badge of office of boatswain's mates and masters-at-arms, made of 3 rattans bound together with waxen twine. 3 square, an odd word applied to staysails or anything triangular, as was the oblong square to a parallelogram. Thrift, Armeria, a genus of handsome plants growing on the sea-coast. Throat, the widened and hollowed end of a gaff next the mast, opposed to peak, the outer end, also the midship portion of the floor timbers and transoms, the contrary of breech. Throat bolts, eye bolts fixed in the lower part of tops and the jaw ends of gaffs for hooking the throat halyards to. Throat brails, those which are attached to the gaff for trussing up the sail, close to the gaff as well as the mast. See brails and topmast staysails. Falconer says, quote, "For he who strives the tempest to disarm will never first embrail the lee yard arm." End quote. Braille thus applies to leech lines, clew lines, etc. Throat halyards, ropes or tackles applied to hoist the inner part of the gaff and its portion of the sail, and hook on to the throat bolts as above. Throat seizing, in blocks, confines the hook and thimble in the strop home to the scores. Also, in turning in rigging, the throat seizing is passed with riding turns, through which the end is hove taut, and being turned up sharply is well seized to the standing part of the rigging, making it a severe cross nip which cannot render or slip. Throat, that part of the mizzen yard close to the mast. Throttle valve, a valve in the steam pipe of an engine for preventing the escape of steam or regulating the velocity of its passage from the boiler to the cylinder. Through all, carrying canvas in heavy squalls without starting a stitch. It demands not only courage, but seaman-like judgment, also applied to the cable or any purchase where, by reason of its slipperiness, The purchase does not nip. She is then said to be heaving through all. Fresh nippers, thick and dry for weighing, are then called for, and sand applied to overcome the slipping. Through fastenings, applied to bolts and treenails driven through both the timber and plank of the sides. Through pieces, see graving pieces. Through the fleet, a seaman's being sentenced by court-martial to be towed by a boat from every ship through the fleet, and receive alongside each a proportion of the lashes to be inflicted. But this was only awarded where the offence deserved a less punishment than death, and is now discontinued, solitary confinement or penal servitude being substituted. Throw. A cast of the hand lead. Throwing a steam engine out of gear. Disconnecting the eccentric rod from the gab lever. Thrum. Any coarse woolen or hempen yarn. It is used for mops, etc. in the cabins, also for mats, which are worked on canvas with a large bolt rope needle. To thrum. A vessel, when leaky, is thrummed by working some heavy spare sail, as the spritsail, into a thrummed mat, greasing and tarring it well, passing it under the bottom and heaving all parts tight. The pressure forces the tarred oakum into the openings and thus in part arrests the ingress of water. Thrummed mat. A small mat faced with rope yarn or spun yarn, which is used in a vessel's rigging to prevent chafing. Thrust. The effort of a screw propeller. Thud. The sound of a bullet on hitting the intended object. Thule. Gaelic tuath. An extreme object to the north. Thumb cleat. In shape resembling a thumb. They arrest the topsail reef earrings from slipping, and are also lashed to the rigging with a hollow, cut out to act as a hook, to suspend the bight of a rope as the truss pendants on the lower masts. Thundering. A sailor's emphatic word for anything choice, large, fine, or powerful. Thunder squall. This is similar to the black squall, only that it is always preceded and attended by lightning and thunder, and accompanied by extremely heavy rain. Thunny. See tunny. Thus, very well, thus, or dice. The order to the helmsman to keep the ship in her present direction when sailing close hauled. This truly sailor's motto was adopted by the Earl St. Vincent. Thwart clamps or knees. Those which secure the after, main, and fore thwarts to the rising and gunwales, and which support the masts. Thwart marks to a harbour. Two objects on the land, which, brought into line with each other, mark the safe course between shoals, as those on South Sea Common act for the needles, swashways, etc. Thwarts, properly athwarts. The seats are benches athwart a boat, whereon the rowers sit to manage their oars. Thwartships. Across the ship or from one side to the other. See athwart. Tibrick. An old name for the coal fish. Tiburon. Spanish. The shark. Ticket. An official warrant of discharge, so that a heavy penalty attaches to the loss of any of the blank ones in the captain's charge. It is always used in counterparts which are ordered to be perfect duplicates of each other. Ticket book. A register for accounting for all tickets and certificates received and used. Tickling of fish. The same as ganolin. See groping. Tidal wave. The wave caused by the combined action of the sun and moon. Its greatest influence is felt some time after the moon has passed the meridian of any place. Tide. A regular periodical current of waters, setting alternately in a flux and reflux. It is owing to the attraction of the sun and moon, but chiefly to the latter. The highest as well as most rapid perhaps are in the Gulf of Fundy and the River Wye, and on the contrary the lowest as well as feeblest are in the Mediterranean generally. To tide is to work up or down a river or harbour with a fair tide in a headwind or a calm, coming to anchor when the tide turns. Tide or tidal harbour, a port which can only be entered at a certain time of flood. Tide and half-tide, those roadsteads affected by several rivers or channels leading into them, as for instance Spithead. Tide ball, a ball hoisted to denote when the depth of water permits vessels to enter a bar harbour, or to take the bar outside from the known depth within. Tide gate, a place where the tide runs strong. Tide gauge, an instrument contrived for measuring the height of the tides. Ebb of tide, the falling tide. Tide pool, a sort of basin worn in seaside rocks. Tide rip, those short ripplings which result from eddies or the passage of the tide over uneven bottom, also observed in the ocean where two currents meet but not appearing to affect a ship's course. Tide road, the situation of a vessel at anchor when she swings by the force of the tide, in opposition to wind road. Tides work, the amount of progress a ship has made during a favourable tide, also a period of necessary labour on a ship during ebbing and slack water of a tide, that is when the sea has left the vessel aground between two tides, so as to enable workmen to repair defects down to a certain depth, laid bare by the receding tide. Tideway, a mid-stream or a passage or channel through which the tide sets and runs strongly. Tie for tie, mutual obligation and no favour, as in the case of the tie mate, the comrade who, in the days of long hair, performed the tie for tie on the tails. See tie. Tier, a regular row of anything, also a range in the hold, hence the terms ground tier, second and upper tier, etc., of casks or goods stowed there. Cable tier, the space in a ship where hempen cables were coiled. Tierce is specially applied to provision casks, and is the third of a pipe, but the beef tierce contains 280 pounds, or 28 gallons, whilst that of pork only contains 260 pounds, or 26 gallons. Now the beef tierce often contains 336 pounds, and the pork 300 pounds. Tierers, men formerly stationed in the tiers for coiling away the cables, where strength, activity, and ability shone conspicuously. Tier shot, that kind of grape shot which is secured in tiers by parallel iron discs. Ties, an old name for mooring bridles, also stops to a sail. See tie. Tight, close, free from leaks. Hence a ship is said to be tight when no water leaks in, and a cask is called tight when none of the liquid leaks out. Applied to ropes or chains, this word becomes taut. Tiller, a straight-grained timber beam or iron bar fitted into or round the head of the rudder, by means of which the latter is moved. See helm. Tiller head, the extremity of the tiller to which the tiller ropes are attached. Tiller ropes, the ropes which form a communication between the end of the tiller and the barrel of the wheel. They are frequently made of untarred rope, though hide is much better, and iron chains are also used. By these the tiller is worked and the vessel steered. Tiller sweep, see sweep of the tiller. Tilt, a small canopy extended over the stern sheets of a boat, supported by iron or woodwork, to keep off rain, as an awning is used to keep off the sun. To tilt, to lift up a little on one side or end of anything. Tilt boat, one expressly fitted, like a tilt wagon, to preserve powder or other fragile stores from the weather. Timber, Anglo-Saxon, all large pieces of wood used in shipbuilding, as floor timbers, cross pieces, futtocks, frames, and the like, all which see. Timber and room is the distance between two adjoining timbers, which always contain the breadth of two timbers and 2 or 3 inches besides, the same as room and space, or berth and space. Timber converter, a dockyard official who has the charge of converting timber for its different purposes in shipbuilding. Timber heads, the heads of the timbers that rise above the decks and are used for belaying hawsers, large ropes, etc. See kevel heads. These being such important parts of a ship, men of acknowledged talent in the Royal Navy are styled the timber heads of the profession. Timber hitch is made by taking the end of a rope round a spar, and after leading it under and over the standing part, passing 2 or 3 turns round its own part, making in fact a running but self-jamming eye. Timbers, the incurvated ribs of a ship which branch outwards from the keel in a vertical direction, so as to give strength, figure, and solidity to the whole fabric. One timber is composed of several pieces. See frame. Cant or square timbers are those which are placed obliquely on the keel towards the extremities of a ship, forming the dead solid wood of the gripe and of the after heel. Filling timbers, those which are put up between the frames. One mould serves for 2 timbers, the foreside of the one being supposed to unite with the afterside of the one before it, and so make only one line. Knuckle timbers are the foremost cant timbers on a ship's bow. The hindmost on the quarter are termed fashion pieces. Timber taster, one appointed to examine and pronounce upon the fitness of timber. Time, mean or mean solar time. That shown by a clock or watch when compensated for the unequal progress of the sun in the ecliptic, and which thence forms an equable measure of time. To take time is for an assistant to note the time by a chronometer at each instant that the observer calls stop, on effecting his astronomical observation, for altitude of a heavenly body, or for contact with the sun and moon, or moon and star. Timekeeper, timepiece, or chronometer. An instrument adapted for measuring mean time, the result of many years of study and experiment by our best horologists. See longitude. Timenegai, formerly a rope carried taut between different parts of a vessel to prevent the sheet or tack of a course from getting foul in working ship, especially from the fore-rigging to the anchor stock, to prevent the fouling of the foresheet. Timonier, derived from the French, the helmsman, also one on the lookout who directs the helmsman. Timonagi. This term properly belongs to steering, and is derived from timon, the tiller, and the twiddling lines, which worked in olden times on a gauge in front of the poop, in ships of the line, by which the position of the helm was easily read, even from the forecastle. Tyndall, a Lascar boatswain's mate. Tinker, a small mortar, formerly used on the end of a staff, now superseded by the cohorn, also a small mackerel. Tinkerman, fishermen who destroyed the fry of fish on the Thames by nets and other unlawful contrivances, till suppressed by the Mayor and Corporation of London. Tin Potter, a galley's skulker, shamming Abraham. Tippet, a snood for a fishing line. Tipping all nines, or tipped the nines, foundering from press of sail. Tipping the grampus, ducking a skulker for being asleep on his watch. See blowing the grampus. Tire, synonymous with tier. To titivate, or titivate off to the nines. To freshen the paintwork, to put into the highest kelter. End of section 15, read by Czandra, by the Tides of Fundy, 2024. Section 16 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. T.O. Toadfish, the Lophius piscatorius, or fishing frog. Tobacco has been supplied for the use of the ship's companies in the Royal Navy from the 1st of January 1799. Tobacco charts, the worthless charts formerly sold by ship chandlers. Tod boat, a broad, flat Dutch fishing boat. Toddy, the surah or juice extracted from various kinds of palm, and often called palm wine. A mixture of spirits, water, and sugar is also called toddy. See arrack. Tow a line, the order to stand in a row. Toggle, a strong pin of wood, sometimes used instead of a hook in fixing a tackle, or it is put through the bight or eye of a rope, bolt, or block strap to keep it in its place. In ships of war it is usual to fix toggles upon the running parts of the topsail sheets, the jeers, etc., when preparing for action, so that if the rope is shot away below, the toggle may stop the yard from coming down. The toggle is used in masting operations, in securing the standing part of fore and main sheets, but especially in whaling operations, cutting in, flensing, etc. A hole is cut in the blubber, the eye of the purchase strop passed through and toggled. In cold weather especially it is preferred to the hook, which at low temperatures is apt to snap suddenly, and is, moreover, heavier to handle. The term is also used for putting the bights of the sheets in the beckets. See becket. Toggle bolt. This bolt is used to confine the ensign's staff and the like into its place by means of a strap. It has a flat head and a mortise through it that receives a toggle or pin. Togs, a very old term for clothes. Togged to the nines, in full dress. Sunday togs, the best clothes. Tois, the French fathom, nearly approaching 2 hours, the proportion of the English yard to the French demi-tois being as 36 to 38.5. The tois is equal to 6.3946 English feet. Toke, a drink made from honey in Madagascar, very dangerous to Europeans. Toko for yam, an expression peculiar to Negroes for crying out before being hurt. Toledo, an esteemed Spanish sword, so called from the place of manufacture. Toll, a demand, etc., at the sound, hence the epithet of sound dues. Tom, a pet bow chaser, a 9 or 12-pounder, see Long Tom. Tomahawk, a weapon somewhat resembling a hand poleaxe, much used in boarding an enemy, as it is not only effective in combat but useful in holding on, and in cutting away fasts and rigging them when required. The name is derived from the hatchet of the North American Indians. Tom Astoners, dashing fellows from astound or astony, to terrify. Tom Cox's traverse, up one hatchway and down another. Others say 3 turns round the long-boat and a pull at the scuttle. It means the work of an artful dodger, all jaw and no good in him. Tommy Cod, a very small variety of the Gadus morhua, which mostly appears in the winter months, whence it is also called frost fish at Halifax and in Newfoundland. Tom Norrie, a name of the puffin, Fratercula arctica. Tom Pepper, a term for a liar, he having, according to nautic tradition, been kicked out of the nether regions for indulging in falsehood. Tompion, a circular plug of wood used to stop the muzzle of a gun and thereby keep out the wet at sea. The tompions are carefully encircled with tallow or putty for the same purpose. Also, the stopper fitted to go between the powder and shell in a mortar. This name is often pronounced as well as written Tomkin. Tom-tom, a small drum made from the stem of a hollowed tree, generally of the palm tribe, as the center is pithy and the skin flinty. It is covered by the skin of a lizard or shark and beaten with the fingers. It is used throughout the tropics and produces a hollow, monotonous sound. In the East Indies, it is used to proclaim public notices and to draw attention to conjurers, snake charmers, etc. Ton or ton, from the Anglo-Saxon tonne. In commerce, 20 hundredweight, or 2,240 pounds, but in the cubical contents of a ship it is the weight of water equal to 2,000 pounds, by the general standard for liquids. A ton of wine or oil contains 4 hogsheads. A ton or load of timber is a measure of 40 cubic feet in the rough, and of 50 when sawn. 42 cubic feet of articles equal 1 ton in shipment. Toni, a canoe of some burden, made of the hollowed trunk of a tree in early use on the Malabar coast. See Terada. Ton for ton and man for man, a phrase implying that ships sailing as consorts ought fairly to divide whatever prize they take. Tongue, Anglo-Saxon tonga, the long tapered end of one piece of timber made to fay into a scarf at the end of another piece to gain length. Also a low salient point of land. Also a dangerous mass of ice projecting under water from an iceberg or floe, nearly horizontally. It was on one of these shelves that the Guardian frigate struck. Tongue of a bevel, the movable part of the instrument by which the angles or bevelings are taken. Tonnage, a custom or impost, formerly granted to the Crown for merchandise imported or exported. Also the admeasurement of a ship, and thence to ascertain her cubical contents converted into tons. See burden. Top, a sort of platform placed over the head of the lower mast, from which it projects like a scaffold. The principal intention of the top is to extend the topmast shrouds so as to form a greater angle with the mast, and thereby give it additional support. It is sustained by certain timbers bolted fore and aft on the bibs or shoulders of the mast, and called the trestle trees. Athwart these are the cross trees. In ships of war it is used as a kind of redoubt and is fortified accordingly. It is also very convenient for containing the materials for setting the small sails, fixing and repairing the rigging, etc. The tops are named after their respective masts. This top was formerly fenced on the after side by a rail about 3 feet high, between the stanchions of which a netting was usually constructed, and stowed in action with hammocks. This was covered with red baize, or canvas painted red, and called the top armour. Top armours were in use with the Spaniards in 1810. Top armings. Hammocks stowed inside the rigging for the protection of riflemen. To top a yard, or boom. To raise up one end of it by hoisting on the lift, as the spanker boom is lifted before setting the sail. Top block. A large single block with an iron strop and hook, by which it is hooked into an eye-bolt under the lower cap, and is used for the top pendant to reeve through in swaying up or lowering down the topmasts. Top burton tackle, see Burton. Top castles. Castellated ledgings surrounding the mastheads of our early ships, in which the pages to the officers were stationed to annoy the enemy with darts, etc. Top chain. A chain to sling the yards in time of battle, in case of the ropes by which they are hung being shot away. Tope. A small-sized Chinese junk. Also the Gallias vulgaris, a kind of shark. Also a small grove of trees in India. Top gallant. In the Cotton manuscripts, this word appears as top garland. Top gallant forecastle. A short deck forward above the upper deck, mostly used as a galley, but in some merchantmen a berthing place for their crews, though generally very wet and uncomfortable for want of a few necessary fittings. Also it facilitates working the headsails. In several of the ironclad frigates, chase guns are fitted there. Top gallant mast. The third mast above the deck, the uppermost before the days of royals and flying kites. Top gallant quarterboards, or top gallant bulwarks, see quarterboards. Top gallant sails. The third sails above the decks. They are set above the topsail yards, in the same manner as the topsails above the lower yards. Top hamper. Any unnecessary weight either on a ship's decks or about her tops and rigging, also applied to flying kites and their gear, also to an officer overclothing himself. Top lantern or top light. A large signal lantern placed in the after part of a top, in ships where an admiral's flag or commodore's pendant flies. Top lining. A lining on the after part of sails to prevent their chafing against the top rim. Also a platform of thin board nailed upon the upper part of the cross trees on a vessel's top. Top mast. The second division of a mast above the deck. See mast. Top maul. A large hammer used to start the topmast fid, and to beat down the top when setting up topmast rigging. Top men. Selected smart seamen stationed in the several tops to attend the taking in or setting of the upper sails. Top nettings. See top. Topping. Pretentious, as topping the officer. Also fine, gallant, etc. Topping lifts. Those lifts which support a spar, davit, etc. Top rail. A rail supported on stanchions across the after part of each of a ship's tops. Top riders. See upper futtock riders. Top rim or brim. The circular sweep of the forepart of a vessel's top, and covering in the ends of the cross trees and trestle trees to prevent their chafing the topsail. Top rope. The mast rope employed to sway up a topmast or top gallant mast in order to fix it in its place or lower it. The top rope is rove through a block which is hooked on one side of the cap, and passing through the sheave hole of the mast is brought upwards on the opposite side and fastened to an eye bolt in the foremost part of the cap. To the lower end of the topmast's top rope a tackle is fixed. See top tackle. Swaying on all top ropes, figuratively, going the whole hog in joviality or any trickery. Topsail haul, or main topsail haul. When the mainsail is not set, this is the order given to haul the after yards round when the ship is nearly head to wind in tacking. Topsails. The second sails above the decks, extending across the topmasts by the topsail yards above, and by the lower yards beneath, being fastened to the former by earrings and robbins, and to the latter by the topsail sheets, which, passing through 2 great blocks or cheeks fixed on its extremities, and thence to 2 other blocks fixed on the inner part of the yard close by the mast, lead downwards to the deck. Paying debts with flying topsails, or with a flying foretopsail, is leaving them unpaid. Vessels not having topsail yards rigged aloft set topsails flying, as cutters, yachts, schooners, etc. Topsail schooner is full schooner rigged, but carries a square topsail on the foremast, the foresail not bent, but set as a square sail. She may also carry a main topsail, and is then termed a 2-topsail schooner. Topsail sheet bitts, standing bitheads through which the topsail sheets lead, and to which they are belayed. Topsawyer, the leading man in any undertaking, one who excels inasmuch as the man of most intellect guides the saw, and number 2 gets the sawdust in his face. Topside, all that part of a ship's side which is above the mainwells, that is, those strikes between the sheer strake and the upper black strake. Top swivel, once a favourite arm for ships' tops, but from the confined space and elevation rather an encumbrance than a useful addition. Top tackle, a large tackle, or properly pendant, hooked to the lower end of the topmast top rope, and to the deck in order to increase the mechanical power in lifting the topmast in order to fid it. It is composed of 2 strong iron-bound double or triple blocks, the hooks of which work on a swivel. Top tackle pendant. The pendant used with the above. The topmast is swayed up by a top rope or hawser. The pendant, which is of better material and hawser laid, has an eye and thimble spliced in one end and is pointed at the other. This pendant is barely long enough to lower the topmast temporarily in bad weather, and when the topmast is high enough for fitting, the purchase is block and block and cannot lift it higher. See top rope. To top the glim, to snuff the candle. To top the officer, to arrogate superiority. Top timber breadth, the distance between the upper part of the same timber and the middle line. Top timber hollow, a name sometimes given to the back sweep which forms the upper part of the top timber. Top timbers, the first general tier which reach the top, are called long top timbers, and those below short top timbers. Top your boom, see boom. Tor, a high rock or peak, also a tower, thus retaining the same meaning it had as Tor with the Anglo-Saxons. Tormentor, a large 2-pronged iron fork used by the ship's cook to fish out the cooked meat from the copper. Tormentum, a pistol, a gun, a piece of ordnance. Tornado, a peculiar squall, accompanied with rain and lightning, similar in suddenness to the white squall of the West Indies, and experienced off the equatorial region of the west coast of Africa between December and June. It appears first as a small black spot in the east, and barely affords time to put the ship before the wind and clew up all. The wind veers round the compass and lasts a very short time. Torpedo, a cartilaginous fish allied to the rays, furnished with electrical organs by means of which it is able to give powerful shocks. Also, a contrivance for blowing up ships of war by means of a submerged apparatus. Torrent, a land flood rushing from mountainous tracts, often with destructive effect. It is produced by an accumulation of water from rains or the melting of snows. Torse, a coarse kind of hemp, better known as cordilla in commerce. Torsion of cables. All ropes formed by twisting have a contrary turn and a disposition to kink from torsion. Torsk, see tusk. Torts, private wrongs either to persons or property afloat. They are cognizable by the Admiralty Court, according to locality. Tortue de mer, a turtle, also a French gabarre, troop, or store-ship, with very high 'tween decks. Toshing, a cant word for stealing copper sheathing from vessels' bottoms or from dockyard stores. Toss in your oars, the order to desist rowing and throw the oars in out of the rowlocks. Toss the oars up, throw them up out of the rowlocks and raise them perpendicularly in end. The act is intended as a compliment to a superior officer rowing by. Also the order to a boat's crew to get the oars ready for rowing, and to salute the officer on his entering the boat. To toss up the bunt, in furling a sail to make its final package at the centre of the yard when in its skin. Tot or tot. A drinking cup, somewhat smaller than the regulation half-pint, by which a surplus is left in the distribution of the regular allowance of grog, and awarded to the cook of each mess for the day for his trouble. Total loss. A term in marine insurance implying that the underwriters are to pay the amount insured without salvage. Tote, an abbreviation of total, to tote, to watch, to spy, or to carry, whence the very singular fish on the southern coasts of America, which carries small pebbles on its little sharp horns for making a nest, is called the stone-toter. Totty land, certain heights on the side of a hill, probably derived from the Anglo-Saxon totian, to elevate. Touch, in shipbuilding, the broadest part of a plank, worked top and butt, also the angles of the stern timbers at the counters. Also keeping touch is fulfilling the terms of an agreement, speaking of the faith between seamen and their employers. Touch and go, said of anything within an ace of ruin, as in rounding a ship very narrowly to escape rocks, etc., or when under sail she rubs against the ground with her keel without much diminution of her velocity. Touch and take, an old proverb which Nelson applied to a ship about to encounter her opponent, a Nelsonian maxim. Touch box, the receptacle for light tinder when matchlocks were used. Touch hole, the small aperture at the end of a musket or pistol, by which the fire of the priming was communicated to the charge, in guns called the vent. Touching, the state of a ship's sails when they first begin to lift or shiver with their edges in the direction of the wind. It is occasioned either by a change in the wind or in the ship's course. See full and by. Luff and touch her is the order to the helmsman to bring the vessel up and see how near she will come to the wind, or to give facility for taking in a reef when about to lower the topsails, or for deadening the ship's way. Touching at, stopping or anchoring at some intermediate port in the course of a voyage. Touch of the tar-brush, a nautical phrase expressive of those officers who are seamen as well as quarter-deckers, also said of a white person in whose ancestry there has been some admixture of one of the dark races. To touch up in the bunt. To mend the sail on the yard, figuratively to goad or remind forcibly. Touch wood, see punk. Tourniquet, screw bandages used for stopping the flow of blood. They are distributed about the quarters before action, and a number of men are taught to apply them. A handkerchief and toggle, or stick of any kind, is sometimes substituted. To tout, an old term for looking out or keeping a prying watch, whence the revenue cruisers and the customs officers were called touters. The name is also given to crimps. To tow, to drag or draw a ship or boat by means of a rope attached to another vessel or boat which advances by steam power, rowing or sailing. The Roman method, as appears in the triumphal arch at Orange, was by a rope fastened to a pulley at the top of the mast. They also fastened a rope to the head of a boat and led it over men's shoulders, as practiced on our canals at the present day. Towage, the towing of a vessel through the water, also the money given for being towed. Vessels thus relieved gave claim for salvage service. Tow blowen, a term on our eastern coasts for a blown herring. Towel, a word very absurdly introduced into marine law. If a mariner, says Molloy, quote, shall commit a fault, and the master shall lift up the towel 3 times before any mariner, and he shall not submit, the master at the next place of land may discharge him, end quote. Some think that this refers to an oaken stick, but it is no doubt corrupted from the hostie la toile, or turning a delinquent out of his mess, of the laws of Oleron. Towing bridle, a stout chain with a hook at each end for attaching a tow rope to, also a large towing hook in the bight of the chain. Towing hook, see towing bridle. Towing overboard, drawing anything after a ship or boat when she's sailing or rowing, as a maneuver to deceive an enemy and induce him to chase. It was common to tow a sail astern by a hawser, at the same time keeping the 3 masts in line, so as to deceive the chaser as to distance. Towing path, the hauling way along a canal or artificial harbor. Towing post, a substantial timber fixed through the deck of a steam tug for making the tow rope fast to. Also a similar post in canal barges to keep the tow line up clear of the path. Tow line, Anglo-Saxon, tow line, a small hawser or warp used to move a ship from one part of the harbor or road to another by means of boats, steamers, kedges, etc. Town major, an officer in a garrison, specially supervising the detail of the guards and of other local current duties. End of section 16, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 17 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. TP to TRI. T-plates. Iron plates in the form of the letter T placed under the channels to add strength. Trabacolo, an Adriatic trading craft. Trabaleo, ancient coasting vessels. Trabariae, ancient canoes made of hollowed trees, capable of carrying 2 or 3 men. Trace, in fortification, the horizontal disposition of the works, also a plan of the same. Track boat, from the Dutch trekschuyt, a vessel used on a canal or narrow stream. Tracking, hauling any vessel or floating body along a canal or river by a rope dragged along the bank by men or horses. Track of a ship, the line of a ship's course through the water, see wake. Trade implies the constant destination of any particular merchant vessels as the Lisbon trade, West India trade, etc. Trader, a vessel employed regularly in any particular branch of commerce, whether seaborne or coasting, British or foreign. Trade room, a part of the steerage of a Yankee notion trader, where light goods and samples of the cargo are kept for general business. Trade winds, currents of air moving from about the 30th degree of latitude towards the equator. The diurnal motion of the earth makes them incline from the eastward, so that in the northern hemisphere they're from the northeast, and in the southern hemisphere from the southeast. Their geographical position in latitude varies with the declination of the sun. In some parts of the world, as the Bay of Bengal and China Sea, the action of the sun on the neighboring land has the power of reversing the trades. The winds are there called monsoons. Trading vessel, see trader. To trail a pike, to hold the spear end in the right hand and the butt trailed behind the bearer. Trail boards, a carved board on each side of the stem, reaching from it to the figure or to the brackets, the carved work between the cheek knees of the head at the heel of the figure. Train or trail of artillery, a certain number of pieces of ordnance completely mounted and fitted with appurtenances and retinue of attendants, ready to follow in rear of an army, etc. See battering guns. Also the hinder part of a gun carriage. Train also signifies a line of gunpowder or other combustible material, forming a communication with any body intended to be set on fire or exploded. Training level, a gravitating instrument for the same purpose as the training pendulum. Training pendulum, an improved pendulum to facilitate the accurate elevation and depression of guns on board ship by means of colored spirits or quicksilver confined in a tube. Training ship for the merchant service, a vessel properly equipped with instructors and means to rear able-bodied lads for the merchant service. Training ship for naval cadets, HMS Britannica, commanded by a captain and complement of officers for the primary training of naval cadets. They are nominated by the First Lord, examined as to ability and constitution, and entered on trial. If they pass a pretty rigid examination, they are nominated to ships, but if they fail, they are not admitted into the Navy. Great interest is required for a nomination. Train tackle, a tackle which is during action hooked to an eye bolt in the train of a gun carriage and to a ring bolt in the deck. Its use is to prevent the gun from running out of the port whilst loading, and for running it in when fired. Trajectory, an astronomical term for the orbital curve described by a planet or comet, now seldom used in that science, but generally employed for the path described by a shot or shell. Trammel, a large drag net for the cod fishery. Tramontana, the north wind in general in the Mediterranean, but also denoting a peculiar cold and blighting wind very hurtful in the archipelago. Tran, a Norwegian word for fish oil, adopted in our northern fisheries. Trunke or trunkies, a large boat of the Gulf of Persia. Transfer, there can be no legal transfer of property captured at sea without a legal condemnation in the Admiralty Court, and therefore the sale or occupancy of vessels and goods by pirates does not alter or extinguish the loser's right of property. Transfer is the legal state of a registered ship or shares in her to persons qualified to be owners of British ships, also the turning over men or companies from one ship to another. Transshipment of treasure. Ships on a distant station receiving treasure for conveyance to some other man of war about to proceed to England from another port on the same station. Both captains partake of the freight relatively as to distance and deposit. Transire, a custom house document specifying the goods shipped by a coasting vessel, docketed with a sufferance for their discharge on arriving at the place of destination. Transit, the precise culmination of a heavenly body over the meridian of a place. Transit of Mercury or Venus. These planets, being situated between the Sun and the Earth, occasionally appear to us to pass over his disk from east to west. Transit instrument, a telescope fitted with vertical wires and revolving on an axis in the plane of the meridian, with which the time may be obtained by observing the passage of the stars and planets compared with their computed time. Transitu, goods of an enemy's colony surrendering between the time of sailing and capture do not change their hostile character in transitu, though the owners may have become British subjects by capitulation, upon the principle that the national character cannot be altered in transitu. See stoppage in transitu. Transmission, the property in a merchantman or a share therein, transmitted in consequence of the authenticated death, bankruptcy, or insolvency of any registered owner. Transom, the vane of a cross staff, made to slide along it by means of a square socket. It may be set to any of the graduations. Transom of a gun carriage, a cross piece of timber uniting the cheeks, generally between the trunnion holes and the fore-axle tree. Transom knees, curved timbers or pieces of iron, which bind and connect the ship's quarter to the transoms, being bolted to the latter and to the after timbers. Knees which have one arm applied to either end of a transom, and the other running diagonally along and bolted to the ship's side. Transoms, thwartship pieces, forming the buttocks of a ship, extended across the stern post to which they are bolted, and give her after part the figure most suitable to the service for which she is intended. Deck transom, that on which all the lower deck planks are rabbeted. The first, second, and third transoms, etc., are respectively below the preceding. Helm post transom, that which is at the head of the stern post and forms the upper part of the gun-room ports. Wing transom, the next below and forming the lower part. Transport, a private ship hired by government for carrying troops, stores, and munitions of war. The proportion of tonnage for troops embarked in transports is 2 tons per man. Transporting, moving a ship by means of hawsers only from one part of a harbour to another. Transporting blocks, 2 snatch blocks fitted one on each side above the taffrail to admit a hawser when transporting a ship. Transport office, formerly a department under government directed by commissioners who chartered vessels and appointed officers for conveying troops to or from this country. They were also to provide accommodation and provision for all prisoners of war, as well as to regulate their exchange by cartel, etc. now under a naval director of transport. To transship, to remove a cargo from one ship to another. Transverse axis, the first or principal diameter of an ellipse, that which crosses it lengthwise. See major axis. Transverse section, athwart-ship view of any part of a ship when cut by a plane at right angles to the keel. Tranter, one who carries fish for sale. Trap creel, a basket for catching lobsters. Trapezium, a quadrilateral figure that has only two of its four sides parallel. Trapezoid or tablet, has all its four sides and angles unequal and no sides parallel. Travado or travat, from tornado, a heavy squall with sudden gusts of wind, lightning and rain on the coast of North America. Like the African tornado, it commences with a black cloud in calm weather and a clear sky. To travel, for a thimble, block, etc., to run along on beams or ropes. Traveller, one or more iron thimbles with a rope spliced round them, sometimes forming a kind of tail, but more generally a species of grummet. Traveller of boats' masts, jib boom, etc. An iron ring fitted so as to slip up and down a spar, to run in and out on a boom or gaff, for the purpose of extending or drawing in the outer corner or tack of the sail. Traveller iron, to a cutter's foresail, boom, mainsail, or spanker boom, generally termed traveller horse. See horse. Travelling backstays are generally the breast backstays which set up with a runner purchase in the channels on the weather side. That to leeward is let go in stays. The traveller is a strong parrel strop which passes round the mast and through two thimbles of which the breast backstays reeve. As the yard is hoisted, this slips up, but when a reef is taken in, it is rowed down by the feet of two men close to the tie block, and thus supports the mast from the top rim to the parrel. Travelling guys. The jib traveller guys are seized on to the traveller and are shortened in and set up when the jib is eased in. Travelling martingale. A similar contrivance adapted to a martingale to support the jib boom in that particular part where the jib tack is fixed. See martingale. Traverse. Denotes the several courses a ship makes under the changes of wind or manoeuvres. It is self-evident that if she steered a course there would be no traverse, but her course being north and the wind from the north, it is evident she could have but two courses open to her, east-northeast or west-northwest. The reduction of the distances run on each course, corrected for variation and leeway, constitutes the traverse table, from which the reckoning is deduced each day up to noon. From this zigzag set of lines we have the term Tom Cox's traverse, which see. Also in fortification, a mound, often of parapet form, raised to cover from enfilade or reverse fire. Also to traverse a gun or mortar, to alter its direction from right to left or vice versa, with handspikes, tackles, etc. To traverse a yard, to get it fore and aft. Traverse board, a thin circular piece of board, marked with all the points of the compass, and having 8 holes bored in each, and 8 small pegs hanging from the center of the board. It is used to determine the different courses run by a ship during a watch, by sticking one peg into the point on which the ship has run each half hour. It is useful in light and variable winds. Traverse horse, see jackstays. Traverse questions, cross-examinations at a court-martial. Traverse sailing. Resolving a traverse is merely a general term for the determination of a single course, equivalent to a series of successive courses steered, whatever be the manner of finding the lengths of the lines forming the triangles. Traverse table. A table which gives the difference of latitude and departure corresponding to a certain course and distance and vice versa. It is generally calculated to every quarter of a point or degree and up to a distance of 300 miles. Traverse wind. A wind which sets right in to any harbor and prevents the departure of vessels. Traversier. a small fishing vessel on the coast of Rochelle. Traversum, an archaic term for a ferry. Trawl, a strong net or bag dragged along the bottom of fishing banks by means of a rope, a beam, and a pair of iron trawl heads. Trayeres, an archaic term for a sort of longboat. Treading a seam or dancing Pedro P. See Pedro a pie. Tread of a ship or keel, the length of her keel. To tread water, the practice in swimming by which the body is sustained upright and the head kept above the surface. Treble block, one fitted with 3 sheaves or rollers. Trebling, planking thrice around a whaler's bows in order the more effectually to withstand the pressure of the ice. Trebuchet, an engine of old to cast stones and batter walls. Trekschuit, a canal boat in Holland for carrying goods and passengers. Treeing, in the Arctic regions, refraction sometimes causes the ice to resemble a huge wall, which is considered an indication of open water in that quarter. Tree nails, long cylindrical oak or other hardwood pins driven through the planks and timbers of a vessel to connect her various parts. Tree nail wedge. A cross is cut in the tree nail end, and wedges driven in, caulked, or sometimes a wedge is driven into its inner end, and the tree nail is thus secured. Trees of a ship. The chess trees, the cross trees, the rough trees, the trestle trees, and the waste trees. Trelawney, a poor mess composed of barley meal, water, and salt. Trenches, the earthworks by which a besieger approaches a fortified place, generally half sunk in the ground, the other half formed by the excavated earth thrown as a parapet to the front. Trenchman, see Trugman. To trench the ballast, to divide the ballast in a ship's hold to get at a leak, or to trim and stow it. To trend, to bend or incline, speaking of a coast as the land trends to the southwest, also the course of a current or stream. Trend of an anchor, the lower end of the shank where it thickens towards the arms, usually at 1/3 from the crown. In round terms, it is the same distance on the shank from the throat that the arm measures from the throat to the bill. Trennel, see tree nails. Trepang, an eastern name for the holoturia or bêche de mer, frequently called the sea slug, used as an article of food by the Chinese. Trestle trees, 2 strong bars of timber fixed horizontally fore and aft on each side of the lower masthead to support the topmast, the lower cross trees, and top. Smaller trestle trees are fitted on a topmast head to support the topgallant mast and topmast cross trees. Triangle or trigon, a geometrical figure consisting of 3 sides and as many angles. Also a machine formed by spars for lifting weights, water casks, etc. Also a stage hung round a mast to scrape, paint, or grease it. Triangulum, one of the ancient northern constellations. Triatic stay, a rope secured at each end of the heads of the fore and mainmasts, with thimbles spliced in its bight to hook the stay tackles to. This term applies also to the jumper stay, extending in schooners from the mainmast head to the foremast head, clearing the end of the foregaff. Tributary, any stream, large or small, which directly or indirectly joins another stream. To trice, to haul or lift up by means of a lashing or line. Trice up, lie out, the order to lift the studding sail boom ends while the topmen move out on the yards, preparatory to reefing or furling. Tricing battens, those used for the hammocks or tricing up the bags between the beams on the lower deck. Tricing line, a small cord generally passing through a block or thimble and used to hoist up any object to render it less inconvenient. Such are the tricing lines of the yard tackle, etc. Trick, the time allotted to a man on duty at the helm, the same as spell. Tricker, an old spelling for the trigger of a gun. Tree, an old word for trim, out of tree, crank. Trigger, in shipbuilding is the letting fall the pall of the cradle by which the dock shore falls flush and offers no further obstruction to the ship gliding down the ways into her absurdly termed native element. Also a small catch under the lock of firearms, by drawing which back, when the piece is cocked, it is discharged. Trigger finger, see forefinger. Trigger line, a line by which the gun is fired. Trig meat, a Western term for any kind of shellfish picked up at low water. Trigon, see triangle. Trigonometry, the science which deals with measuring triangles or determining their unknown sides and angles, plane or spherical. Trim, the set of a ship on the water, whether by the head or the stern or on an even keel. It is by the disposition of the ballast, cargo, masts, and other weight which she carries that a vessel is best adapted for navigation. Also, the working or finishing of any piece of timber or plank to its proper shape or form. In trim is neat and regular. To trim is to arrange the sails so that they may receive the full advantage of the wind. Trim of the hold, the arrangement of the cargo, etc., by which a vessel carries sail well and becomes under control as well as seaworthy. Trimmed, sails properly set and yards well braced after tacking. Trimmed sharp, the arrangement of a ship's sails in a slant wind, so that she may keep as close as possible to the breeze. Trimming a jacket, ropes ending the wearer. Timonier, a corruption of timonier, but formerly a rating on ship's books. Trim the boat, the order to sit in the boat in such a manner as that she shall float upright, also to edge aft so that her steerage becomes easier and she does not ship heavy seas. Trink, an old contrivance for catching fish, Statute 2, Henry VI, Chapter 15. Trip, an outward bound passage or short voyage, particularly in the coasting trade. It also denotes a single board in plying to windward. Also the movement by which an anchor is loosened from its bed and raised clear of the bottom, either by its cable or buoy rope. The anchor's a trip, that is, no longer holds. Triple star, 3 stars situated in close proximity, but apparently only optically connected. See ternary system. Tripping, giving a yard the necessary cant by a tripping line. Also, the lifting an upper mast to withdraw its fid in order that it may be lowered by means of the mast rope. Tripping line, a small rope serving to unrig the lower topgallant yardarm of its lift and brace when in the act of sending it down on deck. Also the line used for tripping an upper mast. End of section 17, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 18 of the Sailor's Workbook, S to Z, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases, TRO to TY. Troker or troker, a dealer in smuggled goods. Trochoid or cycloid, a geometrical curve resulting from a circle being made to run along a right line, whence the French designate it roulette. But if a circle be made to roll along the circumference of another circle, it becomes an epicycloid, which see. Troit, an archaism for the cuttlefish. Trolling, drawing the bait along the water to imitate the swimming of a real fish. This is generally done by a long line attached to the stern of a sailing boat. The word of old signified sauntering or idling about. Trombone, a species of blunderbuss for boat service, taking its name from its unseemly trumpet mouth. Trona, an article of export from Tripoli and Egypt, the natron of commerce and over manu of the East Indies. Sesquicarbonate of soda mixed with salt and sulfate of soda. Troop, a company of cavalry commanded by a captain, generally from 40 to 60 strong. Also an assembling beat of the drum, trooping the guard, or the colours, are special military ceremonies connected with guard mounting. Troop the guard, a ceremony daily practiced in large ships by the marines at morning muster. Troop boats are built with great flatness of floor, with extreme breadth, carried well forward and aft, and possessing the utmost buoyancy as well as capacity for stowage. They were carried as paddle-box boats, inverted, and thus protected the paddles as well as being ready for use. Troop ships, a class of vessel of excellent account during war in the hands of government, far preferable to hired transports for the purpose of conveying soldiers, especially cavalry and their horses. They were usually in the last French war, 50s and 64s, and with the lower deck guns taken out, were roomy and airy. Trophy, anything captured from an enemy and shown or treasured as a token of victory. Tropical motion, see motion. Tropical revolution, if the periodic time of a circuit round the sun be taken in reference to the equinoxes or tropics, it is called a tropical revolution. Tropic bird. Phaethon aetherius, a well-known seabird, distinguished by two very long feathers in its tail, also termed bosun bird, from the tail feathers resembling a marlin spike. Tropics, two imaginary lines upon the globe, or lesser circles of the sphere, parallel to the equator and at 23½ degrees distance on each side of it. They touch the ecliptic at its greatest distances from the equator and from the boundaries of the sun's declination, north and south. Trough, from the Anglo-Saxon troch, a small boat broad at both ends. Also, the hollow or interval between two waves, which resembles a broad and deep trench perpetually fluctuating. As the set of the sea is produced by the wind, the waves and the trough are at right angles with it. Hence a ship rolls heaviest when she is in the trough of the sea. Troul, the action of silt being rolled along by a tide. To trounce, to beat or punish. An old word, in Matthew's translation of the Bible, 1537, we find, "The Lord trounced Sisera." Trouncer, an old word for a waster. Trou de loup, holes dug in the form of an inverted cone, with a large picket or stake in each, to break the march of an enemy's column when advancing to the attack. Trow, a clinker-built, flat-floored barge, used on the Severn, etc. Also a sort of double boat with an interval between and closed at the ends. It is used on the Tyne for salmon fishing, the fishermen standing across the opening, leister in hand, ready to strike the quarry which passes. Truce. The exhibition of a flag of truce has been religiously respected amongst civilized nations. It is a request by signal to desist from further warfare until the object of the truce requested has been acceded to or rejected. Truckman, see Trugman. Truck, a Cornish word for the trough between two serfs. Also exchange as fish for grog, etc. Truckle, a Welsh coracle. Trucks, pieces of wood of various forms, though mostly round. They are for different purposes, as wheels on which the gun carriages run. Trucks of the flagstaves, or at the masthead. Circular caps on the upper mastheads. They are generally furnished with two or more small sheaves, through which the signal halyards are rove. Trucks of the parrels, spherical pieces of wood, termed bull's-eyes, having a hole through them, in which is inserted the rope of the parrel. See parrel. Trucks for fair leaders are similar to bull's-eyes, but are scored to fit the shrouds to which they are seized. The ropes are thus kept from getting jammed between the yards and the rigging. They are also useful, especially at night, as guides to particular ropes. True anomaly. See anomaly. True blue. A metaphorical term for an honest and hearty sailor, true to his uniform and uniformly true. True horizon. See horizon. True tide, opposed to cross tide, which see. True water. The exact depth of soundings. Truff, a West Country name for a trout. Trug, a rough basket for carrying chips of timber. Trugman, an early word for interpreter being a corruption of dragoman, also called trenchman, but not trencherman, as a worthy Mediterranean consul wrote it. Trumpeter, a petty officer and musician stationed on the poop to sound salutes and various evolutionary orders. Truncheon, a field marshal's baton, also a constable's. Trundlehead, the lower drumhead of a capstern when it is double and worked on one shaft both on an upper and lower deck. Trundleshot, an iron bolt 16 or 18 inches long with sharp points and a ball of lead just inside each head. Trunk, sea rudder trunk, also a large species of turtle, also a place for keeping fish in, also an iron hoop with a bag used to catch crabs and lobsters. Fire trunks, funnels fixed in fire ships under the shrouds to convey the flames to the masts, rigging, and sails. Trunk engine, a direct-acting steam engine in which the end of the connecting rod is attached to the bottom of a hollow trunk, passing steam tight through the cylinder cover. Trunk fish, a name of the Ostracion, a fish remarkable for having its body encased in an inflexible armor of hard octagonal plates, the fins, mouth, and gill openings passing through holes in this casing. Trunnion ring, the ring around a cannon, next before the trunnions, now disused. Trunnions, the arms or two pieces of metal projecting from the opposite sides of a gun, by which it rests and swings upon its carriage, acting as an axis of elevation or depression. Also pieces of well-seasoned wood used in securing the ship's timbers. Truss. The trusses or parrels of the lower yards serve to bind them to their masts and are bowsed taut when the yards are trimmed in order to arrest motion and friction, but the introduction of an iron gooseneck centering and securing the yard well free of the mast very much supersedes the use of trusses. Truss hoops, synonymous with clasp hoops for masts or spars. They are open iron hoops, so made that their ends, being let into each other, may be well fastened by means of iron wedges or forelock keys. Truss parrel, that part of a rope truss which goes round the yard. Truss pendant, that part of a rope truss into which the truss tackle blocks are seized. Truss pieces, the fillings in between the frame compartments of the riders in diagonal trussing. Truss tackle, a gun tackle purchase applied to the ends of the truss pendants to bowse them taut home to the mast. To truss up, to brail up a sail suddenly, to toss up a bunt. To try, or lie to in a gale, is by a judicious balance of canvas to keep a ship's bow to the sea, and with as much as she can safely show, prevent her rolling to windward in the trough of a sea. Close hauled under all sail, a vessel gains headway within 6 points of the wind, but in trying she may come up to 5 and fall off to 7, so that a vessel does not hold her own. If the vessel be in proper trim or properly stowed, she will naturally keep to the wind, but custom and deficiency of seaman-like ability have induced the lazy habit of lashing the helm a-lee. To try back for a bend. To pay back some of the bight of a cable in order to have sufficient to form the bend. To try down. To boil out the oil from blubber at sea in whalers. Trying the range. A lubberly mode of estimating the distance of an enemy's ship or fort by firing a shot at it. Trysail. A reduced sail used by small craft in lieu of their mainsail during a storm. Also a fore and aft sail set with a boom and gaff in ships, synonymous with the spencers of brigs and schooners and the spanker or driver of ships. See storm trysail. Trysail mast, a spar abaft the fore and main mast for hoisting the trysail. Try works, large copper boilers for boiling the blubber in whalers. Grog tub, a half cask set apart for mixing the daily allowance of spirit with water, lime juice, and sugar prior to its being served out to the ship's company. Match tub, a conical tub used to guard the slow match in action. They were formerly about 5-gallon capacity, the head being sunk about 2 inches, and 4 holes bored to insert slow matches. They are now almost disused, except to keep a light ready for signal purposes, as rockets, blue lights, etc. by night. Tubes, sea chain pump. Tubes for guns, a kind of portable priming for insertion into the vent, of various patterns. See friction tube, quill tubes, etc. Topsail halyard tubs. Circular framed racks in which the topsail halyards are coiled clear for running and are prevented from fouling by being sent adrift in a gale. Tubular boilers, those in which the flame and hot gases after leaving the furnaces pass through a great number of small iron or brass tubes surrounded by water, by which means these gases are made to impart some of their heat to the water before they escape, thus fuel is economized. Tuck, the after part of a ship, immediately under the stern or counter, where the ends of the bottom planks are collected and terminate by the tuck rail. Thus the fur frigates of 1812 to 14 had flat, square transoms similar to boats or heart-shaped, hence our square-tucked frigates, brigs, etc. Tug, a vessel for towing in and out of harbours and the like. See steam tug. To tug, from the Anglo-Saxon togan, to pull. It now signifies to hang on the oars and get but little or nothing ahead. Tug, a heavy sort of wain or cart on which the ship timber for naval arsenals was formerly conveyed from Sussex. Tumble in, see tumbling home. Tumbler, one of the numerous names for the porpoise, Phocoina communis, also a contrivance to avoid the necessity of having copper nailed on the mast to prevent a gaff from chafing it. Tumble up, a requisition of the boatswain's mates, etc., to quicken the hands after being piped up. The cry is well understood, though so contrary to the known tendency of gravitation. Tumbling home, the opposite of wall-sided or flaring out, that part of a ship's side which curves inwardly above the extreme breadth. In all old sea books, this narrowing of a ship from the extreme breadth upwards is called housing in. See upper works. Tumbling sea, the increased rolling before a gale. Tumbrel, a covered cart for conveying ammunition and pioneers' tools. Tum-tum, a West India dish consisting of boiled plantain beat into a paste and fried. Tungala, a small boat in the Moluccas and Borneo. Tunny, a well-known large fish of the family Scombridae. It forms an important branch of Mediterranean commerce. Turbonada, a roaring squall or short hurricane of frequent occurrence in the Pacific Ocean, a mimo-phonetic term adopted from the Spaniards. Turbot, the Pleuronectes maximus, a flat fish in the highest esteem with all ichthyophagy. Turkey grain, a name for maize. Turk's head, an ornamental knot, so called from resembling a turban, used on side ropes, etc. It is worked with a piece of small line by following the lead until it is formed with 3 parts to each cross. To take a turn or catch a turn. To pass a rope once or twice round a cleat, pin, kevel, or any other thing to keep it fast. Turn ahead, a self-explanatory order to the engineer in regulating the movement of a steamer. To turn a turtle. To take the animal by seizing a flipper and throwing him on his back, which renders him quite helpless. Also applied to a vessel capsizing or throwing a person suddenly out of his hammock. To turn in, to go to bed. To turn out, to get up. To turn in a dead-eye or heart. To seize the end of a shroud or stay, etc., securely round it. Turning in rigging. The end of a vessel's shrouds carried round the dead-eyes, laid back and secured by seizings. Turning room, space in a narrow channel for a ship to work in. Turn in the hawse, 2 crosses in a cable. Turn of the tide, the change from ebb to flood or the contrary. Turn out the guard, the order for the marines of the guard to fall in on the quarter-deck in order to receive a superior officer on board. To turn over men, to discharge them out of one ship into another. Turn the glass, the order in throwing the log when the stray line is paid out. To turn the hands up, to summon the entire crew on deck. To turn to windward, to gain on the wind by alternate tacking. It is when a ship endeavours to make progress against the wind by a compound course inclined to the place of her destination. otherwise called plying or beating to windward. Turnpike sailors, rascals who go about dressed as sailors pretending that they have been shipwrecked and soliciting charity. Turpis causa, an unsustainable suit for wages on the part of a British pilot for navigating a foreign ship to an enemy's port. Turret ship, a vessel more or less armored, fitted with one or more heavily plated revolving turrets, each carrying one or more guns of the heaviest class, which look out above the deck, the whole worked by steam power. It represents the present improvement on the inventions of the cupola ship, shield ship, and monitor. Turtle, the well-known marine reptile, described by early navigators as reasonable toothsome meat. The horny covering of the shell of some species furnishes the substance commonly known as tortoise shell. Turtle craw, a shallow lagoon wherein turtles are kept. Turtle peg, a socketed pointed iron on a staff. It is slightly barbed and is a special tool for sticking turtle. Tusk, the Brosmius vulgaris, a savory fish taken in the northern seas, about the size of the ling, but with a broader tail. Tween or twixt decks, the one under the gun deck where sailors usually mess. Twice laid, rope made from a selection of the best yarns of old rope, also a sea dish made of the salt fish left from yesterday's dinner, and beaten up with potatoes or yams. Twiddling line, a piece of small rope ornamentally fitted and used for steadying the steering wheel when required, no longer used. To twig, to pull upon a bowline, also in familiar phrase, to understand or observe. Twig ait, a river islet where osiers grow. Twine, a kind of strong thread used in sail-making. It is of two kinds, extra for sewing the seams, and ordinary for the bolt ropes. See whipping twine. Irish twine or thumb line, like nettles, is worked by the fingers from fine yarns drawn from bolt rope. Twin screw, a steamer fitted with two propellers and independent engines to enable her to turn rapidly on her own axis. The twin screw principle is not new, but latterly it has been so perfected that speed in turning is no longer a matter of doubt. Two blocks, the same as chock-a-block, which see. Two-handed fellows, those who are both seamen and soldiers or artificers, as the marines and especially marine artillerymen. Two-handed saw, a very useful instrument in ship carpentry. It is much longer than the handsaw and requires 2 men to use it. Two-monthly book, a book kept by the captain's clerk to be forwarded every 2 months when possible in order to prevent frauds, and in the event of a ship being lost, to have the accounts to the nearest period. 2 months advance, see advance money. 2 pences, twopences, a deduction from each man per mensem, formerly assigned to the surgeon for wages. 2 topsail schooner, see topsail schooner. Twy, a meteor squall on the coasts of Wiltshire, Hampshire, etc. Tie, a runner of thick rope or chain which forms part of the purchase used for hoisting the topsail and topgallant yards. Tie block, the block on the yard through which the tie is rove and passes on to be secured at the masthead. The block secured to the lower end of the tie is the fly block. Taimum, a Chinese river craft. Tainarides, the ancient name of the meteor called Corpo Santo. Typhoon, typhon, or typhon, the Chinese word for a great wind applied to hurricanes or cyclones. They are revolving storms of immense force, occurring most frequently in those parts of the world which are subject to monsoons, and take place at those seasons when the monsoons are changing. They seem to be eddies formed by the meeting of opposing currents of air, for instance, the westerly winds near the equator and the easterly winds of higher latitudes, which accounts for the important fact that these storms revolve in opposite directions in the 2 hemispheres, in the southern with, in the northern against the hands of a watch. But the circular tendency in both supports the name of cyclone. End of section 18, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 19 of the Sailor's Workbook S to Z by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. U. Ugly. A term applied to a threatening heavy atmosphere, also to a head sea. Also to an ugly craft, as a mischievous foe or a pirate. Ulcus, an old term for the hulk of a ship of burden. Legacy, Ethelred. Oleaginous channels, those connecting the branches of rivers by cuts through the soil. Ullage, the remainder in a cask or package which has leaked or been partially used. Ullaged is used for damaged, short of contents. Ultimatum, the final conditions upon which any proposition or treaty with an enemy can be ratified. Ultramare, beyond seas, a naval law term. Ultra vires, beyond the power of might or right to interfere. Ultrazodiacal, beyond the limits of the zodiac, applied to those asteroids that revolve outside the ancient zodiac. Umbra, the dark shadow of the moon, Earth, or any other planet. Umbrella warping, a contrivance similar to an umbrella by which ships in a calm may be warped ahead. Unattached, in military phraseology, an officer not belonging to any one company or regiment, or on half pay. To unbend, to cast off or untie, to remove the sails from their yards and stays, to cast loose the cables from their anchors, or to untie one rope from another. To unbit, to remove the turns of a cable from off the bits, see bits. Unclaimed, as derelict. Vessels found at sea without a human being or a domestic animal on board are good prizes if not claimed within 366 days. If so claimed, full salvage or half her value is assigned to the salvers. Undecagon, a geometrical figure of 11 equal sides and angles. Under bare poles, the condition of a ship under no canvas, or when the wind is too violent to allow of any sail being set on her. Under beveling, the alteration made inside a square in hewing timber, as opposed to standing beveling. Under bright, a meteorological term for the strong light which sometimes appears below clouds near the horizon. Under canvas, synonymous with under sail. Undercurrent, a stream which sets beneath the surface water of the sea, whilst that is either in a quiescent state or moving in a contrary direction. Swift rivers may run out at top whilst the flood tide runs in below. Under deck, the floor of a cabin or 'tween decks. Underfoot, under the ship's bottom, said of an anchor which is dropped while she has headway. An anchor is often dropped underfoot when calm prevails and the drift would be towards danger. To drop an anchor underfoot is to let it go and veer a little of the riding cable when the coming home or parting of the one by which she is riding is feared. Under level, see beveling. Undermanned, when a ship has an insufficient complement or is short-handed. Undermasted, when the masts are either too small or too short, so that a ship cannot spread the sail necessary to give her proper speed. Under metal, the condition of a gun when the muzzle is depressed and the metal, that is the breech, raised, the proper position when not in use, to prevent moisture collecting in the chamber. To underrun a hawser or warp. To haul a boat along underneath it in order to clear it if any part happens to be foul. To underrun a tackle is to separate the several parts of which it is composed and range them in order, so that the general effort may not be interrupted when it is put in motion by the parts crossing or by thoroughfoots. Under sail, the state of a ship when she's in motion from the action of wind on her sails. Underset, wherever the wind impels the surface water directly upon the shore of a bay, the water below restores equilibrium by taking a direction contrary to the wind. The resaca or underset is particularly dangerous on those beaches where heavy surf prevails. To undershore, To support or raise a thing by putting a spar or prop under it as a ship is shored up in dock. Under skinker, assistant to the purser's steward. Under the lee, sheltered from the wind by some intervening object, as a ship under the lee of the land. Under the sea, a ship lying to in a heavy gale and making bad weather of it. Under the wind, so situated to leeward of something as not to feel the wind. Under tow, an undercurrent especially noticed at the mouths of great rivers, or where tide and half-tides prevail, completely hampering the sails even with a good breeze. See undercurrent. Under way, a ship beginning to move under her canvas after her anchor is started. Some have written this under way, but improperly. A ship is under way when she has weighed her anchor. She may be with or without canvas or hove to. As soon as she gathers way, she is under way. This a moot point with old seamen. Underwriters, the parties who take upon themselves the risk of insurance, and so called from subscribing their names at the foot of the policy. They are legally presumed to be acquainted with every custom of the trade whereon they enter a policy. Unicorn, the old name for the howitzer, as improved from the Licorn, borrowed from the Turks during the last century by the Russians, and from the latter by Europe generally. Unicorn fish, or sea unicorn, a name for the narwhal, which see. Uniform, the dress prescribed by regulation for officers and men of the army, navy, marines, etc. Union, the national flag of Great Britain, on shore or afloat. It is a composition of the crosses of St. George of England, St. Andrew of Scotland, and St. Patrick of Ireland, the last having been brought in 1801. It was formerly inscribed for the Protestant religion and for the liberty of England. It is in the upper canton of all British ensigns. At the main it is the proper flag of an admiral of the fleet, and was thus flown by Lord Howe at the battle of June 1st, 1794. Union down. When a ship hoists her ensign upside down, it is a signal of distress or of mourning. Union Jack. The Union flag, used separately, in the merchant service it must have a broad white border. To unlimber. With a gun on a travelling carriage, to release it from the limber, by lifting the trail off the pintle and placing it on the ground, thus bringing it to the position for action. Unlivery. Expenses of unlivery and appraisement are a charge in the first instance against the captors of a prize, to be afterwards apportioned by them rateably against the cargo. Unmanageable. When a vessel refuses to answer her helm, has lost her rudder, or is crippled in masts or sails. Unmoored. Having one anchor weighed, lying at single anchor. Unreeving. The act of withdrawing a rope from any block, thimble, dead-eye, etc., through which it had formerly passed. See reeve. To unrig. To dismantle a ship of her standing and running rigging. To unrig the capstan is to take out the bars. Unroomaged. An antiquated sea term which, from its application by Sir Walter Raleigh in his account of Sir R. Granville's action, may mean out of trim. Unrove his lifeline. Departed this life. Unserviceable ticket. This is made out in the same manner and requires the same notations as a sick ticket, which see, only that no inventory of clothes and other effects is necessary. To unship. The opposite of to ship. To remove any piece of timber from its situation, in which it is generally used, as unship the oars, lay them in the boat from the rowlocks, unship the capstan bars, etc. Unwholesome ship. One that will neither hull, try, nor ride without labouring heavily in a sea, also applied to a sugar ship, diverted from her former trade, and not properly cleansed, even before taking in a cargo of timber. Up along. Sailing from the mouth of the channel upwards. Up anchor. Pipe to weigh, every man to his station. Up and down. The situation of the cable when it has been hove in sufficiently to bring the ship directly over the anchor. See right up and down. Up and down tackle. A purchase used in bowsing down the eyes of the lower rigging over the mastheads, lifting objects from the hold, getting anchors over the side, etc. Up boats, the order to hoist the boats to the stern and quarter davits. Up courses, the order to haul them up by the clew garnets, etc. Up hand sledge, a large sledgehammer used in blacksmith's work and lifted with both hands, in contradistinction to the short stroke by the master smith. Ufro, see uvro. Up making, pieces of plank or timber piled on each other as filling up in building, more especially those placed between the bilgeways and ship's bottom preparatory to launching. Upper counter, the counter between the wing transom and the rail, see counter. Upper deck, the highest of those decks which are continued throughout the whole length of the ship without falls or interruptions, as the quarter-deck, waist, and forecastle of frigates, etc. Upper finishing, see finishings. Upper masts, the topmast, topgallant mast, and royal mast. Any spars above these are termed poles, see pole masts. Upper strake or wash of boats, a strake thicker than those of the bottom, wrought round the gunwales and lined within the poppets. Upper or top rider futtocks. These timbers stand nearly the same as breadth riders, and very much strengthen the top side. Upper transit, the passage of a circumpolar star over the meridian above the pole, the opposite of the lower transit. Upper works, that part of a ship which rises from the water surface when she is properly trimmed for a voyage. Up screw, the order in steamers to lift the screw on making sail. Up with the helm, put it a-weather, that is, over to the windward side, or whichever way the tiller is shipped, so as to carry the rudder to leeward of the stern post. Uranography, the delineation of constellations, nebulae, etc., on celestial charts or globes. Uranoscopus, see sky gazer. Uranus, a superior planet discovered by the elder Herschel in 1781. It has 4 known satellites, but possibly 6, according to the impression of the discoverer. Orca, an armed Spanish flyboat. Ursa Major, one of the ancient northern constellations. Ursa Minor, an ancient northern constellation in which the North Polar Star is situated. Usages. Besides the general laws of merchants, there are certain commercial and seafaring usages which prevail in particular countries with the force of law. Underwriters are bound by usages, and they are legal precedents, binding in courts martial. Ushant team, the sobriquet given to that portion of the Channel Fleet which blockaded Brest. Utlage, an outlaw, whence by corruption, laggers, people transported by sentence of law. Ovru, the circular piece of wood with holes in it, by which the legs of a crowfoot are extended for suspending an awning. End of section 19, read by Czandra, in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 20 of the Sailor's Word Book, S to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, S to Z, by William Henry Smyth, a digest of sea terms and phrases. V. Vacuum, a space utterly empty, even of air or vapor. Vadmal, coarse woolen manufacture of the Orkneys. See Wadmaral. To veil, an old word signifying to lower, to bend in token of submission, as veil their topgallants. Thus in the old play George a Green, quote, "Let me alone, my lord, I'll make them veil their plumes." End quote. Vaca, a large canoe of the Friendly Islands with an outrigger. Vale or dale, which see. Also a gunwale. To veil was an old term for dropping down, as in a river. Valuation. In cases of restitution after property has been sold and account of sales cannot be obtained, it may be taken at the invoice price and 10% profit. but this mode of estimating it does not include freight, even though the ship and cargo belong to the same person. Valued policy is where a value has been set upon the ships or goods insured, and this value inserted in the policy in nature of liquidated damages to save the necessity of proving it in case of a total loss. Valves. See under their respective particular names. Vambrace, armor for the front of the arm. Van, formerly vant, contracted from avant, that part of a fleet, army, or body of men which is advanced in the first line or front. Vanguard, the advanced division. Vane, a piece of bunting extended on a wood stalk which turns upon a spindle at the masthead. It shows the direction of the wind. A distinguishing vane denotes the division of a fleet to which a ship of the line belongs, according to the mast on which it is borne. Dog vane, a small light vane formed of thin slips of cork, stuck round with feathers and strung upon a piece of twine. It is usually fastened to the top of a half-pike and placed on the weather side of the quarter-deck in order to show the helmsman the direction of the wind. Vanes. The sights of cross-staffs, forestaffs, quadrants, etc. are pieces of brass standing perpendicularly to the plane of the instrument. The one opposite to the fore horizon glass is the foresight vane, the other the backsight vane. Vane spindle, the pivot on which the masthead vane turns. It should never be made of metal, lest it attract lightning, unless the masts be fitted with Sir W. Snow Harris's conductors. Vanfoss, a wet ditch at the outer foot of the glacis. Vang, a rope leading from the end of the gaff to the rail, one on each side, so that the two form guys attached to the outer ends of the gaffs to steady them, and when the sails are not set, keep them amidships. Vangie, a contrivance for working the pumps of a vessel by means of a barrel and crank brakes. Vapor, or smoke, in polar parlance, a peculiar but natural result of the conversion of water into ice, which is too often supposed to indicate open water. Variables, those parts of the sea where a steady wind is not expected. Variable stars, those which are found to exhibit periodical fluctuations of brightness, of which Algol and Miraceti are notable examples. Variation, a term applied to the deviation of the magnetic needle or compass from the true north point towards either east or west, called also the declination. The variation of the needle is properly defined as the angle which a magnetic needle suspended at liberty makes with the meridian line on a horizontal plane, or an arc of the horizon, comprehended between the true and the magnetic meridian. See annual variation. Variation chart, the well-known chart produced by Halley, whereon a number of curved lines show the variation of the compass in the places they pass through. The Admiralty variation chart has been brought to great perfection. Variation of the moon, an inequality in the movement of our satellite, amounting at certain times to 37 degrees in longitude. It was the first lunar inequality explained by Newton on the principles of gravitation. Variation of the variation is the change in the declination of the needle observed at different times in the same place. Vedette, one or two cavalry soldiers stationed on the lookout. To veer, to let out, to pay out, to turn or change. Also to veer or wear, in contradistinction from tacking. In tacking, it is a necessary condition that the ship be brought up to the wind as close hauled, and put round against the wind on the opposite tack. But in veering or wearing, especially when strong gales render it dangerous, unseamanlike, or impossible, the head of the vessel is put away from the wind and turned round 20 points of the compass instead of 12, and without a strain or danger is brought to the wind on the opposite tack. Many deep-thinking seamen, and Lord St. Vincent Exmouth and Sir E. Owen, issued orders to wear instead of tacking, when not inconvenient, deeming the accidents and wear and tear of tacking detrimental to the sails, spars, and rigging. To veer a buoy in a ship's wake. To slack out a rope to which a buoy has been attached and let it go astern for the purpose of bringing up a boat or picking up a man who may have fallen overboard. To veer and haul. To gently tauten and then slacken a rope 3 times before giving a heavy pull, the object being to concentrate the force of several men. The wind is said to veer and haul when it alters its direction. Thus it is said to veer aft and haul forward. To veer away the cable. To slack and let it run out. The veering cable. That cable which is veered out in unmooring and not unspliced or unshackled in clearing hawse. Vega, Alpha Lyrae, the bright Lucida of the old northern constellation Lyra. Vein, the clear water between the openings of floes of ice, the same as ice lane, also a very limited current of wind, a cat's paw. Velocity. In naval architecture, designing for velocity is giving that form to a ship's body by which she will pass through the water in the quickest space of time. Velocity of tide or current depends on several circumstances. First, the tide varies with the state of the moon, running strongest at the springs, and the force of the ebb is much increased by rains, land freshes, etc. The currents also vary, especially when wind and tide combine to accelerate their action. Vendaval, Spanish, south wind, tiempo de vendavales. A stormy time on the coast of Mexico in the autumn, with violent thunder, lightning, and rain. Vendue master, a commercial and marine auctioneer. Veneseandes, the old commercial term for Venetian sequins. Vent, in artillery, the small aperture near the breech by which the fire of the priming is communicated to the charge. Vent bit, a peculiar auger or screw gimlet used for clearing the vent of a gun when obstructed. Vent field of a gun, the raised tablet in the metal near the breech in which the vent is bored. Ventilator, the name of various machines contrived to expel the foul air from the storerooms and hold, and introduce fresh in its stead. Vent piece, the movable fitment which closes the breech and contains the vent in Armstrong breech-loading guns. Vent plug, a fid or stopple made of leather or oakum, fitting in the vent of a piece to stop it against weather, etc. Ventral fin, the posterior pair of fins under the body of fishes, corresponding to the hind legs of terrestrial quadrupeds. Venus, one of the inferior planets, and the second in order of distance from the Sun. See transit of Venus. Verification of ship's papers. In this necessary process, it is declared that papers of themselves prove nothing, and require to be supported by the oaths of persons in a situation to give them validity. Veritas, a register of shipping established in Paris on the principle of Lloyd's List. Vernal equinox, the point where the sun crosses the equator, going north. It is opposite the place of the autumnal equinox. See equinoxes. Vernier, or nonius, a graduated scale for the measurement of minute divisions, especially on the arcs of astronomical instruments, sextants, etc. The 1,000th part of a degree can be taken by the naked eye, the 10,000th by a microscope. Versed sine, in geometry, is the part of the radius intercepted between the arc and its sine. Vertex, the zenith, the point overhead, the apex of a conical mountain. Vertical angles, opposite angles made by two lines cutting or crossing each other, and are always equal. See angle of the vertical. Vertical circles, great circles of the sphere intercepting each other in the zenith and nadir and cutting the horizon at right angles. Vertical fire, in artillery, that directed upward at such an angle as that it will fall vertically, or nearly so, to its destination. It includes all elevations above 30 degrees, though the most usual is 45 degrees. It is very effective with shells, but with small balls, as proposed by Carnot and others, who have ill reckoned the retardation by the atmosphere, it is insignificant. Vertical force. The center of displacement is also that of the center of vertical force that the water exerts to support the immersed vessel. Also the dip of the magnetic needle, measured by vibrations of the dipping needle over certain arcs, and referable to some fixed position as Greenwich, where corresponding observations made with the same needle have been previously as well as subsequently made. Vertical plan, see orthographic projection. Verticity, the tendency of the lodestone to point towards the magnetic north and south. Vessel, a general name for all the different sorts of ships, boats, etc., navigated on the ocean or on rivers and canals. Vitail, an archaism for victuals. Via Lactea, that well-known irregular luminous band stretching across the sky from horizon to horizon. It consists of myriads of small stars and has passed under the names of Milky Way, Galaxy, Jacob's Ladder, Watling Street, etc. Vice Admiral, the rank in the fleet next to that of an admiral. He carries his flag at the fore. Vice Admiralty Courts, branches of the High Court of Admiralty, instituted for carrying on the like duties in several of our colonies, prize courts, etc. See Admiralty, High Court of. Vice Consul, an officer appointed in seaports to aid the consul in affairs relating to merchant vessels. If there be a resident consul, the vice consul is appointed and paid by him. Vice consuls wait on commanders, consuls on captains, captains on consuls general, the naval authority providing boats. Vice nail, a screw. Victualler, a vessel which carries provisions. In the early age of the navy, each man of war had a victualler especially attached to her, as in Henry VIII's reign we find that Nicholas Draper, of 140 tons and 40 men, was victualler to the Trinity Sovereign, the Barbara of Greenwich to the Gabriel Royal, and so on. Victualling bill, a custom-house document warranting the shipment of such bonded stores as the master of an outward-bound merchantman may require for his intended voyage. Victualling book, a counterpart of the ship's open list, which is kept by the purser to enable him to make the necessary entries in it. Victualling yards for the Royal Navy, large magazines where provisions and similar stores are deposited, conveniently contiguous to the royal dockyards. The establishments in England and Ireland are at Deptford, Gosport, Plymouth, and Cork, and abroad at Malta, Gibraltar, Cape of Good Hope, Jamaica, Halifax, Trincomalee, and Hong Kong. Vidette, see vedette. Vi et armis, with force of arms. Vigia, Spanish lookout. A hydrographical warning on a chart to denote that the pinnacle of a rock or a shoal may exist thereabout. Vintner, from Vigintinarius, an officer in our early fleet who commanded a company of 20 men. Viol or voyol, a large messenger formerly used to assist in weighing an anchor by the capstan. Viol or voyol block, a large single-sheaved block through which the messenger passed when the anchor was weighed by the fore or jeer capstan. Its block was usually lashed to the mainmast. This voyol purchase was afterwards improved thus. The voyol block was securely lashed to the cable at the manger board, the jeer fall rove through it, and brought to the jeer capstan, and the standing part belayed to the bitts. Thus a direct runner purchase instead of a dead nip was obtained. It was only used when other means failed, and after the introduction of Phillips' patent capstan was disused. Violence, the question in tort as to the amount of liability incurred by the owners for outrages and irregularities committed by the master. Vire, the arrow shot from a crossbow, also called a quarrel. Virgiliae, a denomination of the Pleiades. Virgo, the sixth sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 21st August. Spica, Alpha Virginis, is a star of the first magnitude. Vis inertiae, that physical property in all bodies by which they resist a power that endeavors to put them in motion, or to change any motion they are possessed of. It is in proportion to their weight. Vis insita, the innate force of matter, another name for vis inertiae, is that by which a vessel keeps her way. Visitation and search. The law of nations gives to every belligerent cruiser the right of visitation and search of all merchant ships, wherefore resistance to such search amounts to a forfeiture of neutrality. Visna, a neighboring place, a term often used in law in actions of marine replevin. Vis viva, the whole effective force or power of acting which resides in a given moving body. Vitri, a light and durable canvas. Vittery, a fine canvas of which the waist cloths were formerly made. Vivandière, a kind of female sutler. In the French army they are attached to regiments which they accompany, sometimes even into the skirts of action. Vivier, a French fishing boat, the same as the well boats of the English coasts, in having a well amidships in which to keep the fish alive until arrival in port. Visy, or vise, an old name for the muzzle sight on a musket. Vocabulary, the system of naval signals based on Sir Home Popham's improvements. Voes, arms or inlets of the sea or sounds in the Shetland and Orkney Isles, also applied to creeks and bays. Vogovans, from voguer and avant, chief rowers in the galleys. Volant, a piece of steel on a helmet, presenting an acute angle to the front. Volcano, a burning mountain or vent for subterranean fire, also applied to one which vomits only mud and water. Volley, the simultaneous discharge of a number of firearms. Volleygue, a small boat used on the shores of Asia Minor. Volume, the contents of the globe of a planet, usually given in its proportion to that of the earth, or any named mass, solid, fluid, or vaporous. Voluntary charge, a document delivered with the purser's accounts respecting provisions. Voluntary stranding, the beaching or running a vessel purposely aground to escape greater danger. This act is treated as particular average loss, and not a damage to be made good by general contribution. Volunteer, one who freely offers himself for a particular service. Formerly in the army a gentleman who, without any certain post or employment, served in the hope of earning preferment or from patriotism. Latterly also a civilian who has enrolled himself in a corps of volunteers for organization and training for the defense of the country. Volunteering from a merchantman into the navy. Any seaman can leave his ship for the purpose of forthwith entering into the Royal Navy, and thus leaving his ship does not render him liable to any forfeiture whatever. Volute, see scroll head. Volvel, the contrivance of revolving graduated circles for making calculations in old scientific works. Vortex, a whirlwind or sudden rapid or violent motion of air or water in gyres or circles. Voucher, a written document or proof upon which any account or public charge is established. Voyage, a journey by sea. It usually includes the outward and homeward trips, which are called passages. Voyal, see viol. Vrac, seaweed used as a manure in the Channel Islands, also a Manx term for the mackerel. Wolf, a rapid whirlpool or race on the coast of Norway. End of section 20, read by Czandra. Section 21 of the Sailor's Word Book S to Z by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. W.A. To wobble. From the Teutonic wobblen, to reel confusedly as waves on a windy day in a tideway. It is a well-known term among mechanics to express the irregular motion of engines or turning lathes when loose in their bearings or otherwise out of order. A badly stitched seam in a sail is wobbled. It is also applied to the undulation of the compass card when the motion of the vessel is considerable and irregular. Wad, a kind of plug closely fitting the bore of a gun which is rammed home over the shot to confine it to its place, and sometimes also between the shot and the cartridge, generally made of coiled junk, otherwise a rope grommet, etc. To wade, an Anglo-Saxon word meaning to pass through water without swimming. In the north, the sun was said to wade when covered by a dense atmosphere. Wad hook, an iron tool shaped like a double corkscrew on the end of a long staff for withdrawing wads or charges from guns, also called a worm. Wadmarel, a hairy, coarse, dark-coloured stuff of the north, once in great demand for making pea-jackets, pilot coats, and the like. Waft, said to be from the Anglo-Saxon weft, more correctly written wheft. It is any flag or ensign stopped together at the head and middle portions, slightly rolled up lengthwise and hoisted at different positions at the after part of a ship. Thus, at the ensign staff, it signifies that a man has fallen overboard. If no ensign staff exists, then halfway up the peak. At the peak, it signifies a wish to speak. At the masthead, recalls boats, or as the commander-in-chief or particular captain may direct. Wafters, certain officers formerly appointed to guard our coast fisheries. Also, swords, blunted to exercise with. Wager policy, an engagement upon interest or no interest, the performance of the voyage in a reasonable time and manner, and not the bare existence of the ship or cargo, is the object of insurance. Wages or pay of the Royal Navy is settled by Act of Parliament. In the merchant service, seamen are paid by the month and receive their wages at the end of the voyage. Wages remitted from abroad. When a ship on a foreign station has been commissioned 12 calendar months, every petty officer, seaman, and marine serving on board may remit the half of the pay due to them to a wife, father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, brother, or sister. Wagon, a place amidships on the upper deck of guard ships assigned for the supernumeraries, hammocks. Wagoner, a name applied to an atlas of charts from a work of this nature published at Leyden in 1583 by Hans Wagenaar. Waif, goods found and not claimed. Derelict, also used for waft. Waist, the portion of the main deck of a ship of war contained between the fore and main hatchways or between the half-deck and galley. Waist anchor, an additional or spare anchor stowed before the chest tree. See spare anchor. Waist boards, the berthing made to fit into a vessel's gangway on either side. Waist cloths, the painted canvas coverings of the hammocks which are stowed in the waist nettings. Waisters, green hands or worn seamen, in former times stationed in the waist in working the ship, as they had little else of duty but hoisting and swabbing the decks. Waist nettings, the hammock nettings between the quarter-deck and forecastle. Waist rail, the channel rail or moulding of the ship's side. Waist tree, another name for rough tree, which see. To waive, to give up the right to demand a court-martial or to enforce forfeitures by allowing people who have deserted, etc., to return to their duties. Waving, the action of dispensing with salutes, by signal, by motion of the hand to guards, etc., and to vessels which may be, in accordance with old custom, passing under the lee to be hailed and examined. Waving amain, a salutation of defiance, as by brandishing weapons, etc. Wake, the transient, generally smooth track impressed on the surface water by a ship's progress. Its bearing is usually observed by the compass to discover the angle of leeway. A ship is said to be in the wake of another when she follows her upon the same track. Two distant objects observed at sea are termed in the wake of each other when the view of the farthest off is intercepted by the one that is nearer. See crossing a ship's wake. Whale reared, synonymous with wall-sided. Whales, the thickest strakes of wrought stuff in a vessel, strong planks extending all along the outward timbers on a ship's side, a little above her waterline. They are synonymous with bends, which see. The channel whale is below the lower deck ports, and the mainwell between the top of those ports and the sills of the upper deck ports. Walk away, the order to step out briskly with the tackle full, as in hoisting boats. Walk back, a method in cases where a purchase must not be lowered by a round turn, as walk back the capstan, the men controlling it by the bars and walking back as demanded. Walker's knot, see Matthew Walker. Walking a plank, an obsolete method of destroying people in mutiny and piracy under a plea of avoiding the penalty of murder. The victim is compelled to walk, pinioned and blindfolded along a plank projecting over the ship's side, which, canting when overbalanced, heaves him into the sea. Also, for detecting whether a man is drunk, he's made to walk along a quarter-deck plank. Walking away with the anchor, said of a ship which is dragging or shouldering her anchor, or when from fouling the stock or upper fluke she trips the anchor out of the ground. Walking speaking trumpet, a midshipman repeating quarter-deck orders. To walk Spanish, to quit duty without leave, to desert. To walk the quarter-deck, a phrase signifying to take the rank of an officer. Walk the weather gangway netting, a night punishment in a man-of-war for those of the watch who have missed their muster. Wall, a bank of earth to restrain the current and overflowing of water. See sea bank. Wall knot or whale knot, a particular sort of large knot raised upon the end of a rope by untwisting the strands and passing them among each other. Wall piece, a very heavy, powerful musket for use in fortified places. Wall-sided, the sides of a ship continuing nearly perpendicular down to the surface of the water like a wall. It is the mean between tumbling home and flaring out. Walrus, Danish, hvalrus. The Trichius rosmarus, a large amphibious marine animal allied to the seals found in the Arctic regions. Its upper canines are developed into large descending tusks of considerable value as ivory. It is also called morse, seahorse, and sea cow. This animal furnished Cook as well as our latest Arctic voyagers with Arctic beef. The skin is of the utmost importance to the Eskimo as well as to the Russians of Siberia, etc. Walt, an old word, synonymous with crank or tottering like a sprung spar. Wane, in timber, an imperfection implying a want of squareness at one or more of its corners. Under this deficiency it is termed wane wood. Wane cloud, see cirrostratus. Wangan, a boat in Maine for carrying provisions. Waney, said of timber when spoiled by wet. Wap or whap, a name formerly given to any short pendant and thimble through which running rigging was led. Also a rope wherewith rigging was set taut with walnuts, one end being fast to the shroud and the other brought to the lanyard. But any shroud stopper is a wap. War, a contest between princes or states which, not being determinable otherwise, is referred to the decision of the sword. It may exist without a declaration on either side, and is either civil, defensive, or offensive. War caperer, a privateer. Warden, see Lord Warden. Wardroom, the commissioned officer's mess cabin on the main deck in ships of the line. Wardroom officers, those who mess in the wardroom, namely, the commander, lieutenants, master, chaplain, surgeon, paymaster, marine officers, and assistant surgeons. To ware, see Veer. Warehousing system, the use of bonding places under charge of officers of the customs, in which goods may be deposited without any duty upon them being exacted until they be cleared for home use or for exportation. War establishment, increased force of men and means. Warm-sided, mounting heavy metal, whether a ship or a fort. Warner, a sentinel, formerly posted on the heights near seaports, to give notice of the approach of vessels. Also beacons, post, buoys, lights, etc., warning vessels of danger by day as well as by night. Warning signal, hoisted to warn vessels not to pass a bar. Also to warrant higher pay to watermen plying between Portsmouth and Spithead, etc., according to severity of weather. Warp, a rope or light hawser employed occasionally to transport a ship from one place to another in a port, road, or river. Also an east coast term for 4 herrings. Also land between the sea banks and the sea. Warp of lower rigging, a term used in the rigging loft as before cutting out a gang of rigging, it is warped. Also, to form the warp of spun yarn in making sword mats for the rigging gripes, slings, etc. To warp, to move a vessel from one place to another by warps, which are attached to buoys, to other ships, to anchors, or to certain fixed objects on shore. Also to flood the lands near rivers in Yorkshire. Warping, and framing the timbers, putting in the beam knees, coamings, etc., and dividing the spaces between the beams for fitting the carlins. Warping block, a block made of ash or elm, used in rope making for warping off yarn. Warrant, a writ of authority inferior to a commission. In former days it was the name given to the deed conferring power on those officers appointed by the Navy Board, while those granted by the Admiralty were styled commissions. Also a document under proper authority for the assembling of a court-martial, punishment, execution, etc. Also a tabulated regulation for cutting, standing, and running rigging, as well as for supply of general stores, as warranted by the Admiralty. Brown paper warrants, those given by a captain and which he can cancel. Warrant officer, generally one holding his situation from particular boards or persons authorized by the sovereign to grant it. In the Royal Navy it was an officer holding a warrant from the Navy Board, as the master, surgeon, purser, boatswain, gunner, carpenter, etc. In the year 1831, when the commissioners of the Navy or Navy Board were abolished, all these powers reverted to the Admiralty, but the commissions and warrants remain in effect the same. Warranty, the contract of marine insurance, expressing a certain condition on the part of the insured, upon which the contract is to take effect. It is always a part of the written policy, and must appear on the face of it. In this it differs from representation, which see. Warren Head, a northern term for a dam across a river. Warscot, a contribution for the supply of arms and armour in the time of the Saxons. Warship, any ship equipped for offence and defence, whereas man of war generally signifies a vessel belonging to the Royal Navy. War-take, an archaic term for a rope fast or spring. In that early sea song, time of Henry VI, which is in the library of Trinity College, Cambridge, the skipper of the ship carrying a cargo of pilgrims exclaims, "Hail in the war-take!" Wharf, an old word signifying a ford, also a flat meadow close to a stream. Wash, an accumulation of silt in estuaries, also a surface covered by floods, also a shallow inlet or gulf, the East Country term for the seashore, also the blade of an oar, also a wooden measure of 2/3 of a bushel, by which small shellfish are sold at Billingsgate, equal to 10 strikes of oysters. Wash or awash, even with the water's edge. Washboard or wash strake, a movable upper strake which is attached by stud pins on the gunwales of boats to keep out the spray. Washboards are also fitted on the sills of the lower deck ports for the same purpose. Washboards, a term for the white facings of the old naval uniform. Washerman, a station formerly for an old or otherwise not very useful person on board a man of war. Washers, leather, copper, lead, or iron rings interposed at the end of spindles, before a forelock or linchpin to prevent friction or galling the wood, as of a gun truck, also used in pump gear. Washing place. In 1865, baths and suitable washing places were fitted for personal use in the ships of the Royal Navy. Both hot and cold water are supplied. Shades of Drake, Frobisher, and Raleigh, think of that. Washing the hand, a common hint on leaving a ship disliked. Washwater, a ford. Watch, the division of the ship's company into 2 parties, one called the starboard and the other the larboard or port watch, alluding to the situation of their hammocks when hung up. These 2 watches are, however, separated into 2 others, a first and second part of each, making 4 in all. The crew can also be divided into 3 watches. The officers are divided into 3 watches in order to lighten their duty, but it is to be borne in mind that the watch may sleep when their services are not demanded, whereas it is a crime, liable to death, for an officer to sleep on his watch. In a ship of war the watch is generally commanded by a lieutenant, and in merchant ships by one of the mates. The word is also applied to the time during which the watch remains on deck, usually 4 hours, with the exception of the dog watches. Anchor watch, a quarter watch kept on deck while the ship rides at single anchor or remains temporarily in port. Dog watches, the 2 reliefs which take place between 4 and 8 o'clock p.m., each of which continues only 2 hours, the intention being to change the turn of the night watch every 24 hours. First watch, from 8 p.m. till midnight. Middle watch, from midnight till 4 a.m. Morning watch, from 4 to 8 a.m. Watch is also a word used in throwing the deep sea lead, when each man, on letting go the last turn of line in his hand, calls to the next abaft him, "Watch there, watch." A boy is said to watch when it floats on the surface of the water. Watch and watch, the arrangement of the crew in 2 watches. Watch bill, the pocket watch and station bill which each officer is expected to produce if required, and instantly muster the watch or the men stationed to any specific duty. Watchet, a light blue or sky-coloured cloth worn formerly by English sailors, especially by the boat's crews of men of war. Watch glasses, the half-hour glasses employed to measure the periods of the watch, so that the several stations therein may be regularly kept and relieved, as at the helm, pump, lookout, etc. See glass. Watching a smooth, looking for a temporary subsidence of the waves of a head sea, previous to easing down the helm in tacking ship. Watch setting, in the army, retreat, or the time for mounting the night guards. Watch tackle, a small luff purchase with a short fall, the double block having a tail to it and the single one a hook, used for various purposes about the decks, by which the watch can perform a duty without demanding additional men. To water, to fill the casks or tanks, to complete water. Waterage, the charge for using shore boats. Water bailiff, an officer in seaport towns for the searching of vessels. Water ballast, water when used to stiffen a ship, whether carried in casks, tanks, bags, or otherwise. The iron screw colliers of the present day have immense tanks constructed in their floors, on the upper part of which the coals rest. When they are discharged, the tanks are allowed to fill with water, which acts as ballast for the return voyage, and is pumped out by the engine as the coals are taken in. Water bark, a small decked vessel or tank used by the Dutch for carrying fresh water. Water battery, one nearly on a level with the water, a fleur d'eau, a position of much power when vessels cannot get close to it. Water bewitched, bad tea, geography, 5-water grog, and the like greatly diluted drinks. Waterborne, when a ship just floats clear of the ground, also goods carried by sea or on a river. Water crow, the lesser cormorant or shag. Water dog, sea water gull. Water fleas, the groups of crustaceous organisms classed as Entomostraca. Water gauge, a sea wall or bank, also an instrument to measure the depth of inundations. Water gall, a name of the wind gull, which see. Shakespeare in The Rape of Lucrece uses the term thus, quote, "And round about her tear-distained eye blue circles streamed like rainbows in the sky. These water gulls in her dim element foretell new storms to those already spent." End quote. Water gavel, a rent paid for fishing in some river or other benefit derived therefrom. Water guard, custom house officers employed to prevent fraud on the revenue in vessels arriving at or departing from a port. Water is whole, a saying used when the cable is up and down to encourage the men to heave heartily and raise the shank of the anchor so that the water may get down by the shank and relieve the anchor of the superincumbent mud. Water horse, codfish stacked up in a pile to drain under the process of cure. Water-laid rope, the same as cablet. It coils against the sun or to the left hand. Water line, in former ships of war, a fine white painted line or bend, representing the deep line of flotation on the coppered edge. Load water line, that which the surface of the water describes on a ship when she's loaded or ready for sea. Waterline model, the same as key model, which see. Waterlogged, the state of a ship full of water, having such a buoyant cargo that she does not sink. In this dangerous and unmanageable situation, there is no resource for the crew except to free her by the pumps, or to abandon her by taking to the boats. For the center of gravity being no longer fixed, the ship entirely loses her stability and is almost totally deprived of the use of her sails, which may only operate to accelerate her destruction by oversetting her or pressing her head under water. Timber-laden vessels, waterlogged, frequently float for a very long period. Waterpads, fellows who rob ships and vessels in harbors and rivers. Water plow, a machine formerly used for taking mud and silt out of docks and rivers. Water sail, a save-all or small sail set occasionally under the lower studding sail or driver boom, in a fair wind and smooth sea. Waterscape, a culvert, aqueduct, or passage for water. Watershed, a term introduced into geography to denote the dividing ridges in a hilly country. In geology, it implies that the water is shed thence naturally by the inclination to the valley base. As regards nautical men in search of water, it is therefore expedient to look for the depressed side of the strata. Water shot or quarter shot. When a ship is moored, neither across the tide nor right up and down, but quartering between both. Water shut, an old name for a floodgate. Water sky, in Arctic seas, a dark and dull leaden appearance of the atmosphere, the reflected blue of the sea indicating clear water in that direction, and forming a strong contrast to the pale blink over land or ice. Water snakes, a group of snakes, hydrophis, whose habitat is the sea. Some of them are finely colored and generally very like land snakes, except that their tails are broader, so as to scull or propel them through the water. Water space, the intervening part between the flues of a steamer's boiler. Water spout, a large mass of water collected in a vertical column and moving rapidly along the surface of the sea. As contact with one has been supposed dangerous, it has been suggested to fire cannon at them to break the continuity by aerial concussion. In this phenomenon, heat and electricity seem to take an active part, but their cause is not fully explained, and any facts respecting them by observers favorably placed will help towards further researches into their nature. See whirlwind. Water stang, a spar or a pole fixed across a stream. Waterstead, an old name for the bed of a river. Water stoop, a northern name for the common periwinkle. Water taking, a pond, the water of which is potable. Water tanks, sea tank. Watertight, well caulked and so compact as to prevent the admission of water, the reverse of leaky. Waterways, certain deck planks which are wrought next to the timbers. They serve to connect the sides of a ship to her decks and form a channel to carry off any water by means of scuppers. Water war, a name for the boar or hygre of the Severn. Water witch, a name of the dipper. Water wraith, supposed water spirits prognosticating evil in the Shetland Islands. Wath, a passage or ford through a river. Wattles, a kind of hair or small bristles near the mouth and nostrils of certain fish, also hurdles made by weaving twigs together. Wave, from the Anglo-Saxon waig, a volume of water rising in surges above the general level and elevated in proportion to the wind. Waveson, such goods as after shipwreck appear floating on the waves. See flotsam. Waving, signals made by arm or otherwise to a vessel to come near or keep off. Way is sometimes the same as the ship's rig or run, forward or backward, but is most commonly understood of her sailing. Way is often used for wake. Thus, when she begins her motion, she is said to be under way, and when that motion increases, to have fresh way through the water. Hence also she is said to have headway or sternway, to gather way or to lose way, etc. See wind's way. Gangway means a clear space to pass. The gangway is the side space between the forecastle and quarterdeck. Way aloft or way up, the command when the crew are required aloft to loose, reef, furl sails or man yards, etc. Waygate, the tail race of a mill. Ways, box laid down for rolling weights along, launching ways, 2 parallel platforms of solid timber, one on each side of the keel of a vessel while building, and on which her cradle slides on launching. End of section 21, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia 2024.